All right, I just got the signal that we are live on Channel 17, so welcome to our citizens to our public, or our Planning Commission meeting on July 1st. It's hard to recognize people with their masks on. I know Ross there, I can see him though. But yeah, we're glad to have you. We've got, oh heck, I don't know, probably 20 plus people in here, and then they've got an overflow building next door. Is that right, Dave? They've got that again?
Some number of people over there, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Room for more.
Okay, well, we like to have the community involved in what we're doing, and this is just kind of a piece of the process. When plans are approached to the city, they go to a lot of the staff to go through a lot of weeding out problems, and then it ultimately comes to the Planning Commission, and many of the decisions we make are actually recommendations to the City Council. The City Council is the ones that generally make the hard decisions. We just kind of help them along with some of these opportunities to discuss and learn more about the concerns. We will go ahead and start with the pledge. We've got a flag here behind me. John, would you mind leading us?
Be glad to. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Okay, first item on our meeting tonight is to approve minutes, and it looks like we actually had minutes for May and June. If you've all had a chance to read those, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of May and June.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's see. We're short one commissioner tonight, aren't we?
Mr. Trainer, yeah.
Yeah.
Hoping that to be able to make it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. The second item is preliminary plats. The Spanish Springs Business Park. And Dave, are you taking this one?
Yes.
Okay.
So just by way of trying to orient people with the location of the property, there's a bridge that goes over I-15 north of the Main Street interchange. It's at 2700 north. It runs, it's the road that runs to Main Street and dead ends right at the southeast corner of the Armory. You can picture that. So,
Okay.
Right there near the airport. There's a 45 or so acre site. Actually, I think it's larger than that. That's how we have it listed in the staff report. That is currently zoned Industrial 1. It was recently purchased by a group that we've been working with for the past several months to get to this point initially, to where a plat would be ready for approval. This right now, tonight, would simply be the initial step towards dividing this property into 8 different lots. The lots are quite large. The applicants here tonight, I'll let them maybe speak to just generally what they would anticipate seeing constructed in the development. All of the plans that we've discussed with them to date are entirely consistent with what we've expected over the years that would happen with this property at this site. It's a great opportunity for increased employment to happen in the community, to potentially have some really significant capital investment happen, different things that we like for a lot of different reasons as a city. And staff has recommended that the proposal be approved. Now, this is a little bit unique compared with some of the things that you review for preliminary plats, particularly those for commercial subdivisions. The Planning Commission is the land use authority, so tonight we're not asking you to make a recommendation on it, but rather to act on it in terms of either approving it or denying it.
All right. This is also right down there near where we're going to get a future interchange off I-15, is that correct?
It is, and that likely will change that area significantly. I think we've had several discussions with the applicants about that situation. I think they're keenly aware of it. In fact, we're going to be starting kind of an area planning process to try to make sure that we're planning for the appropriate uses that one would expect to have in close proximity to an interchange when that gets built. I hate to almost say this, but the hope is that that's operational in 2024, which is really quite fast.
It's really
given just
fast.
how long those things take to happen. So
Exciting. So we've got the applicant here. All right, come on up and give us a little bit more information about your project.
Good evening. So Spanish Springs, the vision for Spanish Springs is an industrial warehouse park. So the buildings that we would be building are primarily for warehousing and shipping for various tenants.
Who are you? Where you with?
Oh, Spanish. Yeah, Nate Bolin with Colmena Group.
Okay.
And we're the owner of the property. So as I was mentioning, the park will consist of industrial warehouse properties for tenants that have shipping and warehouse needs for their business. And so generally speaking, it's light industrial, so a tenant may have some racking for their product or for their line of business that they want to store and ship and also distribute from that facility. And that's generally what we're developing there.
It's a pretty large piece of property. How many phases are you planning on doing?
So the first phase could consist of 3 buildings. The first phase that we're applying for now is 3 lots, roughly 15 acres apiece. And the building sizes are 150,000 to 280,000 square feet are the sizes of the buildings. And so, as I was mentioning before, it's a need for housing product for a tenant and shipping and warehousing their product. And so that first phase, it could be 3 buildings. It kind of depends upon the market. So I would say the overall site would be 1 to 3 phases, depending on the demand we have.
So you'll wait until the buildings that you start first get used and filled before you go on to the next
Correct.
phase?
Yeah, we would only build a building if we felt like there was adequate demand or we had a tenant lease signed, which that's what we're working on right now is figuring out who our first tenant would be and how we move forward with that tenant, or if not, we often will build a spec industrial building, enough space where we feel like there's market demand, and then we wait for that to lease up and then go to the next building.
How soon will you start?
There's a good chance we would start this year.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit dependent upon the tenant in the market there, but of course, if we can land a tenant, we'll start as soon as we can.
Yeah.
To meet their demand, to meet their need, and there seems to be a strong demand for that type of tenant in this market.
Yeah.
So you don't anticipate this being a manufacturing facility,
No.
more just a warehouse facility?
Yeah, warehousing.
Okay.
Yep.
So if we pass the preliminary plat tonight, when would we see this again?
you wouldn't.
We wouldn't
Nope.
see any final plat approval or anything?
Correct.
So no elevations, nothing like that?
Correct.
So describe to me what materials, what are your buildings going to look like?
Yeah, so the buildings consist of a concrete tilt-up structure. So it's a concrete slab and then concrete walls. And we paint those walls in accordance with the rendering that we have. And, we put on glass and canopies and things for the door structures. So depending on the tenant, if a tenant, let's say there's a building of 100,000 square feet, they have 20% office, so there'd be 20,000 square feet of office that would have a glass storefront look, with a nice structure and painted and kind of a part where they can drive into their offices. And then on the back of the building, there'd be dock doors where they could come in and, load their product and ship their product out. But buildings are pretty simple, but we make them look nice. We have a good rendering and architect that likes to make them look nice. And then one thing about this project, unlike some others, is it's a park with multiple buildings, so we're very interested in branding the park to make it look nice and uniform. So it's not just a one-off building. There's a vision for the park to have it be unified and attractive to tenants and bring in tenants. So.
And have you guys, has the city seen a landscape plan at all for this? I assume it's not just going to be all asphalt and parking, that they're going to have some landscaping.
That's a great question. I should have been a little bit more descriptive in how I introduced it. What's before the commission tonight is simply a subdivision application. So this would create a number of individual lots, and it would identify, for example, where streets would be constructed in the development, how utilities would be provided to those lots, and just some fundamentals like that.
Okay, and then they'll come to the city later with all of their landscape plans, and the city will approve that.
And it likely will be a different applicant for each of the lots.
Okay.
So the next step, the next real meaningful step, where we get into what you're talking about, is a site plan approval request. And that's when an applicant submits literally plans for everything that's going to be constructed as part of a development. So like you're saying, landscaping, very explicit plans relative to the building footprint and different things like that, lighting, everything. But for example, right now, I don't believe this applicant knows who ultimately will be purchasing each of these different lots. They'll all have their own building expectations and those types of things. So that's why the process is incremental the way that it is. But this is a very important step in terms of getting the project to a point to where the applicant, I think, can market it in a very explicit way with a guarantee that they can deliver a site that people can build on. One thing that I like about this development and where they're going to be here, I think, in a relatively short amount of time, is that it's not uncommon for us as a city, along with most cities in Utah, to receive information about companies that are looking for locations in Utah. And most of the time, these days, folks want to be under construction in a matter of a few months. So having a site that potentially can be shovel ready for construction with a relatively short kind of runway time is critical. Communities that don't have that don't see this type of development happen. And typically communities want this for lots of reasons. We certainly do as a city, and today we have 0 quote-unquote shovel-ready sites, and it's been that way for a number of years. So just a little bit more on why we think this is a great step for the city, and more about that process. That incidentally, I should mention this, that site plan, which would really be the next step for somebody that wants to build here, that approval is made by the Development Review Committee. We call that an administrative approval. It's pretty simple. If somebody meets our requirements, it gets approved, and that's why we handle it at that level.
Okay. Are there any wetlands that are going to need to be relocated on this property?
Yeah, so there is a dry creek that runs on the south end of the property, but it's not part of this portion that we're applying for right now.
Okay.
Well, I guess there's a little tiny portion, right, on that one lot. Yeah. At any rate, we're in with we're doing a wetlands delineation on that right now, but we're pretty comfortable with the way that it sits, and so it's more just a formality of confirming where it is. There was a delineation done a number of years ago on the property. Those expire over time, and so as the new owner, we're getting a new one just to kind of verify that that's where it is. But in our research, nothing's really changed. Doesn't materially affect these properties that we're coming in for right now. It's just a piece up against Main Street that will be formally delineated within a few months.
Okay.
Have you thought through the traffic that's going in and out of this area, especially since there'll be a interchange and there'll be a lot more traffic coming?
Yeah. I mean, we see it as a positive for the site, eventually having the interchange there, but also, you know, we're looking at it not necessarily from that lens right now. The way that we look at it now is, okay, is there demand in the market for these types of buildings?
Right.
And then we provide access based off what we have right now.
Right.
So I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, I just think the design of the area, big trucks and a lot of things coming in and out, and how that's going to affect
Sure.
coming on and off the road and the
Yeah, it certainly will help. It will
interchange.
certainly help having the interchange, and I mean, I think the timing of our development will marry up very well with the interchange. You know, right now, between now and when the interchange comes in, you know, we may do 1 or 2 buildings or whatever the market demands, but once the interchange is in, that'll complement what we have going on, and typically end users see that.
so it'll help the flow and not be
Yeah.
a pain to pull on and off that area.
Definitely.
So when will those roads, I see 2 proposed roads up there, and I see them in your drawings, the cross sections in your drawings.
Yeah.
When will they go in? At what phase?
Oh, so we're proposing to put the road in off of Main Street down to the west. That'll be the first thing that goes in.
So that'd be the 3200 north?
Correct.
Okay,
And that'll access our phase 1 area.
okay.
And so, and then, yeah, those other roads will eventually connect, but, you know, the one to the south there, that'll probably connect with the timing of the interchange. Because we don't have plans to develop that south side until down the road.
That's lot 6 and 7?
Yeah.
Have we got some pointers in case we need Dave or Kim? No? No pointers?
Might have one, you can share.
Okay.
Sure, we'll wipe it down.
I think it looks good.
Okay.
Do we have any concerns, the city, is Michael around? Do we have any concerns with infrastructure? I'm lost about Michael.
I can speak to that. With every development, there are local requirements that are needed, water lines, sewer lines, power. We started talking with this applicant, I think back in November, about addressing those needs, getting those utilities to the site, different things like that. This site is in a pretty advantageous location relative to being able to be served by the different city utilities. So certainly, there are needs that would come with this project, but in our view, it's very doable.
Okay. Good questions, commissioners. Is there any other discussion on this? If not, it sounds like we'd be looking for a recommendation for approval, if you feel that way.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for Spanish Springs, along with the findings and conditions.
Okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Euler. You have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendenhall. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck with the next step. Thanks, Nathan. Okay, we got a couple of zone changes. The first one is Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab, center part of town. Is Brandon not with us tonight?
He's not.
So you're gonna, I don't have to ask, it's just all gonna be Dave?
Right.
Nice. Well, we miss Brandon.
Some of us more than others. Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab is looking to expand to the north. In fact, home was removed just in the last month or two, just north of the existing facility. That's the property that we're talking about tonight. Currently, that property is zoned residential. In order for that to be part of the planned expansion, the zoning needs to be changed. It could be changed to a number of different zoning districts, but where the existing facility is zoned commercial office, that seems like the most appropriate zone for this property. That's the request, simply to change the zoning from residential to commercial office for the property that's noted there, just off of, actually I would say on First East, just a little bit north of Center Street, north of the existing facility. It's my understanding that the owners of the rehab there would like to start work quite soon. To that end, staff, we've really tried to accommodate their schedule as best as we could. So the site plan for this expansion actually was approved subject to the zoning being changed. Ultimately, that would be by the city council. So everything in this case is pretty well teed up for that, and that's why with the staff report you have some pretty detailed plans and that type of thing for the expanded facility. And when I say expanded facility, it actually would replace the existing facility, so that would be demolished, as I understand it, in phases. But that's work that they'd like to start on right away, ultimately to have an entirely new facility constructed on the existing site, with the addition of this land to the north.
Okay.
So staff has recommended that the zone change be approved to commercial office.
Okay. Is the developer here, the owner?
I'd be kind of surprised if they aren't, but I didn't recognize anybody that came in. So I might not though. Masks?
Well, you're going to have,
Oh, that's right, yeah.
you're with the developer then?
Harris Architecture, not with the developer.
Okay. Would you mind
Maybe you
maybe
can-
taking some questions if we,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
So like I said, Josh with Harris Architecture, and anything that you guys need answered, I just facilitate that.
So you've tore one building down, and
The existing home that was on the lot that needs to be rezoned has been removed, and a portion of the existing, one of the older parts of the existing facility there has also been, my understanding, has been removed at this point in preparation for phase one. And phase one will be built on pretty much that site that you see highlighted there, that new, hopefully the new commercial office zone. And then the existing facility will remain in place during that phase one construction. Once phase one construction is completed, they'll move all the tenants into the new facility and remove the existing one down, the existing facility, and do phase two on that. So,
what kind of a projected time would that be?
I think that they're on a 8-9 month build schedule for phase one, and then phase two would just be following that. So,
Yeah.
depending on how everything goes on that, with their first phase, they'll build their schedule off of that.
So they will be remodeling the area that is, area that's existing right now that faces Center Street, is that right?
They'll
Oh, that'll come
essentially be
down too.
removing it, yeah. There's some really old elements in there that don't comply with the state, and so we've really been working with the state to try to just get this new facility that complies with all the new regulations, everything, and then remove that existing one, because it wouldn't be worth saving a lot of it, because
Right.
some of it's really old.
Oh, okay.
So everything to the north of your red line is in the new phase that'll be built immediately?
Yeah, pretty much that top section there that's on that hopefully new zoned parcel there. So,
Right.
yeah, just that top section on there, and then that lower one, that's just the remainder will be built in phase two.
So in the end, how much will this facility be expanded from where it is now?
Quite, the amount of beds, I'm not quite sure how many they have in there.
It's gonna jump.
Is it gonna, yeah, this actually,
I was in the overflow. Sorry, so we're at 29 beds right now. When we're all done, it'll be 44 total beds with both phases. So phase one will still be 29 beds, keep the existing amount, move everyone over, have everything approved, and then once that's all started, demo the existing building and start an additional 15 bed expansion. So the 44 in the end.
You got any exterior lighting on the north or the east of your buildings that would
Everything's been
bother
moved
any of the
except for one
neighbors?
light on 100, but we've already been talking with electrical team about getting that changed and relocated.
Okay, so
The street light's staying there, but the way to power it is being relocated.
there's no walkways around the building with lighting that would go into the windows of the existing neighbors as,
No, not changing from
Okay.
where it's been, no.
okay.
Have there been any neighbors that have raised any concerns?
No concerns raised. Everyone was curious as to what we're tearing down when we tore down the original home. They'd been there for a long time. But no one's voiced concerns, just kind of excitement about what we're doing. So.
I'd just make a comment that this facility has been in town for a long time and has served the community well. And it is exciting to see this upgraded and improved and brought up to standards. I think it's a good project.
Yeah, we'd like to be able to offer the best we can for the folks that need it, for sure. So.
It's a great location to
You bet.
invest in.
Any more concerns, questions?
We may have, we're going to go into a public hearing, and we may call on you again. What was your first name?
Cole.
Cole.
I'm the administrator of the facility. I'm not one of the owners, but
Okay.
I run the building now.
Very good. Thank you, Cole.
Thanks.
If the commissioners are all right, we'll move into a public hearing.
Yep.
Okay. So we're in a public hearing now. Is there anyone in the room that had any concerns or questions about this project? And what do we do about overflow, Kim? I guess they can't participate, correct?
Dave?
I think it's appropriate for you to invite people, maybe that are over there, if they do want to participate, offer comments to
Okay.
head over
And
when
maybe
when you're ready.
get a queue.
Okay.
Up here, since we are full, then we can shuffle.
Okay. So if we've got anybody in the overflow watching, please walk over to the main building, High Chaparral, and we'll meet you at the front door and we could kind of queue you in. Anybody in this room got any concerns with it? Neighbors? I don't know that we've had any real input from emails, et cetera, so maybe it doesn't surprise me that we've not got any comments.
It's a big improvement.
Yeah, it's a big improvement. Like John said, it's been such a great service for the community. Probably nothing but excitement.
I don't see anyone
I
coming.
don't see nobody running, wailing their arms. Okay, Kim, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, is there any other comments for Cole or Josh about this project?
I have two questions, but not for Cole and Josh.
Okay,
The right place?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are there any other nursing and rehab facilities in Spanish Fork?
Yeah, say that one more time.
Are there any other nursing and rehab facilities in Spanish Fork?
Yes, there is.
I'll bet Cole can answer that.
Not skilled nursing facilities, there's assisted living homes, but skilled nursing facilities, the next ones are going to be in Payson and in Springfield.
Okay.
Oh, so this has a different, Cole, can you come up to the mic?
Sure.
So maybe this one has a different level than some of the other,
Yeah, so you have multiple assisted living centers in Spanish Fork, like Legacy House, up Center Street and, the Utah 6. They're going to be more independent living, focused with CNA care. Skilled nursing homes are run by nurses and managed by nurses. CNAs do assist, but it is a higher level of need for medication management and things like that. So from Springville, where you have Stonehenge of Springville, and then you have Parkway of Payson, they're the only other nursing homes right in this vicinity that do the same care we do.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
great.
so-
Even more of a reason to,
Yeah.
We have a number for the public.
okay. Why don't you come on up and come up to the speaker.
It's okay.
Shauna, do you want to mention it now or?
Oh, I can wait.
Okay. Why don't you mention your name?
My name's David Bradford. I live at 88 East, 100 North,
Okay.
just right across the street from it. My concerns is, I have no problem with changing the zone on it. That, well, it used to be called Hell's Rest Home, it's Spanish Fork Rehab. Has always been a good neighbor to us.
Okay,
The concerns we have is when Brian Jack Chex Lumber built that building across the street, the city made them, told them you have to build, 25-foot setback so they're in line, it's in line with the rest of the houses and whatnot. Well, he built 10 feet off the sidewalk and right to the property line on the north side. And big, ugly, stupid building inside of a residential area just ruined that neighborhood. And I'm concerned of what kind of process or what kind of building that they're going to build here. And hopefully it's not going to be something ugly like that tin building of Texas.
okay.
So what's the setback on it, and how far is it from the property line from the house on the north side? Their parking lots and all that other stuff. How's it going to affect the traffic flow in the neighborhood?
Okay, so you're concerned about the setbacks and traffic. Dave, can you speak to the setbacks? I can see his concern. That building that he's talking about, I don't think probably would be there today, the metal building.
Not that close
Yeah.
to the road.
Not close to the road, and things change and things improve, and I can surely see his concern with those kinds of things that was maybe promised and not delivered.
So Brandon, I assume, is kind of checking me on this. 10 feet is the setback that's proposed between the building and the property to the north, and we're 15 feet from the building to 100 East.
Would that be similar to what a house would be too?
It's a little bit closer.
Little bit
Actually,
closer.
I think a home could be 20 feet from the setback, so you're 5 feet closer.
To the sidewalk?
Yep.
Okay. And then that other side, the north side's about the same, 10 foot?
10 feet, which the way the property on the other side of the property line is zoned, or how it's currently zoned, with
Okay.
it being zoned R3, the setback would just be 5 feet. So this is some more space. And
Little more space.
to be clear, this is a sizable facility, without a doubt. It is going to change, I think, the look and feel of that area. In all honesty, I think it's going to be an improvement. I think a change for the better, compared with what exists today.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the elevations have some nice character and lines and,
yeah, and maybe just for the public's benefit, Brandon, if you can
Has Dave seen those?
go to
Have you
those.
seen the elevations of what the building's gonna look like?
we're going to show it up here, Dave.
I might ask, what is the setback on the doctor's office that's there now? Will this be very similar to that, or will it be more or less? I think that, yeah, Dave, maybe you know.
Let me get precise.
The doctor's office there is a little closer, I think, than what a home would be.
No, it's actually set back about the same as
The homes?
home on the north side.
Okay.
And it's got grass and trees and all that.
Sure.
And, when the house that they tore down, had nice big old trees in it and some grass, and they always kept it immaculate. I had no problems with the way they had maintained their property.
So Commissioner Mendenhall, that setback's 15 feet. It's a 15-foot setback both to the medical office that's on the corner and the house that's currently kind of incorporated as part of the facility that's just north of that. That's also 15 feet, so that would be maintained with the addition.
Pretty similar.
Exactly.
Exact, yeah. Very good.
Yeah, that's got some nice shapes and lines and three-dimensional different materials, building materials. It's gonna be very nice. So that view in the middle there, would that be facing the south?
The one in the middle is west elevation.
West?
Is south facing Center Street.
Okay.
So the one in the middle is the long First East.
Yep, okay.
So is
All
there
right.
plans to take down the doctor's office and that other building? I know you talked about taking down, on the second phase, taking down the,
We can hear you with a TV cam.
so you talked about on the second phase, taking down the building that's facing to the west. Are they going to take down the doctor's office building also and make that all parking lot in that area, or what?
No, you can see it up there. The doctor's office stays in the bottom left corner, along with the parking that's there. Then you can see the two new buildings, basically. The Phase 1, which is on the house that just got demolished, is the northern portion. Then they'll tear down the existing building, and then they'll build the part that runs north to south, I assume. Does that sound right?
Okay.
Thank you, Dave. Shannon, John.
Oh, I was just going to ask about the zoning. The proposal is to change the zone. Is it an overlay zone? No, it's just changing. Okay.
I guess the parking stalls has all been run through the DRC and meets the standards and landscape, et cetera.
Yeah, this increases parking, right? Looks like there's an additional parking lot that's going to be there that's not there currently. That'll be nice.
Any more discussion? We'll go out of public hearing a second time. Any more discussion? If not, we could entertain a motion. Okay.
Approve the rezoning request from R3 to commercial for the Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab Zone, according to the findings and conditions in the staff report.
Okay. Got a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, thank you, Shauna. And all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Good work, Cole. Okay, the next zone change we have is Swig. I seen Brandon sneak in, but you're still going to give him
I'm closest to the mic, so.
a card. Okay.
The property that we're talking about tonight is where, just up until recently, there were some fuel pumps north of what now is Vasa, just south of Cafe Rio. That's where the applicant would like to construct. It's a drive-through establishment. They sell drinks and other, I guess, food items and that type of a thing. This is on your agenda tonight because the site currently does not meet the city's minimum requirements for parking and landscaping. So even for Vasa to be able to have located there where Fresh Market previously was, that had to receive this overlay approval because with that use as well, the situation was the same. They were deficient in those different ways. And this particular zoning mechanism, the development enhancement overlay, is a tool that the city council ultimately can use for sites where there's existing development and a proposal that's made that is deemed to be beneficial for the community in order to allow things to be approved even though they cannot meet our current requirements for different things. In some cases, it's been a setback issue. Most of the time, it's related to parking in one way or another. To date, I think the development enhancement overlay has been used 5 or 6 different times. So that's why it's on your agenda, just with this additional use to that particular site, to try to make maybe hours of discussion a little bit quicker here. We've reviewed a number of different proposed layouts for the facility, which frankly, it's a pretty simple facility. Our concern has been traffic, access management. If you can picture that existing drive aisle that will take you from 800 East to the southern edge of the building that Cafe Rio is located in at different times of the day, that gets pretty busy. We think it's only going to get busier in the future, and this site's just right adjacent to that. So We've had concerns about making that existing access onto 800 East more difficult to navigate. We're concerned about the impact that that might have on some of the businesses on site, which is largely why I think we really appreciate this particular layout. I'll try to explain this so that it makes sense, but the access to the drive-through will come from the south. So to follow the drive aisle through the parking lot, coming from the south, that's where you see the double stacked vehicles in the queue on the right side of the image. They'll proceed through the drive-through counterclockwise and then exit the drive-through also to the south. The expectation is that, at least over time, that's going to educate people to the benefits of using the other access from 800 East that's south of this. Therefore, not necessarily adding to the congestion that we have, and that, again, I think is just going to increase over time right there south of Cafe Rio. That's really been the only thing that I would say was a concern that staff and the applicant have kind of worked through. Again, we've seen a lot of different layouts for this. The property's pretty unique, and all in all, we think it is a good addition to the community and to the area. So we certainly have recommended that it be approved. With this particular layout, there are a couple of issues that the applicant still needs to work through, just related to the overall design, landscaping, and some different things like that. But at the end of the day, we think it could be a good addition to the community.
Okay. Discussion, questions from the commissioners?
So at this time, for this issue tonight, it's just the zone change that we're looking at, and then they'll come forward with their final plan on the plot later.
We have the final plan except for a landscaping plan.
Okay.
So what's included with the staff report is the final design.
Okay.
I guess everybody's a little bit anxious these days, kind of like was the case with the last project that we talked about. These folks are really, really anxious to get under construction in August. So the Development Review Committee's reviewed the site plan and has approved it, but that can only happen if the overlay gets approved. So that approval was made subject to the overlay getting approved. I don't say that to put any pressure on you relative to the recommendation that you make. I know the City Council will do what they want regardless of what has been done by the DRC. But the applicant has submitted those plans at their own risk, knowing that they can only move forward if the overlay gets approved.
But so the request tonight is for both, for the zone change and the site plan as submitted?
So the site plan doesn't come to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
That's just an administrative approval that happens with the Development Review Committee.
Very good.
And in this case, it's happened subject to the overlay getting approved.
Okay.
So tonight for you, it's just making a recommendation on
Okay.
the overlay.
What about the existing, like, tanks, and was there any underground structures that are remaining that this is going to be on top of, or they've been previously removed?
I
Or-
think they've been removed within the last few days or weeks.
Yeah, they're gone.
It happened really quick. So nothing, that I'm aware of, nothing remains.
So when this was a gas station, what was the specific zoning for when it was that, and how does that change? To me, it seems like it's about the same as if there was a gas station there, people coming in and out. Is that?
I think that's part of why we felt comfortable, recommending that the overlay be approved. The zoning, so to speak, what you'll see on the zoning map, that won't change. It's currently zoned commercial 2. That'll stay the same. When we talk about zoning, this is simply a mechanism that gives the city some flexibility to literally deviate from the typical standard zoning requirements. It's an overlay that can be applied in numerous different zoning districts, and the approval of a project with an overlay like this, or for example with the infill overlay, you've seen a few projects recently that have used that. It simply is another process that a project can go through to be approved aside from meeting expressly all of the typical zoning requirements that come into play for a particular development. So, you know, like you said, I think we agree that it's not a significant change, but any change, so this is maybe worth noting, any change of use for any part of the big center, which is how we look at it, it's really one big subject property, even though there are different pieces that are owned by different owners. As any uses change there, unless they were able to somehow make changes to meet the different requirements that we have, the fundamentals that I mentioned earlier, they would have to go back through this process again. So, I mean, let's say that Vasa leaves and somebody wants to put a movie theater there. Unless they were able to meet all those specific requirements, they'd be subject to having the city council's approval for the overlay, and if the council didn't grant that, then that particular change wouldn't be allowed. Does that make sense? So it certainly is a unique situation. We don't like to do this often, but I will say that it has enabled certain projects to happen without requiring us to do other zoning things that maybe would afford the city less oversight, an opportunity to review site-specific things that we might not really want to do community-wide. So this is really a tool that lets you and the city council view things at really a site level to decide what's best with some flexibility that otherwise you wouldn't enjoy.
So this is, the exception has to do with parking, not having enough parking, and with this kind of business, it's people coming and driving through not needing to park, and that's why it's not that big. That's why it seems like it would be appropriate.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, I mean, they would have spaces here for 3 or 4 employees, and that's about it. Yeah.
Okay.
So we are making a recommendation to the city council on this one.
Correct. Yep.
Very good.
Dave, you mentioned that there are things in place to divert traffic, both loading and unloading the drive aisle, to go to the south entrance. What are you referring to there? I mean, I see a curb that's going to force them to go around, but I don't see anything stopping anybody from coming in from the north and swinging right through
They
there.
could flip at you. if
They could.
wanted to,
Yeah.
right
It's-
there.
Is there any other means? What I'm asking is there any other means besides just signage?
It's incentive, really, is all that it would be, as a matter of convenience. For example, if the facility were inverted or mirrored,
Right.
which we've looked at probably 6 different designs that tried to figure out a way to make that work. And I think, honestly, that has been the applicant's preference. Clearly, with that layout, the
be a
most
mess.
desirable access would be the northern
Right.
entrance for a lot of different reasons. And again, I think that it might take patrons a little bit of training to realize what works best. But just as a matter of convenience, I think there's a strong likelihood people will come from the south.
There's no other curbs or islands being put through the parking lot, just the curb we see on the drive aisle.
There's nothing, honestly, I like the idea of signage, and I think that's something that we'll bring up with the applicant in terms of, trying to maybe create a particular travel pattern just with how they advertise, traffic flow on the site and that type of a thing. But beyond that, we haven't talked about anything else.
Is the developer or anybody to represent them here? Great. Thanks, Dave. We'll have you introduce yourself.
Sure. Thanks, Dave, and everyone. I'm Josh Hart. I work with Savory Management. That's the company that owns Swig, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay.
Do you have any other Swigs that are built like this and that have the curbing that'll go around like that?
So, great question. This is actually the first of kind of our new prototype. A lot of that has to do with some key operational features, as well as our ability to accommodate a greater amount of vehicle stacking.
So
This would be the first, actually. Sorry, to answer your question directly, this would be the first one.
Okay.
So the people waiting that's doubled up there, how do they determine who goes next to go single file?
You ever been to McDonald's?
It looks a lot like McDonald's.
Whoever has the bigger truck, and I understand we're in the right city for that.
Yes.
Yeah, so we actually have a different system for taking orders than a lot of other concepts. We do what's called line busting, and we have full-time, well, it's kind of like Chick-fil-A if you've seen how they do it. You're going to have employees out there full-time, and their job is to try to do exactly that. They're going to try to bust up that line. They're going to direct traffic. They're going to be taking orders in such a way that it cuts down the amount of time that a vehicle is in our queue.
Very good. Is there any provisions for patrons to go inside and order inside?
Not at this particular location.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that had to do with what David mentioned about the parking.
Yep.
So we thought, you know, we felt like it would be more appropriate to have this be a drive-through only location. There are 2 stalls that we're adding down to the south there, and we hope to be able to designate those pickup stalls, as we've seen a large uptick as of late, and even months prior to the pandemic hitting. We want to be able to accommodate customers who place online orders, phone-in orders, be able to have a couple of pickup stalls. So.
Okay. Very good.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. This is a public hearing because of the zone change. So, Commissioners, okay if we go into public hearing? Okay. We're gonna open the public hearing now. If there's anyone in this room or from overflow, please come over and address the mic.
Yeah, just give a minute.
No, I was gonna see if I could see him coming out the door.
Lots of people here, not a lot of discussion.
Everybody loves soda.
Just you wait.
Yeah. Well, if you're getting tired, you're free to go get a Pepsi or something, come back. Diet Coke, just bring one back for everybody.
There's a sip-in close.
Didn't look like we had anybody from overflow then, Kim?
No, there wasn't anybody.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing portion of this and ask commissioners if there's any other questions or comments about this.
Just that there's a lot of popularity with all the drinks.
Yeah. I'll make a comment. I remember when Vista, we did an overlay because of the parking, and I kind of was disappointed really with the outcome. I think we sacrificed some landscape that would have normally went in. I see what's being done in Canyon Creek and some of the trees and landscaping, and yeah, that's a different parking lot where Vista is at. And I think we might have maybe missed an opportunity there to make it look more modern and bring in some green space. So that's kind of a challenge here. I know you've already approved the site plan, but I see a little bit of landscaping there, but that's the part that I don't, I think we lost on the Vista overlay. Dave, I'm looking right at you, so.
This is great feedback.
Yeah, and most people are members or been out to Vista, and it's packed out there. It really is. So this will be interesting. Traffic will be a concern. It's hard to get a parking spot most hours of the day, or not most hours, when most people go,
Peak
right?
time.
Peak time.
Morning and just after work.
It crowds that parking lot clear to this north boundaries. And I don't know that I'm in favor of it for those reasons. So that's just a comment from Brad.
The intent of the overlay is for it to be a give and take. I mean, literally, and we could read the language that describes that tool from the code, but really, the word enhancement is there with the idea that if there is a deficiency, and maybe an applicant is doing something to compensate for that in one way or another. the first site that this was used for was Griffles. It was created for that, which is kind of another piece in and of itself relative to parking, but
Yeah,
for example, there, they couldn't meet the landscape requirement. So to supplement that, they added more trees than they would have been required to provide. So they couldn't provide the area of required landscaping, so they did something else to try to, again, just compensate for that. And that's the spirit that,
yeah. And that project turned out nice from a landscaping standpoint. Huge improvement for what was, grocery store there for 30, 40 years, and big improvement, more modern because of what you see in these shopping complexes nowadays. So in this situation, is there some give and take where's the give?
yeah, I'd love to hear maybe what the ideas are to, as I see it, just beautify the site. I think that's,
Is there some elevation views that, other than, I can see the building, but I don't see anything from a beautification? Come on up, absolutely, you bet.
Happy to comment.
Yeah, sell us on this.
I appreciate the concern. I mean, the last thing anybody wants is, just more asphalt, more concrete, and part of this process should be about beautification. We support that 100%. We have, I believe, submitted a landscaping plan. I know that there was discussion that maybe we hadn't.
maybe I haven't just seen it yet. That might be.
There's an elevation view in the packet of the
do have
building.
Yeah.
You want to pull that up, Brandon? That might help even.
They have a landscape plan that was submitted with the site.
It's going to be in plan view. I don't believe that we've done anything in elevation view yet with landscaping. We have a couple of different options outside of.
I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. So I was going to mention that we've taken every opportunity that we believe that we can with this site to infill with landscaping outside of what we believe is required for kind of what we've already talked about, concrete curbing to contain the vehicles, the basics, some sidewalk for the employees to utilize from the back of the building over to the menu board. And I could go point out if that would be helpful and show you where we have that slated for.
Pointers, many pointers.
You didn't have a pointer, did you, Brandon? Yeah, just our fingers?
So, again, this is a hard outside curve. It's hard to delineate that and contain the site flow and the site traffic. And then we have an inside curve that does this, that goes around the building. So we're showing landscaping here. This is sidewalk. We've got a sidewalk over to our trash enclosure. We have a sidewalk to the back of the building and over to our menu board. And then everything else here is landscaping as well. I've briefly looked at the plan, and it's a combination of some grass in this area and then planter beds here and here, and I think that's our initial recommendation. So it's not just going to be grass. We use a landscape architect that understands the good design principles, and we've had a lot of success with on other developments with them looking at your codes, seeing what's being asked for there, and then just really trying to round it all out with a good balance and a good mix. And so we'd be happy to send you something more detailed in that regard. But from a general standpoint, that's where the square footage is that we're recommending.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that helps. I actually didn't know that grass area. I thought that was from an overhead view. I thought that was part of a building.
So we do have plans for trees and shrubs. It wouldn't just be, throw grass in there and walk away.
Good.
So I assume there's access to water then for what's there right now. You're going to have to tear up very much of the asphalt to get your water lines in.
So there's I believe, a culinary meter that we're going to be coordinating the city on for the expansion to make sure that we can get access to that and possibly have that relocated. And I'm not sure I don't recall whether or not there's a irrigation separate from culinary on that we would be tying into for landscaping versus our main culinary.
Okay.
To get back to Brad's concern about parking at Vasa, is this taking away, this is going over the footprint of the gas station. We're
Yeah.
not taking away any existing parking stalls that, you're north of those two existing islands that are already there, and all the parking is to the side or below those.
Correct,
Right.
yeah. So the gas station did not go all the way to the north and align with the existing drive aisle there. There was some space there, and so we're retaining a drive aisle up against those landscaping islands, as you had mentioned, to the south. We're infilling with our portion, and then we're taking it to align with that drive aisle now. But yes, we are not.
So the parking for Vasa stays the same?
Parking count stays the same, and then we're adding our two,
Yeah.
hopefully for our use.
That drive-through area to the north of where you're at, it's probably going to be a little more narrow. Is that what you're saying, the gas station didn't quite go that far north?
So we are narrowing that up, but I've had conversations with our civil engineer about that as we've analyzed that. And I don't recall the exact width of that drive aisle, but it's substantially larger than I think what is minimally required. But again, I'm speaking to, I guess, the city's code, so I would need to fact check that. But I do recall, there's our landscaping plan. So, but I do recall that is the case, that I know it's over 30 feet, and it might even be close to 35 feet in width, that drive aisle off of 800 East.
But you're in line with
that drive approach.
You're in line with the island on that approach.
Correct.
So it doesn't get any narrower than that approach.
Correct.
It goes across the north of it behind
Yeah.
Cafe Rio.
It would probably appear narrower because the gas station wasn't going quite that
Right.
far.
Right.
There is that parallel parking from the Cafe Rio
The back of Cafe Rio.
that going to be backing into that narrower drive as well. Thanks, Brandon. Any other thoughts or concerns, commissioners?
I think that the design looks pretty good. There are a few other facilities in other towns that I've seen, not necessarily with Swig, but with other drink businesses. And this looks like probably the best one that I've seen designed. There are probably some like it, but I'm not aware of them. They're sprouting up everywhere. So the old service station that was there, I frequented it occasionally when Albertsons was there, and you know, this is a definite improvement to that.
Yeah.
And at times, you know, that got a little crazy there in that parking lot where there were a number of people that would pull their boats or trailers or their RVs, their side-by-sides and stuff in there to fuel, and they were long and kind of hung out into places. And you know, with this kind of an approach and the McDonald's style of ordering and stuff, I guess not ordering, but the queue system to get into the paying part, it looks pretty good to me. I think it's probably a good addition for that place. It's kind of interesting that the first thing that we have in this proposal, if you look at that picture, it's a pretty accurate picture of the number of cars that are in that Vista parking lot. They do extend out there and sometimes further, like you said, Brad. They go nearly to Highway 6 all the time, and probably aren't going, you know, this won't change that much. You'll probably just get a lot more people going to get a drink after they've worked out, so.
That's the hope.
Well, I figured that might be. Anyway, it looks like a good project to me.
Josh, can I just ask questions, not into the zoning, but are you literally sticking a Connex as the shipping container part of this development, or is you just making it to look like that?
So it starts at, the base is a shipping container, one trip. And so it's in excellent condition. We dress it up a lot.
Right.
We put a nice composite wood on there, we paint it, so be happy to share, you know, more
No,
of
truly
that.
great. I think that's great. I mean, we look what is happening over by
Strap
Tank, and that's going to be a good looking facility. I mean, I'm not against that. I just think it's a great idea to reuse that, actually.
Oh, thanks.
Will it come bare, or are you going to start fitting it out before it even drops on site?
Yeah, so we've researched, like we've R&D'd all over the country, and we actually ended up settling on a local fabricator, which we're very excited about. Not local to Spanish Fork, but in Salt Lake City. And so by the time that's finished being fabricated and it leaves, it will be ready to drop and be permanently anchored to the slab, to the site, to its foundation. And it will have everything other than some insulation and membrane on the roof tied in with the mechanical units on the roof, but everything else is in there ready to go. So the modularity of the model for us is very exciting, especially as we're looking at outside markets and stuff. So you made reference to the one in Springville?
Yeah.
That, I agree with you, is very cool. It's kind of got that vintage, like rusted look. Ours is very polished. It's
Yeah.
very, yeah,
It's a good
very
observation,
comparable to
Tom.
what you would get if you weren't using shipping.
How will the city, and again, this is off topic from zoning, but how will the city be doing, and if you're having some of that manufactured in Salt Lake, will there be inspections done in Salt Lake?
They typically are done in Salt Lake, and they provide certificates,
Certificates, so
and that's
just like a modular home?
just like a modular home.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, we use an inspector that has, I think, like 30 years with Davis County, and he's licensed and stuff, so he'll send that card.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, commissioners, anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that the Planning Commission recommends the zone change for the proposal, for the development enhancement overlay be applied to the site located at 732 North, 800 East.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good job on that motion, Shauna.
I'm new at this.
You did very good.
Thanks.
Shauna is one of our newer members of the commission. Glad to have her with us. It's a little nerve-wracking, to say the least, isn't it?
It's really something.
At least for the first year. Okay, that is all the zone changes, I believe. We are now getting to the general plan amendment. These are going to also be public hearings. The first one, the name is Vista View. And Dave, looks like you're ready to go on this.
Yes. The subject property here is just about 15 acres. It's right next to the neighborhood Walmart, the one that's over near the intersection of Spanish Fork Parkway and US Highway 6. It's just west of that, outlined there in the yellow. The property currently has some pretty unique zoning. The bottom part of it is zoned R3, and the remaining part of it, probably the remaining, I would guess 5/6 or so, is zoned Urban Village Commercial, which is a fairly unique zone. It's intended to encourage a particular kind of mixed-use development, residential and commercial. The commercial part is requisite with that zone, and the residential is, I think, just kind of by way of the intent of the zone, is almost intended to be kind of a bonus that a developer could get if they followed the provisions that are outlined in that UVC zoning district. Because it's kind of a unique zone, I printed off just an excerpt from Title 15, and you all have a hard copy of that in case you want to flip through the provisions of that zoning district. But that's why the proposal is before you tonight. Ultimately, the applicant would like to have the zoning changed to some zoning districts that are a little bit more common. The residential 4 zone, they'd like to have perhaps maybe 5/6 of the property zoned residential 4, which is a fairly new zone. It allows for the highest density that's permitted in Spanish Fork. That would be the southern majority of the property, and then on the northern part closest to US Highway 6, they've requested a commercial zone for that part there, with the idea that it potentially would be developed, I think most likely with some kind of professional office use. Given the current general plan designation for the property, which is commercial, Staff would not support a change to the R4 zone, simply because it would not be consistent with what we can see here on the general plan map. Everything in red there, that's all a commercial designation. So in order for the applicant to ultimately get to a point to where they could apply, actually they've applied, but to get to the point to where they potentially could have a favorable recommendation from staff to have the zoning changed, the general plan would need to be amended. And in this case, the proposed amendment would be to change from this commercial designation to high density on the southern part of the property. And that's really it. The remaining part would remain, or the northern part would remain commercial. Does that make sense? Everybody, just relative to the kind of how it came to be on your agenda tonight?
Yes.
And maybe let me just
The
describe.
northern part that stays commercial is this crosshatch part on our.
That's the proposal, exactly, yep. Now, just maybe to back up one step and to talk about this request with the general plan. The general plan is an advisory document, so when we look at the map that the council has adopted as the general plan, it's not law. Again, it's a guide that's intended to describe what ultimately land uses in Spanish Fork will be. We talk about it sometimes as maybe being a blueprint for the law, which in this case, when we talk about land use, zoning is the law. So I'll just reiterate it one more time. What's before you tonight, it's not a zone change application, but rather just an amendment to that advisory document. That being said, I don't want to downplay it. We've advised the applicant to go through this process in steps with the idea that if the Planning Commission and City Council aren't comfortable with amending the general plan, particularly given the level of detail that the applicants provided as to what their ultimate plans for the property are, then there's no need to require them to make the very significant investment that would have to be made in order for staff to feel comfortable recommending that a zone change would be approved. You guys generally see full-blown plans for projects, particularly residential projects, when we talk about zone changes, and we do that for some very specific reasons. So this is, I think, really out there to gain an understanding as to what the Planning Commission and City Council are comfortable with, given what is permitted in the urban village commercial zone, in that R3 zone that's also part of the project today, or part of the zoning of the property today, and that they're really not significantly different from what's being proposed. The urban village commercial zone allows for up to 12 units to the acre, in addition to a commercial component of a development. So therefore, something that would be north or higher than 12 units to the acre in terms of an overall density that somebody could have on the property, I think, if we looked at it in a certain way. It's been very easy for staff to look at this and be comfortable with it. Now, that being said, this really is about the Planning Commission and City Council's vision for the future. And I think that's everything I have.
Dave, can you remind me, R3, how many units to the acre?
12.
And urban village is 12 as well.
Urban village is 12. It's a really unique 12. Let's just maybe say 12, though, for the sake of describing it.
Okay, so the way this piece of property is zoned as of today, maximum units they could put is 12 to the acre throughout this entire
Correct.
area.
Which is what the zoning is for the townhomes that are on the other side of Spanish Fork Parkway.
So the edge,
The modern ones
the
that are.
edge developments that
Yeah,
we're talking
that's developed at about 11.5 units to the acre, I think.
And the exception to that with the urban village is then you can also add in commercial.
Yes, and I'd add to that, not only can you add the commercial, but it's kind of a catch. And I'll let the applicant speak for himself, but as we've talked with probably dozens of people about developing this property in the last 15 years, literally, the catch is that commercial development, a commercial component of a project has to exist day one. So without that part of a project, you can't develop any residential units. And as I think we're kind of seeing now with the center that's being developed just north of Walmart, this area is still pretty green when it comes to being ready to accommodate non-residential development, retail, office, whatever it might be. So that's been a hang up certainly for people in terms of being able to move forward. Certainly what you said I think is true. It's 12 units the acre, in addition to that commercial part.
Does it demand that does the model of the commercial on the bottom floor and then the units on the top with that urban style?
It allows for that, but it also allows for segregated construction, standalone non-residential buildings and standalone residential buildings. You could do either.
Projects with a residential component will be required to have at least 30% of the project's total building square footage dedicated to commercial.
So what they're
Yeah,
asking
30%.
for is that we just remove the commercial part of this.
But for the northern, I would guess
other
maybe
than the
2 or
northern
2.5 acres there.
the central
Exactly,
part.
yeah.
The removal of tying it to each building. So the
Not to
UBC
each building, but to that whole middle section, right? There will be no commercial in that middle section.
With what has been proposed thus far, that's correct, yes.
The UBC requires that for each building, there be a percentage of that building that would be commercial or retail with the residential in some aspect combined with that building.
Honestly,
Right.
I think we view it differently.
That's
That
what
as
it
long
says.
as the overall, does it say per building? That's the part that
It says,
maybe I'm misremembering.
project's total building square footage dedicated, 30% of the project's total building square footage dedicated to commercial or office use. So maybe it's not, maybe it's total building square footage
So-
for the project.
Yeah, maybe to just use round numbers, somebody to put 70,000 square feet of residential space in a project would have to have 30,000 square feet of non-residential development happen at the same time. And really, and I don't mean to speak for this particular applicant at all, but I think it's that connection to the timing that's tough to force. The idea that land would be set aside, which I think is really the proposal that's before you tonight, for some future commercial development, with the idea that the residential part would happen first. That's generally how things work. Generally, the commercial tends to follow the residential development, and that certainly I think is part of a discussion about the general plan timing. Is this the right time to consider a change? Any one of a number of other things that you might think are relevant decision drivers for this kind of a proposal.
What was the reasoning to have this be zoned urban village commercial to begin with?
Yes, my predecessor that did that, and I can only speculate, honestly, except that the development that would result if somebody followed the provisions of the urban village commercial zone, I think would be elegant. I think it would create, for example, the Riverwoods, maybe just to talk in those terms. And frankly, I think that probably was something of a model for this zone. This zone was created when the Riverwoods in Provo was under construction. I know from what my colleagues and I were talking about back then that was certainly in vogue. Everybody was trying to create a mechanism to allow for that kind of development in their community, or to encourage it even. So I think the idea of being able to build a neighborhood that's walkable, that has mixed uses, to where even you might be able to have live-work type space, where somebody might have a townhome and you live in the upper couple floors of the townhome and you've got your office on the ground level floor. Those are some of the types of things that urban village commercial zone expressly describes. But inasmuch as that was really in vogue 20 years ago and certainly has been since, we haven't seen that kind of development pattern really take off yet through much of Utah County. And that might be a function of timing still too, so.
So we're not talking about any zone change tonight, other than what they may want to do in the future. What we're going to be making a motion on is just the general plan amendment, right?
Yeah,
So looking at the general plan, as of today, everything in this area, other than that bottom piece, well, even the bottom piece, what's the general plan of the bottom piece? I didn't know.
It's all commercial.
So it's all commercial. So that commercial piece, when was the general plan changed? Because that R3, did that come after?
That
How is
R3
different
was
than commercial?
before, which is why that zoning exists.
So why didn't they change the zoning on that at the same time they made that general plan change?
Simply because we don't work that way. Honestly, the general plan will get updated and then zoning gets changed to be consistent with the general plan when we get to points like we're at right now
Or the
with this.
property owner wants to do
Exactly,
something.
when somebody wants to at least change zoning.
So looking at the general plan and the zoning that's there currently, you've got R3 at the bottom, which fits within the high-density general plan that they're wanting to do, basically, right? Or it could.
It's not, I would say, a significant deviation from
Yeah,
what.
it's pretty close to what they would already be asking for in the future, so that's not an issue. You've got the northern piece that is currently UVC that they're going to make commercial anyways, so that falls within, and we wouldn't be changing, I guess would we be changing the general plan for that piece as well? If it's already going to be commercial, we don't need to touch it, right?
Correct.
So in reality, we're only talking about the middle portion, the middle property of this development that needs to be changed.
For the general plan, it'd be the southern, like I said, I would guess it's probably 5/6 or so of the property.
So the commercial.
We'd also change the general plan for the part, I'm sorry, that's zoned R3 now
We
as
would
well,
then.
just to make that
So we would
consistent.
change it from commercial, or I guess it's UVC right now as well?
Well, for the general plan, the change would just be from commercial to high-density residential. So that red that we see
So
on the
then it
general.
would be in accordance with the zoning that is.
So then, right, so that's how then those two documents would be made consistent for that southern
So
part.
do you know if the development plan that they've got here, if you looked at just the portion that sits on that R3, would they be able to build what they've proposed currently on the R3 zone?
No, no.
How much over are they for what they're proposing?
Something like 5 or 6 units to the acre.
Going from 12 to 18, right?
Yeah.
It's a big change.
That's probably 50 units for the whole development,
Yeah.
somewhere.
How many units is proposed in this type of a drawing?
194?
So that R3 zone
What'd you say?
is in the general plan commercial.
What it says.
It's looped in with the commercial part.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
for the current general plan.
So
Okay.
So we could change this, but then if they actually want to develop this plan, we're then going to need to change the zoning on that R3 piece in the future to what they want, which is R4. And the city, you're saying, is not recommending that take place?
Staff's comfortable with this particular proposal here. Certainly, there are issues that still need to be addressed. That's typically part of some type of a site plan approval process or plat approval process. And usually, with residential projects, those approvals come through concurrently with a proposed zone change. So inasmuch as the applicant has provided quite a bit of detail, I think, to try to paint a picture of what they ultimately would like to do here, which has been at the recommendation and I'd say insistence of staff, so that you understand what their ultimate goal is. They would have to invest for this project tens of thousands of additional dollars in architectural plans, engineered plans, fully designed
Yeah, that's a lot.
landscape plans, different things like that, to get to the point to where they could come back before the Planning Commission for the zone change. So really, to maybe try to be more straightforward, the question I think before the commission tonight is, how comfortable do you feel ultimately with this? So regardless of the zoning specifics and that type of a thing, if you have concerns about this, then I would even ask on behalf of the applicant, and they might not appreciate this, but I would hate to see them, be encouraged to move forward with something like this and to make that additional investment just to have it stop with the zone change, if that makes sense. That's really part of the benefit that I see in having these different incremental steps that we can go through when you consider something like this.
Do these units have garages, or is the parking all exterior?
Garages.
I say this more than I maybe should, but again, we've used Outlook on the north end of our main street, just on the other side of the city boundary in Springville, as a model for projects like this. So in essence, every building on the ground floor level is 50% residential space and 50% garage space.
Okay.
Like I said a minute ago, this is still a little bit conceptual, so I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are here, but we're looking for 80% of the units to have access to one of those garages attached to the building, which is one of the, I would say, fundamentals that got incorporated into the R4 zone when it was created just a few years ago. That's a priority, I would say, for the city, making garages available, but yet not a dominant architectural feature, for a neighborhood like this.
Kevin, it says that there are 175 garages, a total of 490 parking spaces.
It's a lot of parking. I do like that the parking's all on the interior, so similar to Outlook. Hopefully you wouldn't see too many of those garages and parking stalls as you're on the main roads. So that's one added feature. Density is high though. Is there anything between the R12 and the R18, which R4, but R3 and R4, I guess there's not. Seems like a big jump to go from 12 to 18.
I'm trying to not make this sound more complicated than it needs to be, but then when we talk about zoning, so let's say that the general plan were to get amended to create that opportunity for somebody to apply for the R4 zone. The reason that we require people to submit a site plan or a plat to have that reviewed with the zone change is that ultimately the city council can say yes or no to a zone change with all kinds of discretion. So that's when there might be negotiation. R4 zone, we understand that allows for up to 18 units to the acre, but no, that's not an appropriate number here, and it's not uncommon. And we don't have a lot of experience with this kind of development, right? But it's certainly not uncommon in other communities where projects go through that review process for a planning commission to continue something, to have it modified, changed. Sometimes that involves, density being reduced and those types of things. Again, I'm not trying to give you a more complicated answer, but the city wouldn't be obligated to approve a project for that upper end of the density range until the zoning is in place. And once that happens, the situation's very different. The city is obligated, if somebody meets all of the criteria in a zoning district,
they're
then
allowed to do it.
they have that opportunity to, exercise that right as fully as they want to, but which is exactly why we hang on to that zone change up until we're certain that people are comfortable with the proposal.
So in layman's terms, because I'm new, is R3 more typically townhomes, condo types, and R4 is more apartment style buildings?
And maybe I'd let the applicant even address that, but in my experience, you really don't in Utah see side-by-side multifamily building townhomes where you don't have different units or homes stacked on top of one another until you get to something that's above 12 units to the acre. So I think that literally is kind of that breaking point between where you'd see a townhome type of an arrangement and some type of a stacked flat kind of a housing style.
And that's what we're looking, that's what that's what the developer would like to do.
Correct, yep.
We want to talk about Highway 6. Would the developer be a part of the road, putting that road in?
That's a great thing to talk about. And again, as city staff, we have a fairly unique, I think, perspective sometimes on proposals like this as we see them. We are always anxious to get needed infrastructure constructed. So one of the things that we like about the idea of this property developing certainly is that 900 South would be basically finished. That's the road that's on the south side of the neighborhood Walmart. That would be finished over to the southwest corner of this project where the roundabout's shown here, and a connection would be made down to Canyon Road. That in and of itself is not going to help alleviate traffic over on Spanish Fork Parkway, which I think is a concern to a lot of people, including city staff. But that and improvements that would be required, they would have to happen along the western boundary of this property to construct a pretty significant road up there. And I'll say this, but this is no guarantee at all. It would be a significant step towards getting an additional connection to US 6 made. It would be our goal, if this were built, that road were constructed, in particular along the west boundary then, to kind of double down in conversations that we're already having with UDOT about both permitting the construction of an additional access onto US 6 and helping with the funding of that project. And maybe to put one other thing about that in context, I think today the soonest that would happen, given how projects like that get funded, probably would be like 2024, 2025. So we're not saying overnight. So there I'll say the same thing that I say a lot of times, which is that particularly with traffic, things get worse before they get better. But the city or UDOT, any groups like that, we do very, very little road construction. We rely on development to construct roads. And again, that there's an upside and a downside, I think, from a timing perspective to that. So.
Well, why don't we hear from the developer? Thanks, Dave.
Brad Morgan with Art City Investments. So this project obviously has a ton of moving pieces. We've been talking about a few of them in the meeting here. A couple things to clarify. The property in its current zone does allow for the 12 units an acre with about 35% additional bonus for commercial. Our layout, if you take the full acreage and divide it out just like the Village Commercial has, we're at 12.8 total density plus commercial. So slightly over what is currently allowed, but not 18. And if you take the density based on there's 3 acres of commercial, 12 acres of actual residential, divide that out, we're at 16 units an acre and not at the 18. So we're on all of those, we're under the density that's allowed there. But if you compare apples to apples on the Village Commercial density at 12 plus commercial versus what we're proposing, we're at 12.8, so not significantly more. Even though it feels like more because it's more condensed. A couple things to consider. I'll try and remember the questions you guys were having as we're going through this a little bit, but it's very difficult in resident. These are going to be for sale product, not apartments. If it was apartments, intermingling the commercials much easier. When you try and do a residential development with commercial, financing becomes very difficult to get for someone buying a condo or a townhome. They don't like to have those intermixed within the project. So it's easier to take a project like this and just basically subdivide it and say, this area is a commercial sector, this area is a residential sector, And, I don't know if Brandon can pan through, but some of our slides kind of show the connectivity between the two projects. It's very walkable, very open. We're only proposing 20% commercial instead of the 35% of the square footage, which is going to allow for more open space within the project, just because we're not trying to get as much commercial. It's about 1.5 acres less of commercial than we would be able to get in the current zone. The large thing with this is we're just basically redistributing where the commercial goes, where the residential goes. So that's some clarification there. Usually when we do developments like this, the biggest concern, the biggest question that comes up is definitely traffic flow and parking. Those are the two things that we get hit with the most. What we've committed to with the city is all of our exterior connector roads are pretty massive on this project, to be honest. They're pretty good size. Instead of doing those in phases, our project's going to put all of those roads in probably well over $1 million, in the first phase to get the connectivity from 750 to Canyon Road out to the other roundabout, just so there is people moving before we even have residents in the project there.
That's good.
Parking, we're overparked. We could reduce some parking in there. We're above what the requirements from the city are, so we could pull out some and put more open space in, but we feel with the layout that's there, how it's designed, it seems like with multifamily you can never have enough parking, so we're pretty comfortable with that and with how it's laid out. And so with the underlying zone of the village commercial essentially in the R3, it seems like it's significantly different. On the general plan, it certainly feels like it's significantly different going from commercial to a multifamily, but the underlying zones that already are approved are pretty much in step with this. We're just switching up how the project is actually developed, how it's going to flow. Our commercial on Highway 6, to us, just makes a lot more sense than trying to tuck it by the roundabout or in different areas. We're doing professional office, so it'd be like dentists, doctors, those sort of things that would want their own space there. It just makes a lot more sense for them to be out on the highway where they can have signage, they can be seen, people can get through. We have a punch through that goes through to the Walmart in 2 different areas so that traffic can kind of connect back and forth in both those projects, so that largely they can flow back and forth. And our hope is with this project getting the main mag connector roads through and that roundabout, that it does facilitate the vision, for the city's benefit to be able to say, we now have this, we now have these connector roads going through, we need to push hard to get the other connection into Highway 6. It's as valuable to us as anybody else to get that. I don't know, did you get the mag slide that I sent? Because it shows it a little bit better. I don't know if you have that. I sent it today, yeah, a little bit late. But it was the one that you guys sent us that shows the actual connector where it'll go into Highway 6 and how it pertains to the project. I think it's nice to see, just because, again, I know that probably in large part the majority of the questions or concerns are going to be based on traffic and based on parking. So this slide right here is ultimately the big picture for traffic flow for this part of town. And the roundabout at the top right is the one that we'd be adding. You can see the main connector going from north to south through our project. That's what we'll be installing. And then ultimately from there, it just goes down to another roundabout, and then you can see the punch out to Highway 6. So, our hope is in getting those main roads on our project installed early, getting them in. It gives some motivation to get the other traffic and stuff completed there. But outside of that, it's 192 units of residential. It is for sale product, 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom condos with garages. We're going to try and hit a price point on the 2-bedroom units of under $200,000 to provide some affordable housing. The 3-bedroom units will probably be $240,000s, $250,000s around there. But just something that's really nice, something that gives an opportunity for home ownership. Housing's very expensive. I've been doing real estate for 20 years, and the townhomes that used to be $150,000 are now $300,000. They're just very, very expensive. So this will hopefully give an opportunity for people that are seeking out this sort of housing to be able to have a place to live. It's an excellent location. And we do feel like with the main road and the Walmart there, it's a buffer on both sides that hopefully doesn't dramatically impact any residents in the current scenario outside of traffic. And from there, our goal is probably phase it out at 1 building per phase. There's 8 buildings total. We'd probably just do one at a time and kind of mull through there. Our commercial product will be a for sale product as well. So as we get clients, we'll put the infrastructure in there and develop and build out buildings in the commercial arena.
Brandon, is it possible to look at the proposed development that's directly east of this? I'm just curious how the roads line up. Like looking at the commercial, you've got a little narrow road coming into the commercial from the east. I'm wondering what that connects to with the development that's going in north of Walmart. Is it possible to see? And it's kind of putting you on the spot. I'm just curious, what are you driving through to be able to get to that entrance for the commercial from the east side?
Yeah. We have two. We have a main road that goes in. If it doesn't fall in a place that's going to accommodate, or if it's not wanted, then we would probably convert that to a cul-de-sac at that point.
Does the residential road on the east line up with that road that's directly north of Walmart?
The one that's to the east?
So you've got a road, so you've got basically two roads, one that cuts through your residential and then one that comes through the commercial on the north part. So that residential road that runs east to west, does it line up directly with the road that's north of the Walmart?
So does it?
On the north
It
side.
looks like it does.
No.
Not the road that's just north of Walmart, but rather to a drive aisle that's in the project just north of Walmart, if you will. So it would be north of that. When we say road, it's really a driveway on the north side of Walmart.
So how, if you've got, this is obviously a huge density, a lot of cars, a lot of people, how's that going to affect the traffic going through that driveway? With that going from what looks like a public road to not necessarily a public road. I'm just curious how that's going to look.
So I'd answer that maybe like the question Commissioner Mitchell raised about Swig and what would encourage people to use one route versus another. Getting through this parking lot, which is really how things would work. I know, Brandon, maybe you could point even to where we think that road would tie in. This is not going to be a very convenient way for somebody to get from the apartments to 2550 East. But we don't want people to have to drive all the way to the west and back down around to 9th South to come back on 2550 East, maybe to come back in to get to this development. So that connection, we think, is important to just try to limit those local trips to something that's as close and convenient as it can be. When this project was approved, they granted an access easement that would allow for that connection. And at least to some extent, they view that connection as a positive, and they like the idea of additional patrons coming to the site. So.
They like the idea of people turning off, taking a right hand by the gas station and cutting
Going
through their
west.
parking lot into their residential area.
That's my understanding.
And to go to that point, that's why the road that is the dividing one between the residential is going to be a full-blown, full-width city street. So it's not going to be a drive-through of any of the parking lot of the residential. It's going to be, a dedicated road that runs through there. So it'll be able to take the impact of any traffic that comes through. At the residential, or at the commercial, at the top left, you'll see a small pop-through. That's, the one we're kind of talking about, that's largely for convenience to get people back and forth through there. Is there going to be some shortcutting for people that don't want to go to the roundabout potentially? You can do some traffic control with speed bumps, different things like that to accommodate the traffic flow through there. But the one that does divide the project in half is designed to take that traffic flow for people going through.
So you're hoping then that the majority of the traffic uses the western entrances?
Yeah, to the commercial or to the residential?
Both, basically.
Yeah, so I mean, the goal with this is the road flow, right? That they're going to come in on the, on the side of Walmart, hit that roundabout and come into the project. That's the goal, to get almost all the traffic into the project. Now, if they want to make trips back and forth to the grocery store, over to the commercial that's over there, they would be welcome to use that, would more than likely use that center section to pop through. To utilize that, it would make a lot of sense to circle back around. One thing I found interesting is some of the residents that are on 750 at the top part. I haven't driven it personally, but I kind of mapped it, and it seems to be to get from there over to Walmart, something like a 2-mile drive. And it's within throwing distance to get there. this will solve that problem. You know, it'll get people there much quicker. Hopefully also with emergency vehicles and stuff, any, you know, main collector roads we can get through are gonna kind of facilitate stuff from the fire station and stuff there to that area. There's pros and cons for sure, but we feel like with this project, with the layout, we're definitely not shooting for the moon on density. We're just relocating where density goes on the commercial and on the residential.
Brad, what projects have you done locally that would be
we
similar
just-
to this maybe?
Yeah, so we just finished up one, if you're familiar with Springville on 4th South. If you head into town before you go over the second overpass, on the right-hand side, there's some clustered buildings right there.
Yep.
We just did that one. We just finished up in Heber, 120 units, very similar up there. And they're a little new to the multifamily situation, and it was
Well-
great. We were
What was the density in the one in Springville?
12, and same in the one in Heber, 12, yeah.
Okay.
We've got one in Ogden that's 40 units to the acre, and so it really depends on what the zoning is, what the need is. They need a lot more studios and one-bedrooms in Ogden than obviously Spanish Fork does. But for this project, we felt like there is an overwhelming, yeah, that's the project right there in the middle. You can see kind of the Arch project if you want to zoom into it there. So that's one we did on 4th South. But in Spanish Fork and South County in general, there is just a demand for affordable, the whole state, there's a demand for affordable housing. But we just feel like with offering 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units with garages is going to be very unique. And to be able to hit a price point under $200,000 is going to be very desirable. And so we feel like with what we're bringing to it, and with there's no commercial in this area. There's nowhere for a doctor or a dentist to set up and do shop within all of these residents that are in that area. They have to go down further into town. There's a little place on Center Street that they can get into. But as far as a local, you know, someone that wants to be in the residential area, that's our vision with the commercial spaces, getting those in there. It's more of a destination commercial where they don't have direct access off of Highway 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, commissioners? Right now, with you?
Yeah, for right now. So this will come up again in the future. I guess maybe, Dave, does it make more sense to talk about elevations and architecture at this point, or when the actual proposal zone change comes up?
We would love to hear any suggestions, recommendations, concerns that anybody has about any part of this. I think the applicant would as well. If the general plan amendment is approved, we certainly then would want to have everything designed so that you're as comfortable with it as it possibly could be when they come back through for the zone change. So
I'm wondering about if you change the density to what it is in Springville, the R12, how will that change your price points?
So it changes it maybe 5%, or that's a kind of a loaded question, but if we lost, we have 13 acres we're doing residential, so if we are losing a unit an acre, 13 acres, it's 3/4 of a building. You know, I don't know what that really, the garages are very expensive to do the tuck under garages that we have designed. Our Springville project and our Heber project do not have tuck under garages, just because it is expensive to do. Because you lose units and you still have to do some of the surface parking requirements. But with the R4 zone that we're applying for, it's a mandate. We have to do the tuck under garages. We have to make it have certain characteristics on the outside of the building, stuff like that. Any other questions?
Kevin, did you have any comments on the?
Yeah, Brandon's going to bring up, I'm just curious if your end product is what you're actually going to build is what we're looking at here.
Yep, very similar. So we're with Dave. We really like the Outlook project that's there in Springville. I live in Springville, lived there for a long time. This project was kind of going through, and we've done a few different projects there. So it's going to have a hint of that. But overall, to answer your question, it's going to be very, very similar to these renderings. That's why I went through the time and effort to create this. We wanted to create a look, if you flip through the panel, of you know, how the roundabout's going to be, the marquee signs, how the marquee at the commercial is going to be, how it's going to flow, what the landscaping layout's going to be, how the residential open space and trail systems are going to flow into the commercial space. We have gathering areas in the commercial space as well as the residential space to accommodate them. So there, this is outlook right here. You can see their buildings kind of line the streets a little bit, and all the parking and everything is just tucked behind. So when you're going through the project, it feels very clean, feels very smooth, feels nice. It's a nice project.
That's the same density, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what they ended up on their density. This is apartments here, so they may have some one-bedroom units in there,
Okay.
so they may even have more density. We're not doing any studios or only 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. We just don't feel there's a market or a need for the 1-bedrooms right now in a resale product.
I see.
That one's the one in Orem by the,
That one's in Spanish Fork, right at the end of your main
Past
street.
the airport,
oh, right, okay.
right across the border. So these aren't apartments, these are all,
For sale product, yeah. And we do apartments. We do apartments for sure.
But these are
But these are not, yep. Yeah, the one in Ogden's apartments, the one on 4th South in Springville we built to hold just as apartments. Our Heber product was a resale, this is a resale. We've done some other projects like that, but this is a resale product.
can you tell me what materials you plan on using for your?
Yeah, so really similar to the materials we used on our 4th South project there in Springville, which is largely hardy board and stone with some brick and stucco accents to it. The hardy board seems to hold up a little bit better, so we kind of get a good mix of different building materials.
So for a for sale project, that's what I would call a condo.
Right, yep.
And would you have a homeowners association and stringent rules and CC&Rs that would keep the consistency for upkeep and standards for how this is all going to stay?
Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit, is they're semi-ridiculous. They're really difficult to get with the state. But with that, you have bylaws, restrictive covenants. They have their dues. They can be assessed fine if they're not paying their dues. But they're largely responsible, once it's turned over to them, to fund their own projects, snow removal, upkeep of the yard. So we have actually tests that we have done, surveys, studies, that will say this unit's going to cost this much to maintain. How does that divide amongst your units? So we largely subsidize that in the first phases. As we go through, like the clubhouse and the splash pad will likely be in our first or second phase, but we'll only have 30 people paying for it. So they'll have more time in it, we'll have more expense. So we subsidize that as we're going through the project with an end goal of when it's done, excluding the commercial, but the residential self-feeds its own requirements, and they'll have HOA president and everything like that.
Right. In a situation like this, I could see a lot of people buying it for an investment and turning it into a rental.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have stringent CC&Rs and an HOA that is active and keeps things up, I could see this being a sustainable a development that would stay looking nice and
that's a good point. So we have a law firm here locally that drafts up our restrictive covenants, and a lot of places will get heavy into the rental side of things, but it makes it non-warrantable. It makes it difficult to get a loan, the same as the commercial. So there's lots of stuff you have to take into consideration. FHA does not want you to go over 50%, but you cannot discriminate if someone gets deployed. They can rent their unit. There's people that certain situations where they rent. So we keep our restrictions typically between 40 and 45%
of
to
the
allow
people that can rent.
at the maximum.
Gotcha.
Like up in our Heber project, we expected a lot to be rentals up there. We ended up in like the high 30s there. We didn't hit our maximums. So we mandate that when they sign a contract with us, they have to sign in writing as part of the contract, you intending to occupy or rent. They have to go through, if they are going to rent, they have to go through an approval process through a board. There's processes and stuff. So we're a little picky on those things. Because if I'm doing a $40 million project and halfway through I can't get loans on it, it creates a massive problem. So we're very strict on making sure that it's done in a proper way.
Does every unit have a balcony?
Every unit will, no, not true. So on the ends of the units, the middle units on the ends, we're still in that design process, but the end units are the 2-bedrooms. So there's 3 2-bedroom units. So we could fit a balcony for sure. Is it aesthetically pleasing? That's what we're trying to decide. Ideally, yes, everybody wants outdoor space. They want a space they can just go out and get away, especially today.
What are the depths of your balconies that you're looking at?
So some balconies, they're going to stagger a little bit. 6 to 8 feet is pretty typical for a balcony like that. We do CDX board with a membrane on our balconies. They're not a Trex. Like I think Outlook is a decked balcony with no soffit or flashing or anything like that. The decking we do is the CDX ply with a overlay of membrane with the soffit and fascia under it. Keeps it waterproof for the other levels below it, instead of it snowing on the first level and having that water drip through the other levels. So
We've had this conversation in the past about a little bit of an argument. Bruce used to bring it up a lot. Dave, you're in favor of balconies. You like them, right? As compared to just a 2 foot of space to basically what they did at the Reese Apartments is compared to a full balcony. There are pluses and minuses to both. When I drive through Provo and I see some of the college housing and the balconies, a lot of what you see are barbecue grills and bikes, and blankets and everything else. And so I'm just wondering, how is that going to look on this main road? It's going to be a pretty busy road. Are there balconies that are going to face the west and are going to face that road?
yeah, so I can answer a couple of questions. As a matter of fact, if you can drop the little Google guy on that Springville project, you can kind of see the balconies there. But in our restrictive covenants, to go to your point, the restrictive covenants, the one on 4th South, our restrictive covenants, we definitely don't allow barbecuers on decks, fire hazard for sure. So that's restricted, as well as bikes, even in the building. So if they have a very expensive bike, they have to maintain that somewhere else. We provide lots of bike racks, different things like that on the facility. Each building's going to have its own bike rack, lots of kids, lots of bikes. But as far as our breezeways are usually enclosed, as you can see on that building right there. They're heated and cooled for the most part. Just a little bit different facility. So when you go into the buildings, and I don't know if these will be the exact same way or not, where we're not that far along, they're finished, they're carpeted, they're done, and so it's just a little bit different feel that way. But this is the one we did here in Springville. You can zoom in on those balconies and see they're large. I mean, they can definitely fit some. These balconies are probably 16 by 8 is what I would guess the size of these are. So not quite as deep as a bedroom, but very good size. They can put lawn furniture out there, plants, stuff like that.
Do you know what the HOA fees are in places like this?
This one, we're 143 on this one.
Per month?
We're about 180 in Heber, because they have some more snow removal in Heber than we do here. So.
How many different colors are you looking at?
A lot of that's going to be dependent on staff. Typically, we stick to 4. If they're wanting a more dramatic look or a more dramatic feel along that boulevard coming through, mixing up the colors doesn't really cost anything, to do that way. And so if it's something from staff's point of view that they feel, hey, we'd like a theme, we can keep them all the same like we did on this project here, or hey, we'd like to mix it up so it feels a little different. We're open to those things. We don't have much opposition to mixing up if they wanted a different feel that way.
So Dave, staff would make sure they follow the architecture guidelines that we put in place.
That's the easy part. Yeah, when it comes to color and,
Materials,
with a project
color.
like this and the zone change,
4-sided architecture.
you can even require things that are above and beyond those basics. So, but yes, those are minimum requirements that have to be met.
And we provide a color palette for the exterior with the name brand of the paint that we're using, the coat of the paint color is very, very detailed because we provide that to our subcontractors as well. So when this comes through for a final, it's going to be way more detailed than what we have here today. It's going to explain everything out in as much detail as you need to have.
Are there tennis courts in the courtyard? Is that what?
So tennis courts are kind of old school, so pickleball.
Pickleball.
Yeah. So we do have
That
a
would be
sand.
my suggestion.
Yeah, if you look in the middle there, we do have a sand volleyball court and a pickle court back to back. We feel like they marry well. People that are doing pickleball large are going to want to go over and participate in volleyball. And then the other side of the facility, we have more of a gathering area, splash pad, clubhouse. Probably envision, more families there maybe, I don't know if I can even say it anymore, but more grouping of children and stuff that way versus on the other side might be more of a mingling. We don't do any outdoor lighting for the pickleball or the volleyball or anything. Like when it's dark, you're done. We have CCNRs that when it's dusk, you're done, but we don't provide any outdoor lighting for any of our facilities like that.
I like that. I think I'm out of questions.
Good questions.
Huh?
Good questions, all of you.
They were good.
Yeah. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to probably call on you again. So this is going to be a public hearing portion. We're going to We're going to do it a little different tonight on our public hearing. We've got a couple of topics, not just this one, but probably another one that's going to have some pretty good comments on. And we've had meetings that goes a couple hours of public input. And so we're going to try something a little bit different. We've got a pretty thick packet there of emails and comments from the neighbors on both this project and the other one we're going to be talking about shortly. All the commissioners have had a chance to read that and get a pretty good feel from the neighborhood. And so what I'm going to ask is that we have our one of our staff, Ariana, that's going to, what we've done is summarize this into topics. So we've tried to pick up every single thing that was mentioned. Some things was mentioned once, some things was mentioned a half a dozen or a dozen times. So Ariana's going to read the topics of what was in the emails. And then we're going to open it up for public hearing for 30 minutes. And we're going to limit it to 3 minutes per person. And what we're going to ask is that after we hear these email topics, that we don't reiterate that again. We would love additional comments that might not be in the topics, but we don't want to rehash the same thing. Let's see if I covered that right. So, for the Vista View, Ariana, looks like there was about 6 topics that was brought up. Would you go ahead and read those to us in the public?
Yeah, for sure. So we have concerns with adequate parking, parking enforcement, comments that the density proposed would be too high. They desire for the land use to remain commercial, inadequate access and connections in the area, and an increase in traffic.
Okay, thank you. Kimberly, can you track time for us? Let's maybe shoot for around 30 minutes on this. And then,
is it appropriate for me to ask a question?
What's that?
Is it appropriate for me to ask you a question really fast before
Yes.
we start? One thing that I'm interested in hearing from the public is, it sounds to me like there's kind of two-ish, I mean, as far as I'm seeing it, correct me if I'm wrong, there's kind of two-ish general options. There's high-density housing in a beautiful development like this, or there's what the general plan is, possibly in the future could be all commercial in that area. And I'd really be interested to hear from the neighbors and the public if they would prefer to have something like this or commercial go into that area.
Okay.
Is that what?
So what are they?
What type?
What type, yeah.
Yeah, what type of commercial they'd be interested in. Is that appropriate?
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Shauna, thank you.
And I think that's not just for this proposal, but the next one as well, so start thinking about it.
Yeah. Commissioners, is there anything else that you'd ask maybe from public comment that would be helpful for us to make our decisions?
No, I just think that, I mean, your desire on limiting the time isn't to limit any feedback. We want the public's feedback,
Right.
but it's just, I hope you guys understand it gets tiresome to hear traffic in 52-minute talks. So we're just trying to get onto what your desires are, but we understand from the reading what they are too.
Yeah, yeah.
I
We
think
do read your emails.
I think another thing to keep in mind for us commissioners is that during this public comment period, it's kind of common for the public to make their comments and not have a lot of interaction from the commissioners with those that are presenting their views until after the public has had their say in the public comment time. And then we come back and discuss those. Is that right, Dave?
That's how it usually works, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we probably ought to try to refrain as commissioners from asking direct questions to those that will make their points so that they can get as much input as possible. Then we can go back and discuss those things that we think need discussion.
That's a great comment, Commissioner Mendenhall. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go into public hearing. Anyone in the overflow building?
So
Let's.
I actually already went and grabbed everybody.
Okay.
That wished to speak.
Okay.
If anybody else wants to speak, just to queue up, but I think I already grabbed everyone that was
Okay.
here for this particular item.
Okay. Very good. So there's the mic. Introduce yourself, and let's hear your thoughts.
Okay. My name is Riley Galt. I live behind the Walmart in the neighborhood. A couple of things regarding, I'm for maintaining commercial. I didn't think I would enjoy the Walmart. I like the Walmart. It's a good neighbor. The big thing is accountability. If I have a problem with Walmart, I go to Walmart and I deal with Walmart. They solve my problems. If I have any problems parking or otherwise, or whatever regarding that. So instead of kind of an innocuous HOA, I go to one person and I get things done, for any issues I have regarding trucking, noise, or any other issues. Regarding HOA, I'd be curious if this HOA that you're going to create, if you are going to have any capital contribution, wherever the developer's at, capital contribution from the developer, because most HOAs, especially at this size, from my experience regarding reserve studies, are going to need over $1 million in a reserve study for that. I run the books for an HOA as a sidebar gig, and we have 110 units, and our HOA reserve wants over $1 million. The other thing is, an HOA is only as good as their board. And so when you say, oh, the board's going to handle this, they're going to keep stuff off the balconies, they're going to, no, you don't guarantee any of that. It's the board basically comes in and, most people they want to pay the minimum amount of HOA fees. Usually the developer runs away with their pot of money, and there's very little capital contribution, enough to warrant from a reserve study to start out that HOA for any water, sewer, or any other issues that they have in the future. Also, when you talk about like basically ownership and 40-60 split with owners and renters, yeah, that's great up front when you initially do it, but my experience with HOAs, I've owned several homes in multifamily, is that after that initial 10-year period where you have people move in, starter families, they move out, they maintain it as a rental, that rental property increases, you have a deterioration of the property. Nobody wants to pay more on the HOA side because they're all businesses basically. You have a property there and you get so much in rent. I mean, all these things that are good fluff talk right now on the front end, in 10 years, every single multifamily, very few are as nice and as well kept on the front end. So looking long term from our city's perspective, businesses we can hold accountable. Individual residences, HOAs, they go downhill over time. And we also have, jobs to think about and everything else. So I'm thinking I got all of my little knick-knacky things out. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Riley.
Can I go next?
Yes.
My name's Doug Huntsman. I live right next to this property. The road that's going to be continuing from 2300 north is next to my property, so I would be west of this property. About 20 years ago, I was on the ad hoc committee with Email, his predecessor, where we planned and zoned the East Bench zoning and what it is today. And the Riverwoods was a major part of our decision for that area, and then it would go Riverwoods type with commercial below, residential above, and then you would go further towards the Walmart and you'd get bigger box or what have you for commercial. And we all liked it back then, and I still like it today. So I would be opposed to this, what I consider very, very high density residential rezone. I mean, I've never seen anything like this except in areas where there are apartments, and this is what these look like, is glorified apartments to me. There's nothing else in Spanish Fork on the East Bench that looks like this. Nothing. Maybe educate me and tell me that there is, but there isn't. They got it over in north of the jail. My son lived in one of those. They're nice. But you know as well as I do, I have sons that own condominiums around the valley. And the problem that they run into is after people like this gentleman just talked about, they buy and then they rent instead of sell. And after a while, you have a whole bunch of rentals. Unless there's specific CCRs that have a ratio of owner-occupied versus rentals, I could see this being a huge problem. And those of us with property, you know, we have 3.5 acres. Luella, who's to the north, I don't know how the road from 2300 is going to go to Highway 6, because she's opposed to selling any of her land for that road. So it'd either have to go into your development, or I don't know how you do it, but what is the developer going to do to protect property owners along that road? I mean, we have cows, horses, you know, these are farms, small ranches, alfalfa fields. I'm asking if they're going to put a fence, you know, the type of fence that we see on 2300 currently. You know, the nice concrete looking fences. That's what I thought all along, clear back when we came up with this master plan. But that's my question. And then the other is, I mean, if you crunch the numbers on this, there's close to 200 doors. If there's 3 to 4 people, that's 800 people. You're going to have 400 cars if husband and wife each have a car. That's a lot of traffic coming out towards 2300, which is just on my corner. Canyon Road is busy as it is. I live on Canyon Road for 25 years, and it's like so busy. I hate it. I hope that the city does something. I know it's a state road, but the city has input into it. I would like to know what is going to be done for that. Otherwise, all this traffic is going to go to the Walmart. And I appreciate what you said, but I feel like I'm directly impacted. I didn't send you any emails, but we're directly impacted by this. It's right next to us. The city bought the property next to me for this road. And I just kind of wanted to know how that's going to work out, because that traffic's got to go somewhere. And the last, let's see. That's it. If you have any questions of me. I mean, I kind of would like to know how we're going to answer this so that I don't have to come back. I mean, I'm the landowner right next to it, and so is Mrs. Farnsworth. So
usually what we do is we all are taking notes of what you guys talk about, the questions that are brought up. Then after public is closed, then we answer the questions as best we can.
Okay, and when do you make a decision?
We make a recommendation to the city council. They make the decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And it's a process much like this right here.
Thanks, Doug.
They'll have another public
Usually
hearing.
tonight. Most likely tonight.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Come on down.
All right, so I'll make my comments kind of quick here. My name's Paul Dayton. I live in the Hunters Crossing HOA. I'm not directly adjacent to anything, but I'm close enough. The back of my house connects to Canyon Road there. The one thing that I'm seeing in this is it looks like it's still very much in the early phases. So I'd like to understand kind of a more concrete timeline of what we're looking at for this change. It also looks like this change to sort of lob off that area that is still planned for commercial is a way to sort of short circuit and start getting this process going. So I think that's interesting here. I like the idea of high density housing from an affordability perspective. I may differ with some people here, but I think we really need to have a community that can have
all sorts of housing at all sorts of levels. You know, I don't know if my children are ever going to be able to afford a house here in Spanish Fork of any type, given the pricing that I'm seeing right here. If I were new in this market, I'd definitely have some problems. But I understand there are those concerns with this type of housing that we may see in terms of you know, rentals and everything like that. So I share that concern there. And I guess I'd say this, kind of a shout out to the traffic concerns. I really want to see that infrastructure, and I'd kind of like to understand. I mean, so it looks like this will come in phases, but that infrastructure that we have there, where we could actually get these additional roads, would alleviate a lot of things. But in general, we've got so many traffic problems everywhere. I don't know what we can do to sort of address that, maybe even at a higher level here. I like to run a lot. I just was running on Main Street here, and I could barely even cross Main Street without any chaos. It feels like everywhere in Spanish Fork's that way. So I know this problem isn't just in this neighborhood, but I wish there was something we could do about that. Anyway, thanks for the time.
What was your name again? I missed it.
My name's Paul Dayton.
Thanks, Paul.
My name's John Logan. I live in Hunter's Crossing. I'm right there where the Walmart cement fence ends. It ends just north of my property there.
Okay.
I'm concerned about, I guess, the continuation of the concrete fence around it. I don't know if it's going to go clear around Hunter's Crossing and back to Canyon Road or not. I'm also concerned about light pollution and Vista. I don't know how high these condos or whatever they're going to be called, how high they are and how that can affect the view shed from my house. And I think there's also an issue about the trail that comes up, I don't know what, 700? It ends right there at the LDS Church or the Forest Service property, and that looks like that's supposed to go all the way through and around. And I don't know, I haven't seen that being addressed here yet. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Kim, you mentioned that everyone from the overflow is here that wanted to speak.
I asked if anybody wanted to come and speak.
Okay.
To come on over.
How many people's over there, roughly?
There was, when I counted at the beginning of the meeting, about 35.
Okay.
May I ask a question of clarification? Are you looking for public comment on both?
No, no, just this one. Yep. Good question. Well, it looks like we've heard from the public on this.
Before we close public, going back to what Shauna asked, we had three of you get up and speak. You talked a little bit about what you don't like with this development, but I didn't hear any of you address what Shauna asked, which is, if not this, then what, based on what the current zoning is and everything?
I'll say something. Sorry, I'm a little bold. You go over across from Maple Mountain High School to the north. Those are some beautiful condos. Granted, you don't get as many doors per acre. Your development is very nice across to the east of Walmart. That's what I would love to see versus 3 to 4 levels, because there's a section of them that's 4 levels. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, 3 to 4 levels, and they look like apartments, and that's what I'm going to see is these balconies, and I don't know. I would prefer to see I love what is across from the Walmart. I love what they're building. In fact, my brother-in-law's just bought one of them over by the new elementary school north of Maple Mountain High School. Those is what I would love to see. If we change the zoning to a higher density, I would be fine with that. I like the commercial, and we had a good conversation the other day, the planner and I, about it. I do think that there is future for that type of Riverwoods look. We will see it. You think about all the real estate that's left in Spanish Fork, Northeast Bench, it's all getting bought up and it's houses. So all those people got to go somewhere for doctors and fast food and, you know, ACE and those type of things. They'll come to it if we build it. Yeah.
So you prefer high-density residential over commercial in that area, or mixed?
No, well, I like the Riverwoods look because that was kind
You
of
like
my idea.
You
back
like what
in
it's
the day.
zoned right now. Gotcha.
But I would go with the other. I mean, I think it's not as John brought up. I mean, it's not 4 levels high. It's attractive look, and it doesn't look like an apartment complex. And that's what I told the planner a couple days ago. It looks to me like a glorified apartment complex. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I don't want to discount what I said before, but the thing I'd actually like more than anything else is to see some good solid commercial there. I echo your opinion. I was actually very concerned about Walmart coming in, and it's been quite a nice experience. I can literally walk there and have everything very accessible. About that comment I made about Main Street, we have these commercial areas in town right now where everything's concentrated. It'd be kind of nice to spread that out to other areas, and with Walmart already having an establishment there, that's a pretty good foothold for that. But I'd love to see the infrastructure with roads as well, so just reiterate that. Thanks.
I'm the typical not in my backyard guy, right? I fought Walmart pretty hard, but I like them. Like overall, it's not too bad. So I was born and raised in Spanish Park, and honestly, you know, our community used to be quarter-acre to third-acre lots and homes, and nice homes throughout. And I get that it's expensive and all that, but if you're going over my druthers, I would rather we continue with quarter-acre, half-acre, nice lots and family homes and yards. It looks like a nice community. It seems like every piece of construction now that's going in through development is all multifamily, because that's where the money's at, which I understand. So have my druthers, I would, you know, quarter-acre lots, homes. That's great. Second, commercial. We do need to alleviate some of the stuff down on Main Street, get it up here on the bench. Jobs, accountability, you know, you're generally nice. And then, you know, last way down the list is high density housing. I mean, imagine all of your backyards and you have 4 stories right there looking right in your backyard, which was a nice alfalfa field before, and kind of your expectation was, oh, it's probably going to be houses because, you know, that's what this community is about. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jim Oldham. I'm actually here for the next meeting, but as I've been listening to my presentation on this, and I live kind of close, just over east of the high school, one point that hasn't been mentioned is schooling. I have 6 children, and when you put a 200-unit high-density in, I could imagine there could be anywhere from 200-300 up to 500 children in there. We're building new schools in this area to handle the capacity. We're building a lot over by me, and we'll talk about in the next meeting, but that would be one more consideration when putting this high-density apartments in here is, do we have the capacity for an additional 300, 500 children in that area? Thank you.
How are we doing on time, Kim?
11 minutes.
Oh, really?
Hey, let's close the puppy.
What's that?
Done.
Let's close it and move on.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion. And commissioners, let's maybe address some of these email topics as well as what we've just heard. And we got staff to lean on as well for things like traffic or some of those topics.
So we've got a couple of questions that I think would be addressed to the developer. Let's start there. Start with the first one, which is the capital contribution as far as the HOA goes.
Yep, anytime you do a multifamily project, you have to, my guy over here, you have to fund it out as a developer. And it's based on a per phase, how many units you have going, what sort of amenities you have available, depends on how much capital contribution up front to kind of kickstart it. There is a certain amount of reserves they require to meet requirements for financing. Again, obviously I talk about that's important to us. So this project, I think $1 million is overreaching. I think this one, when we did 120 units in Heber, we had about a $50,000 capital contribution. This one, I'm assuming probably around a $100,000 capital contribution. In multifamily, it's very common to have like a reconveyance fee. It's $300 to $500. We charge $300. So anytime you buy or sell, a little bit of money comes back in. It helps the HOA with getting them registered in the system, doing those things. The HOA is a nonprofit. It's not there to make any money. So they're going to get reserve studies. So they're not overreaching what has to be done. They're not planning parties, doing those sort of things. But from our standpoint on this project, I think you would probably be around $100,000 of capital contribution. And they require that, so we would have to do that.
How is that amount or that money, how do the owners of the people that buy, how do they know how much is in there? How's all of that run, especially initially when you guys are the ones that put that money in? How does everybody see what's available, how much is there?
Yep, so great question. He's probably better to answer. But so there is an independent company that's going to manage, HOA management company. It's going to keep books, they're going to keep roll, they're going to keep minutes of meetings. But they're the ones, ultimately, it's open book. They're going to keep track of those things. Anytime someone buys, they have to fill out a condo questionnaire. How many rentals do you have? Are your reserves at 15%? What percentage of your income goes to reserves? There's just a multitude of questions that they answer. And so ultimately, to answer your question, it's going to be folks like him that manage the books of an HOA that are a property management company, more than likely, that would manage that and have those things available.
A question that I read here in some of the comments through the emails is one of them that I don't have an answer for them is will any of these units be eligible for government subsidized rent?
Yep, so that would be if it was an apartment housing complex, yes. And this is not, so it won't.
So it will not
Will not, nope.
That's the question that needs to be answered.
And another question that was asked here, I think it was important, is light pollution. Up in Heber, they have dark sky. You have to be very quiet with the lights. So all of our projects are within that realm. Our Springville project, our Heber project, this one will be the same thing. It's mostly downward facing lights, downward facing street lights. I don't know what the city's expectation is on street lights around, but I assume they're probably falling in that same arena to where we don't have upward facing, outward facing, double, sconces going up and down on the building, something very commercial feeling. It will be very much in tune with what is required.
Owner-occupied versus rental, is there anything that will be in CCNRs or the HOA documents?
Yes. So a great question, because that was kind of talked about as well. So it is true, a homeowners association is only as good as the people enforcing it. Once I walk away and I'm done with the project, when I turn it over, it's funded, it's operating, there's a board in place, there's a president in place, my ratios are in place. I can't guarantee what it's going to be like in 10 years. However, I know lots and lots of multifamily projects have amazing homeowners associations. So it largely depends on who they vote in, what their expectations are. But for us, we set the stage very clear on rentals, even down to the blinds. We say, these are the two colors you can have for blinds. You can't have Star Wars sheets. You can't do all these different types of things in the windows. You can have brown or you can have white. And so we're very dialed into that because it is my investment, moving forward until it's sold. It's a very large investment. And so I have to make sure that as we progress through the development process to the very last unit, that is very top quality. And you could call Springville City if you want to get some recommendations there locally, but we do try and deliver a very nice product that is well-funded in the HOA, that's not going to have issues. We warranty it from when our last unit's done. The amenities have a 1-year warranty to the homeowners association after, so a few things that way. But in the restrictive covenants, the rentals are a top priority for us, because if it gets out of hand, then it messes up my side of things. But the HOA West is who we use. They manage the homeowners association. They're the ones that approve the rental. So if someone's renting and they're not approved, then they get a cease and desist on their rental. And you can also deed restrict if you wanted to take it that far, do a deed restriction on rentals, but it's more so, it's just as difficult to enforce.
So, but your involvement is up front. So everybody spoke about at the start, yeah, it's owners, and later it becomes investment.
Right.
We would have to do the deed restriction to cover past that initial purchaser.
So a deed restriction can for sure, but as part of the purchase contract with the homeowners association, it's 3 documents they have to do. MacArthur Heeter Metler law firm is the one that's put them together for us. It's worked great. But one is with the contract, do you intend to purchase or not purchase? So if they don't do that document and he receives an email like, hey, I need a condo certificate for this unit, he will not issue the condo cert without that document. So if they don't provide it, they don't get approved, they can't get a loan. So that's a way stronger way to enforce what's happening. Can they go on there and say, hey, we're going to be living there with the intention that we're going to move in for a month and move out and rent? They can, but it's against the CC&Rs. They can get fined and get a cease and desist from the property management company. And part of the reserve study is having legal funds in there to be able to come at them legally and say, you lied on your application, or you didn't fulfill your obligation to this rent. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit unknowingly. Maybe they lived there for 10 years. Like, oh yeah, I forgot that existed. I'm sorry. I'll just put it up for sale and sell it. But from the property management standpoint, those documents lock that in to where they can't get their certificate without providing them. This is really the only way to mandate it, because especially around UVU, different colleges and stuff, those things get out of control really quick, and it just doesn't. The last thing I want is to have 192 people owning units. We're 1 unit over, they're non-warrantable. They have to put 25% down instead of 5% down. This creates a lot of issues on the finance side. And realistically, from the homeowners association, they understand that, so they know if they let it get out of whack, it makes their units worth less, because they have to go to a cash buyer or someone that has a lot more money down. Finance class today.
I also wanted to know if you had a concrete timeline.
Yeah, great question. So we do. So right now, with the different steps that we have to go through, Dave can chime in, or Brandon, but I would imagine we're going to be, if things progress along, probably somewhere in the October, November timeframe before things could be approved. And then we'd be doing our horizontal construction roads, piping and everything through maybe February, because we have some large roads. And then I don't know the city's stance on if it's compactable road base and fire hydrants before you can get a permit. Yeah, but that's pretty typical. Once we get compactable road base that a fire truck can come on, we get pressurized fire hydrants, then we would draw for a building permit, maybe in March. And then we would have as soon as the asphalt companies come back on in May, maybe March or May, they would come and asphalt those main roads, and we'd be under construction at that time.
And then what about how to be a neighbor to the super different kind of properties, like extending the concrete fence around or along the road, or?
Yep, so the city has pretty defined development standards especially for those roads that we're putting in. They have cross sections, they have very detailed how the radius has to be on the roads, all of those things. So everything that's within the city standards that is required will definitely go in. I don't see any fencing going along the front of our units at all. I see those being grass landscaped and everything coming up, so.
Okay.
Is there any fencing between your development and Walmart?
We haven't got to that part of it yet. It's been point of discussion, deciding if we want it to be open, because the garages are largely tucked under garages, so it's just going to be parking lot to parking lot. And so just deciding fundamentally and visually, do we want to divide it, Or do we want to have that open fill with some I mean, there'd be some landscaping buffers between them, but as far as a 6-foot vertical concrete fence, I don't know if we're going to do that or not. We could if it's mandated, it's fine.
Dave, would they be required between residential and commercial, the fence there?
They would be. You might remember that I think it was just your last meeting even that you made a recommendation to change that code to offer some flexibility to that requirement. I think it would be staff's position that on the back side of Walmart, that there'd be a 6-foot masonry wall, but where, like he described, the landscaping and parking lot abuts the landscaping and parking lot of the commercial development to the north. It probably makes sense to do something different there.
It's going to be more eye appealing to have landscape, to have shrubs and bushes and trees.
But that would be something that you could weigh in on, and maybe just,
Yep, go ahead.
sorry, while we're on fencing, to answer the gentleman's question about on the south side of 9th South, I think is what you were talking about. When 9th South, whenever it gets built further to the west, and I can only say what I think is going to happen, because it's a little bit unique to have that wall constructed when a road is built versus when an adjoining property develops. But just like with Walmart, where that wall was constructed with the Walmart, my guess is that that's how it would be done. I'm not entirely sure about how that would get funded, because we probably couldn't put that on the shoulders of somebody developing across the street, but we'd have every desire to have that continued and have that in when that road opens, I think.
All the way down to Canyon Road?
And even, I think, yes, wrapping around to Canyon Road as well. The same logic would come into play there.
That's an 8-foot fence that goes along. We fought hard for it.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
I know.
And part of it, to add to it, is for those that maybe have not seen the full plat, but our phase 1 does go from the intersection at Canyon Road up to the roundabout, over to the Walmart, and up to 750. That's all in first phase construction. So that connectivity on all of those roads is going to be completed by us.
Does that include 23? 2300?
Yep, the extension from Canyon
to your-
across from 2300 up to the roundabout. That's right.
So you as the developer doing that portion
We're
of the
installing
road?
it.
Okay.
So something that dovetails into this discussion is that Mr. Huntsman asked about the traffic concerns. With traffic, it seems that a lot of this traffic would go towards Canyon Road until the connection to Highway 6 is completed. I think that's probably the way that people will go, with the exception of some that may go up to the roundabout there by Kmart or by Walmart. So how does staff or how do we feel about that traffic? Since this will be a phased development, is it a huge concern? Obviously, not all of these units will be built by the time, or at least I wouldn't suppose that they would be built by the time, before that Highway 6 intersection is available. But that's what I'm asking.
They'd probably all be built out before that's available.
You think?
I sure hope so.
Quite probably.
You hope so?
And there's no feel-good answer. Everything short-term is a negative. More homes will get built, there will be more traffic before some of the improvements that we're talking about happen. I think here the big one is having another connection to US 6 that I think we would say the biggest concern is the congestion at the Spanish Fork Parkway US 6 intersection. Lots of different movements there that are congested, and that would get worse. And the thing that I think makes it particularly challenging is that, for example, remember High Sky Estates?
Yeah.
That's a project next to Vincent Ridge that's a mile from this maybe, down south into 2300 East. But that project there will do as much to impact the Spanish Fork Parkway US Highway 6 intersection as this will, as will other development that will happen in the area that funnels here. This one, any development here of any kind, it's going to, and this is how it always works, right? We tend to scrutinize those things that are most local to the problem, but really it's a much bigger problem. Again, it's only going to get worse before it gets better. But as, for example, people do traffic studies, they wouldn't just look at this site and this development as they predict what, is maybe going to cross a particular breaking point in terms of level of service or those types of things. I would say this, and again, it's regardless of what happens to this property and how it develops, I do think there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Both in terms of Canyon Road being improved, which probably is going to take a long time before that happens, and it gets widened the whole way with shoulders and different things like that, or a connection like what we've talked about to US Highway 6. There at least are improvements out there that models show really do help make the whole system work, even when the city's built out.
And along with what you said, I think one thing to keep in mind is that high density usually is less people per unit, which means a few less cars. When you get into a home on a quarter of an acre, it's very likely that before the original residents move from there, they're going to have a couple of kids that have cars too. And so rather than a car for a husband and a wife, you end up with 3 or 4 cars, trucks, whatever you're going to park in the driveway and out front. And so when you get a large development like you're talking about, Dave, that could potentially be far more vehicles than a high density, although there may be more units in the high density. The actual number of vehicles that may be there is not likely to be as great as a single family dwelling.
The trips per day, per type of housing, yeah, it does change.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I was going to mention is if this did, for say, get developed as 14 acres of commercial, I think it was thrown out 400 cars, trips. I don't know how big Voss is or any of those places, but I would assume if it was 14 acres commercial, it would be dramatically higher than the car count that's going to be here. Traffic would be stronger. In these situations, typically, to be honest with you, the 2-bedroom units are probably going to be 1-car families. One staying home, sharing the car. It's very, very typical. Even on some of the 3-bedroom units, you're going to have a car sharing. It's very rare that they have more than 2. And every city I've developed multifamily in 2 1/4 is the amount of parking that's required. Spanish Fork City has stepped it up and requires 2.5 stalls, which is significantly more. It's 96 more stalls in this project or something along those lines. But we're also above and beyond that. So
we love our jacked up pickups.
I'm with you, brother.
So the traffic studies from our last big issue showed that the higher the density, the fewer the trips.
Yep.
I think that can easily be misconstrued, but I think what Commissioner Mendenhall said, if I understood him right, is true. So just for example, typically with a single-family detached home, maybe a quarter-acre size lot or something like that, you're looking at about 10 trips per day per home. Whereas with a product like this, you're probably looking at something closer to 7. So 7 trips per day per home. So, still pretty quickly with the density that we're talking about here, you're talking about more trips per day overall.
Yes.
Than you would be if it was all developed in quarter-acre lots.
Yes.
But just to put the numbers in perspective, this is 1,400 trips per day then, which is not insignificant. That does register on a traffic study radar scale, without a doubt.
But compared to what else could be there, which would be all commercial.
That's fair. Yeah, that would be. But for purposes of just saying, is it a problem or not? That might not even be considered. But I think, as you look at having, at least 2 different directions to go, and the fact that the majority of those trips are during a couple of peak hour times. And again, I'm not necessarily trying to provide you some kind of feel-good sense about traffic, but it's probably not as big of a deal as you think.
So if you were to take this proposal and the traffic plans that have been done as compared to the current zoning of all commercial, which of the 2 is going to have more traffic?
Let's just say that if the property develops now with 12 units to the acre and more commercial than what he's proposing versus the commercial that he's proposing and 18 units to the acre, it's going to be what he's proposing. But the difference, I don't think, is going to be 500 trips a day. It's probably going to be fairly marginal, the difference would be. And regardless, there are traffic problems that, or at least situations that aren't ideal. We know that today, and improvements have to be made.
Either scenario has problems.
Exactly.
Is there going to be a traffic signal at Canyon Road?
There would be, yes.
As part of this road improvement?
It would not be required, for example, of this applicant to build this signal. That is a UDOT responsibility. They would construct the signal, and they would only construct the signal when they believe it's needed, they say warranted. But our engineering department has already had conversations with them about constructing the signal. In all honesty, I don't think the signal would be in place the day that the road was opened. Sure. It might be 6 months after, it might be a year after, for that matter, it might be 5 years after. I don't know exactly how to predict that, other than to say that all of the modeling that's been done does suggest that that's going to be a highly traveled route.
Do they
People
determine?
who come up from 2300 East and prefer to follow that to the north versus to get on Canyon Road.
Does UDOT use traffic accidents as a way to determine whether or not it's needed?
That's one way to get things to the top of the list or higher on the list, absolutely, yeah. It's not, sometimes we think somebody has to die, in order for UDOT to take it seriously. That's not the case, but certainly, accident frequency, severity of accident, those types of things are among those warrants that can accelerate projects like this.
Any idea how many accidents currently happen on Canyon Road?
We have a record of that we might be able to pull up. If anybody can, it's Brandon.
I just look at this intersection. If it's got a direct connection to the Walmart, it's going to be heavily used, and so I can see obviously there will be accidents on this corner.
Well, right. I wonder how many we have now.
I don't know about that. I don't know how many accidents there are on the existing corner where the new fire station is being built.
I think for me, John, I hate to interrupt, but I'm going to.
Okay.
For me, it's a matter of what was the intersection of 2550 East and Canyon Road like, right?
Right.
Before the light.
Before the light.
And it was problematic.
It was busy.
And I think a lot of people that used it didn't feel safe using it.
I agree with that.
So I would compare that to what we're talking about here. I think.
Okay.
Okay, I have a different question for Brad. One of the neighbors, the public is asking, how many square feet are the apartments?
So, good question, but the city's already thought that out. It's in the code. I believe 2-bedroom units have to be 1,080 units, and 1,080 square feet, and then 3 bedrooms have to be around 1,200 and some change. And
Okay.
it's in the R4 code that we're applying for.
Okay.
So it was talked about affordability, which obviously is a big issue in our state right now. What are you looking at as entry points for yours?
So entry points for the 2-bed, we're going to try and be around 199, try and be under that 200, as close to that as we can be. And the 3 bedrooms probably going to be in the 240s. But affordability is a big issue. When we were in our Heber project, the land's more expensive, water's more expensive, so we were kind of in the 270s of there. We were sold out 8 months in advance and had a waiting list of 50 people or 40 people, just because there's so many people that want that. And so the situation that we've talked about here with, hey, these are going to turn into rentals, it is real. People are going to want to buy them and rent them because they can make money doing that. It just has to have a lot of forward planning like we talked about to prevent that from happening. It happens anytime you get into an affordable price point. But for where I'm at, been selling real estate for over 20 years here, just strictly in Utah County. There's a major affordable housing crisis. There's townhomes are $300,000, condos are the same, $250,000 to $275,000. So that's why we're trying to bring some 2-bedroom units to the table. There's really not a ton of people doing it. We may get stung and have to really liquidate them or something if no one wants them, just because there's not a lot of case study behind the demand for them. But we feel like for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath with a 1-car garage and a parking stall, that $199 price point is going to be there. We think we'll have activity at that.
So are you familiar with the Ridge development?
Mm-hmm. Jesse Brimall's project.
So if you were to try and replicate that as far as the look and feel, What's your price range looking like?
So his is more modern than we're looking to do. Will probably be more contemporary. It's just what we want to do in the area. I can't remember if his has steel exterior, if he has corrugated steel on some of the exteriors and stuff that way. Some of those things are less expensive to do. Hardy board's probably one of the more expensive things to do on the outside. It's more timeless, and so that's kind of the route we want to go with it. But to answer your question, I mean, maybe $250,000 a building or something, along those lines.
So you would have to raise the price on...
Would have to raise the price, and the roof pitch would be steeper, and the buildings would be taller. There's just lots that would go into effect if you did that. Because I think his are 3-story, garage main level, and then 2 above. And so if you had those in a larger scale or something, I don't know that it would be something that would be desired by the neighborhood, versus these are a little flatter roof pitch. They're blending a little bit more with what's in place. They're not going to stand out as much. I think if you did this product in that style, it would definitely stand out.
And one of the questions was the height of the buildings. You got any 4-story buildings?
We have, yeah. So what we've talked about originally, it was all 4-story. And then through we've had a lot of iterations of this plat, of the road design. We've had DRC meetings, concept review meetings, I guess they're called. But so we ultimately settled on the 2 that are at the back that would be on the Walmart side, that are off the roundabout road, off the main road. Those 2 back buildings would be the only 4-story buildings, and then the ones in front would be 3-story. So it would cascade in, it would blend, it would feel good. I know there's concern about looking out your window and having one of those there. We've designed it so it's 3-story, even though the code allows for 4-story buildings in the R4. In our early planning, we decided, and came to realization it's probably a better fit to do 3-story on the ones that are on the roads, and then 4-story just on those 2 back buildings.
Would there be elevators in the 4-story, or are they all walk-up?
They're all walk-up, yep. So there's a project going in Springville, one in Provo, and one in Orem that we've been watching that are 4-story walk-up to kind of get a feel for that. And there hasn't been any hesitation on it. There's actually premiums to be on the 4th floor to get the views and stuff along those lines. We do 4-story buildings. We did a 4-story one in Springville on 900 North behind the karate shop there, probably 100,000 footer. Put an elevator in that one. And so it just depends, but those 2 buildings would not have elevators because how the breezeways and the corridors don't run this way, they run this way. So if you'd have to double up your elevators in that scenario.
Dave, does the city have concerns with 4-story buildings?
I don't know about the city. Brad and I have talked about my concerns about them.
He doesn't want to get his steps in.
What are your concerns?
Aesthetics and just the idea of somebody making that trip every time they come and go. I agree that always being on top of a housing situation like this where you don't have somebody living above you, that's where people typically want to be, right? But increased turnover just because of how inconvenient that is all the time. That's probably it. Really.
I hope my grandkids don't end up on that 4th story.
You don't want to help them move?
They're welcome to come and visit, but I may not return the favor.
There are some people that do prefer a 4th floor. So, and again, where we've got our building set, it's just
that seems like a lot.
Just 2 of the buildings in there.
So where does that stand then as far as like final product? Does the city, do we give approval for that? What's the process for a 3rd or 4th story?
If the general plan amendment gets approved and they apply for the zone change to R4, then they have an opportunity to propose that. But until the R4 zone were approved, the city would not be obligated to approve a project with 4 floors.
Do you know what the maximum height for R4 is?
45 feet is the maximum height, which you could do 4-story buildings at 45 feet. A 3-story building is probably going to be just under 35 feet.
So I guess my question would be why would we go to the work of making that zone and making those height requirements if we're never going to allow anybody to use them?
Honestly, I think that, I'm speculating, and I'm not trying to lobby you to not consider 4 stories, but I really don't think that was considered with the height restriction being where it's at, for example. We've looked at projects that have 3 stories that are in the 40, 42 foot
Because of their
range.
roof pitch or whatever.
Exactly, different things like that. So I think that's more, and, you know, frankly, I think there maybe is a place in Spanish Fork for a 4-story building, maybe a 4-story building with elevators and some of those types of facilities.
Zip lines.
So yeah, I would be hesitant to write in the ordinance that there's a 3-story max, but frankly, I think this ask is pretty significant. R4 zoning here, obviously I've said that as staff, we're generally comfortable with it. I think a 4th floor is probably a little too much, in my opinion.
How many units would you lose if we were to restrict that?
18, 9 per building. There's 9 per floor.
Again, let me qualify, that is just my opinion, so I'm not speaking for anybody else.
That project that's east of Lowe's, that's an R4, isn't it?
That's the only R4 project that's been approved today, yes.
And
they do
They did
have
have
some
some 4
4.
stories?
I don't think they did. Let me check.
I think they have a 4-story, but one of them
Oh,
is
one of the buildings.
the garage is entered from the west, which makes it a 3-story on one side, 4-story on the other.
Brandon, do you remember?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Great change.
But predominantly, the buildings there are 3-story.
Yes.
There's a question, Brad, about phasing. Putting the commercial at the end, which I assume is your plan. I think you stated that earlier. But right now, you're looking at doing first phase being the first 8 to 10 units, but one building at a time. I think you
Correct.
stated.
Yep.
And then rolling into the second phase, which would be across the street dividing line, I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, it's one building. So we would come in on probably start on the building that's right on behind Walmart on the road that currently stubs, and then follow the road around, loop in that center section, complete that phase, move to the next phase, complete that phase, and then probably start putting the commercial in after we had the rooftops. It's pretty typical.
Okay. I think the concern was that there'd be all the residential built out and then the commercial would sit there for a long time, maybe not get built out.
Yeah, and there's definite concern for that. That's why we're putting it at the end, is to try and get the rooftops in there to accommodate it. I'm not in the business of sitting on dirt and not doing anything with it, mowing weeds. You know, Dave and I have talked a little bit about the commercial, what the need is in there. I do think that professional office in that space will do well. I think they are going to require some more rooftops to go in there. It's definitely going to be a slower process than the residential to go in, but we got to get some housing, some additional rooftops in there to facilitate that.
Has there been any, in your building your performer on this, has there been any looking at future tenants that would be going into that commercial? Has there been any interest in that? Like you have probably ran studies on the residents, people want to move into it. Any studies on the commercial?
Yep. So that's what I do for a living is real estate, and so we believe the demand is for this sort of professional office, but also for a resale, not for a lease space, because there's really none available in the city that's updated for sale product. There's plenty that you can go and lease. There's little strip mall places that have dentists and different things that way. I think John Smiley did a nice one down behind the glass shop down there that was a for sale product, and it went really, really well. There's an orthodontist and a dentist and stuff there. So those folks have money. They have they've produced, so they want to pick up something that's going to help them with their taxes, going to help them with depreciation, an investment for them. And so that's why we feel like it's going to be better served as a resale product instead of build to lease. It'll be build to sell.
I've got a question for both of you, Dave. So the Riverwoods, obviously beautiful area, probably cost a lot of money to put in. I would love to have that there as well. I don't know how long the zone of the UVC, is that what it is, has been, well, I guess not the zone, but the general plan.
The zone, in fact.
Oh, the zone, okay.
That's what it is.
I don't know how long it's been that. I'd be curious to know what interest any type of developers or anyone has shown through the years as far as what that current zone is from you. You being a developer, why not? Why not? You're familiar, I'm sure, with the Riverwoods.
Yep.
Why not something like that in that particular location?
So I'm happy to go first because the answer is going to be largely the same. So financing for projects like the shops at the Riverwoods was readily available before the 2008 crash, and the banks just went away from financing those types of projects. It's really, really difficult to get commercial with residentials. You can't get it in starter stuff like affordable housing. You'll have commercial with apartments that are affordable, rental apartments, or you'll have live work that's extremely nice like Riverwoods, but you're never going to get live work with affordable housing because no one has 25% to put down when they're buying those units. They're scraping to get the 5% down that they're required to. So just financing would be difficult. It would be, that's why this zone is difficult, because of how you have to incorporate the commercial with the residential. It just makes it almost impossible. Unless you do it for a rent product. If you did it for a rent product, you could probably do it just fine. It's just not our goal.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just maybe to add, we haven't had anybody that seriously looked at using that zone to develop this property, even before Walmart was developed. It was also zoned UVC before the zoning was changed for Walmart. So even back when people were looking at a much bigger area that maybe they could develop with those provisions, we haven't had anybody that seriously looked at it. I think that zone's been on the books for close to 20 years. I know it's more than 16. And also add this, I think it's sad. Riverwoods, my wife worked just north of the Riverwoods when we first got married. We spent a ton of time there, loved it. It was great, but even the Riverwoods, we've seen that evolve a lot in a couple of decades. Even at that location, it's a tough model to make work for the non-residential side of it. You can build homes anywhere and people will buy them or rent them, that type of a thing, but that's really, I think, an anomaly in terms of what people could afford to build. I know some of the folks that helped make the Riverwoods happen, and money initially probably wasn't a big deal for them. And they've certainly invested a lot over time, so it's tough to make that work.
Good question.
Dave, one other question. On the streets, are they going to be able to be parked? Are they going to be red curb? Or we're going to have an issue like we have at Somerset where people are parking out on the main road?
Until there's a problem in that the city takes some action to sign it, no parking and red curb and that type of a thing. Our streets are designed to accommodate on-street parking, so it'd be designed that way. We certainly have some places in town where we do end up not allowing parking for different reasons,
But from our standpoint, though, that would not.
You're not counting any of them?
Yeah, I mean, they could red curb all of it, and it would be preferred. Yeah, we don't want people parking out there as much as anybody. Like, we have enough parking for everybody, and we have more than enough parking internal. We would prefer people are not parking out on the street, so that would be great.
Any kind of a trail system that goes through your development? Or
Sure.
Dave, can you address the trail system to the north?
Brandon, maybe you can click down through the colored stuff. Go down another one there. Another one. So scroll down to the next sheet, sorry. No, sorry, there's one sheet that shows the walkability through the project and the open space and everything on the packet.
maybe while
Right
we're
there,
looking for
that one.
If I could just, Mr. Hogan?
There you go.
So you brought up, I think, trail along Canyon Road.
Right. Otherwise, the trail, it's along 700 or east, and goes south, I mean.
Okay, so to the north of this. Got it. So Those improvements as well will just be made over time. It's likely going to take properties in that vicinity to develop. That's really when the trail.
That's a
is
city
built.
trail, we'll go through that.
That's part of the plan that I think we'll
That's
talk
cool.
about here, but this development wouldn't necessarily be making those improvements except right next to them.
Would there be an easement allowed for a trail to go through there?
When any of the properties develop, where we have plans for a trail, we typically require the trail to be installed then.
So to go to this layout right here, you can see along the roads, there's going to be a fairly healthy sidewalk that runs across. You can kind of see it. It's kind of whited out. But along the roads, any of the roads, you're going to have that walkability. Internally inside the project, there's also going to be sidewalks with connectivity. But this is our main thoroughfare to get the commercial connected to the residential, to get all the amenities connected together. Because the code requires that the amenities are centralized. Obviously, where it was splitting the road's centralized. So we've done 2 setups where we have centralized locations, a little bit more than the code requires. But this will give connectivity within the project. But on top, this is in addition to what's required for trail systems in the project.
Okay.
Didn't answer the question about the road going all the way through the 750.
The road?
Yeah, the road
Yeah, mhm.
going all the way through to 750.
Yeah, it'll
because
connect.
Part of that would be Luella Farnsworth's property?
No, our road will connect straight through. If you go to the black and white concept, it shows it. So we'll do a connecting road through our property to get the connectivity through there. And then when there's future development, the road would be realigned. So right there, you can see kind of the straight road up above the curve to the left. That's what we'll be running over to 750, ending the road, putting some pylons or whatever into that trail system. So that'll go and be a T intersection to 750 for now. Then when the owner develops to the downside of that plat, that road would be put in at that time, or when they fund it.
So let me just make sure I understand this right. So you're saying that the full width road would only be constructed to
To the
the
end of
entrance
our
to your
property.
project, and north of that, it would be a half width road that would be built on your property.
Right.
And the remaining part would be
Future
left
projects.
for that property to develop. Does that make sense? I think that's a little bit different than what we talked about.
But it's curving, but you're saying it'll go straight to 750,
Until that property develops, yep, then the road will change.
but it'll be half a street.
It'll be full street, because that's
half of
100
a
and,
road because the other half is Luella's property.
I think it's going to be something short of a full street. That's what I'm seeing here, and I agree that.
it won't be the full 127 that road's going to be, but it'll be a two-way, yeah.
Right.
But it'll be a full street in the sense of two-way traffic.
It would allow for that.
So eventually, that's a four-lane road, right?
Mhm.
In the future.
Yeah, those are big
23 is what-
roads.
Wow,
Yeah.
that
So
is
for
huge. Now, and it dead ends?
It'll T, yeah.
It'll T,
yeah.
basically.
And that's the interesting thing about this piece, right, is I know that people don't get super hyped up and wake up in the morning and want to talk about multifamily like I do, but with this road at 127 foot and Walmart, it really is a great location. There are a lot of people that need a place to buy, they need a place to live, affordable housing, no one likes to talk about it, but it's a huge issue. And we just really feel how we have this laid out, dividing out the commercial, we're not killing the density. I mean, we're going up less than 1 unit to get this look, but we're also not having 35% commercial. We're shearing back to 20% commercial and having more open space in the project. So we feel like it's a really good win-win.
So just so I'm clear on that, where you're saying it's going to tee into 750, is that bottom tail of the commercial, yeah, right there?
Yeah. Right
That, it'll just come straight across there in 750.
So that'll just be
a T
landscaped and then removed. Yep.
Okay.
But then where the 4-lane, sorry, I don't know if I'm doing this right, but if the 4-lane will dead end, right? That 4-lane on the
current city
west
property
end
that you bought for the road
is
next to
gonna
me.
just dead end.
That's 90 feet wide, so that's your road.
Correct.
And it's gonna dead end. My concern is you're gonna have people parking on both sides of that since it's a dead end against my fence line. And I don't know, That's why I wanted a fence.
Would it be a full width, or would it be similar to the road stubbing in from Walmart where it has landscaping on both sides of that with a smaller road and then enhanced to the full size, full right-of-way when the road's completed?
To be clear, either could happen with this project. All I can tell you for sure is what it would look like when it's completely built, and that would require some property from the property owner to the north.
But the road that's to the right of Walmart there, that road is, I think, 100-footer, but it's only a 56-foot with landscaping. So it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, there's nothing to tie it
It
into.
feeds into the roundabout, which has to come out at that width
Yeah.
from the roundabout.
So,
for a
yep.
ways.
Yeah, so when that's done, that's right. Yeah, but right now, how they built it, where it's, I'm assuming, necking down, this would end up doing the same thing, just necking down as it gets closer to that intersection. It wouldn't just be a sheer stop.
Well, commissioners, exhausted with questions?
We got one that we didn't address. Dave, what's it going to take to get somebody from the school board to our meetings each month? Because schooling comes up a lot with these.
No comment.
Be nice to have somebody to go
No
to
comment.
have
Good
somebody
answer.
already.
Good answer.
It'd be
Sean, you
great.
go to a lot
It'd
of
be great.
meetings. So it'd be nice to be able to address what's capacity at current schools, how's this going to affect schools. Obviously, the city's growing, and I think the school waits for the growth a lot of times before they start the new schools.
Right, so
You want me to
correct
speak
me
to
if,
that a
well,
little bit?
correct me if I'm wrong. I do know that the school by me, where Mrs. Huntsman taught my daughter, has shrunk
Yep.
a lot. They've redone the boundaries again
Now
to,
they've grown.
yeah, and now they're growing again. We're a growing area, and our school district's awesome because they just will accommodate all the children and figure out how to make things work. But
I think part of it is,
Can you address the mic so we can all hear? The people at home can hear as well.
so Mrs. Huntsman is a principal in Nebo School District.
I'm Carrie Huntsman. To answer your question, I think right now, currently, they're working off of a bond that is building middle schools, moving to that different model of middle schools all throughout the district. That bond money, I don't think, has enough to build another elementary school, and so there would have to be realigning. The good thing about it, though, is that Spanish Fork, Mapleton, Springville areas will move 6th grade into that middle school model leaving room in elementary schools for a while, for several years, which would accommodate for some growth.
Right.
There might be some realigning of boundaries, which they don't like to do very often, so they're trying to get it so that the elementary schools are, most of them are about a 500 or less. Some are more right now, but about 500 students. Most of the buildings can accommodate 7 to 8 to 900.
Wow.
Great, good to know.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to add, in terms of how we interact with the school district, we have a quarterly meeting with the superintendent and his key staff, particularly their facilities people, land acquisition people, and that type of a thing. This is new enough that this hasn't hit their radar screen, but if, for example, the general plan amendment got approved, then this would be on a list of things that we would talk about with them. I think our next meeting is scheduled for August. I've worked with the Provo School District, I've worked with the Alpine School District. The Nebo School District is a night and day difference in terms of how they track growth, how they try to accommodate it, how they try to get out ahead of it. Yet resources are what they are and things get stretched, but I really appreciate the relationship that we have with them and the fact that they don't get surprised by seeing projects under construction. I think they're apprised of what's going to happen well before and do a great job of trying to accommodate that.
Okay, good to know.
Dave, the concern is brought up that, it's only as good as the HOA that runs it, with a facility to maintain. Does the city have any mechanism for policing that?
That made me think as well. We really don't. I think, to be perfectly honest, we would rely on, that collection of homeowners to care for their property, just like any other homeowner.
Right.
To where, unless things get really, really bad, we can define it as a nuisance and breaking the law in that respect. There's probably not much that we can do. I'll say this, I think that's part of the reason why some things become required, that we require, which do have the impact of rising home prices, but requiring garages versus carports, requiring a set kind of amenities based on a project size and architectural upgrades, different things like that. It's done in part with the intent that I think you want to make sure that the owners have enough skin in the game that they really want to care for that investment over time and that sort of thing. There's a huge upside to that. The downside is that cities generally do add to increases in home prices because of some of those things that we require.
Right.
If we were to limit your buildings, limit that fourth story on the two, does that change your entry price?
Sure, because our price per pad goes up.
Okay.
Just because it's just the land cost divided by the amount of each you get.
Okay, that's good to know.
But, Kevin, that the established pricing, if they're sold out, that pricing is going to go up from there.
So if the first units sell out quick, they could just continue to raise the price.
There's going to be some basic economics play there.
Market demand, whatever the market
And if
price
we
is.
limit it and they don't sell, then I'm sure the pricing would probably go down, depending on the construction costs and what they're into it for the land.
So what are your thoughts, the rest of the commissioners, as far as four-story buildings?
I'm concerned with it. I don't like the four-story buildings. I have reservations about, just like Mr. Huntsman said, this development on the East Bench. I don't see anything else like it. So I'm a little bit concerned with that. I don't like four-story there. I'd like to see that limited. I like the probably more towards the R3 density or what was called out to go on with UVC. That's my feelings on that. It's not a strong opposition, but that'd be what I prefer.
That's what it is across the street to the east, is an R3 as well.
Correct.
So even though they'd be initially more expensive, obviously we're trying to get more affordable housing in our community, and you restrict that. Obviously the higher the density, the cheaper they can sell them for, the more affordable they become. But you would rather see similar to what's already there with the Edge or the Ridge and some of those.
Right. I guess I see it more of potentially the lower it could be sold for. But my belief would be that it's probably just allowing more of a margin of profit between what the units would sell for. Just basic, sell supply and demand, and get what you can out of it. The more units we give them, the cheaper it would be. But I don't know if it would definitely necessarily sell that way.
So to go to a 3-story maximum, if that was a field, does that limit it to the R3?
No, I think we're still over the R3. Even if we just took those 18 off, it'd still be over the R3.
It would be. Yeah, I don't know. We can run some math real quick and see exactly where the density would be, but it's going to be more than 12.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with my math, I think we're like at 16 something.
I guess.
Like 16.3 or something. Not sure quite on the acreage, but.
I'm intrigued by the project, and although there isn't anything like that on the East Bench, there wasn't anything like the Walmart. There wasn't anything like the Ridge. Those all came, and I wasn't sure how I would like them. And I don't know whether I've just come to accept them or whether, you know, I like them now, actually. I am not a fan of the fourth story, but I'm the oldest person in the room possibly, and so that's understandable. So it's not so much that the fourth story is ugly, maybe as much as the accessibility, especially, well, it's been said here that it'll be an entry-level home, which means that there's likely to be younger people that rent these or that purchase these, with the idea that at some point in time they'll have their piece of heaven on a quarter-acre lot someplace else. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started their married life with all the amenities of the home that they live in when they're 50. And that's just not the way life is. We need to be able to put our children and grandchildren in some accommodations that are safe and that are clean and that have a resale value that will help them out when the time comes to move out. So this is an interesting concept to me, and I think it could work well. We have businesses in town that would like to locate in these kinds of smaller office spaces and smaller commercial spaces, and I don't know how it will go, but just because there isn't anything like it on the east side, that doesn't bother me. It's and to tell you the truth, you know, when someone comes in with the kind of investment that we're talking about, they must feel like it will work. Or else they wouldn't propose it.
I think no one doubts it will sell.
Yeah, and so then it is a matter of, is that what the city wants? Is it what the city needs? There's a concern about how much high-density housing exists in the city. Obviously, it's not enough because these units are sold out before they are built. Right now, you know, every one of these high-density units are sold out by the time that the developer starts their first phase, and then the second phase is sold out in the third. And so I guess that there's a demand for those. We have two communities, one on the north in Mapleton and one on the south in Salem, who haven't liked these high-density developments. But Mapleton recently has changed their ways a bit, and they have quite a bit of high density on the west side of their town. It hasn't hit Salem yet, but the taxes that they have are much higher than we are, being a bedroom community. So, you know, there's a trade-off with everything. People seem to move to Spanish Fork for more reasons than just open spaces. There's a lot of amenities in Spanish Fork that are very desirable. A golf course, great sports programs, great community volunteerism, a great celebration, and things like that. So we're talking about one part of what attracts people to Spanish Fork. And my feeling as it is right now is that I like the concept. I don't really like the 4 stories.
So I guess you would be looking at, you're thinking somewhere along the line of the concept, 3 stories, so it would be right around 176 units. Whereas if it was R3, it'd be somewhere around 150.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Rough, I mean, that's really rough.
But then again, I guess those things can be ironed out later. What we're really tasked with tonight is the changing.
Well, I think we also want our opinions on this, and that's why I'm throwing the opinions out there, because you want that for future reference.
Yeah, and the developer needs to know that, because there's no reason to go through this if the developer can't live with it.
And of course, you're making a recommendation to the city council, because they
And they
will have their thoughts as well. But
they love
the candor and the feedback, I think, is appreciated.
So I think, so right now the general plan is for commercial in that area, and while I think that this is a good development, It's well thought out. It's a really good concept. Is it right in that place? Does it fit with the general plan? Could I see this, something like this, like what was approved down by Lowe's in that area of town? I could see something great like this down where there's public transportation, like down by, down behind where the Wendy's is over off of Highway 6 in that area. Is it worth it to review the general plan in general before we start piecemealing, changing the general plan in this little area, in this little area, in this little area? Or is it worth it to go and look at the general plan in general, like overall? And so my opinion is I like that area for commercial, and I think it's worth it to review the general plan overall before changing parts of the general plan. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Have you voiced your opinion?
Yes and no. I'll share a little more.
Okay.
I agree with 4 stories. I don't think I like it either. If that means the developer needs to increase his price to make whatever he's trying to make, and we keep it at 3 stories, that's fine. I think we need to make sure that it's what we want for Spanish Fork. As far as the location, personally, I think it's a great location for that density. The reason being, you've got Walmart right next to it, so you're not actually you don't necessarily have to jump in your car to go to the grocery store. It's close enough that you could walk over if you wanted to. So you save on traffic a little bit with the location. You've already got a decent sized road, which would be south, so you're not driving through other neighborhoods to get to Highway 6. You just jump on, 900, 950? Whatever that road is, and head over to the roundabout, and you're on Highway 6. So you're not going through any other neighborhoods to get to a major highway. So I think that's a great thing to look at with the density there. It'll get even better once there's another connection to Highway 6 down the road a little ways. Like Dave says, that could be years down the road, but this development's not going to be built overnight either. That's why they do them in phases. So who knows what that road will look like by the time this development's actually finished. Will it add traffic? Yeah, but so will anything else that goes in that development. It's the property owner's right and privilege to be able to develop his property, and at some point he's going to. It's not going to stay an empty field forever if that's what he chooses, and so whatever goes there is going to increase traffic, like it or not. We know that's how it works. So in my opinion, I think drop the 4th stories, and I think you're going to be all right as far as development goes. I think that's a good appeasement. But yeah, I think it's a good location because of the vicinity with the grocery store and with the vicinity to Highway 6.
Okay, thank you. I like the location for the high density. I was pretty involved with when we come up with the Planning Commission, come up with the R4. It's been, 4 years maybe that we started and finished on that. It was quite a project. At that time, we never had an R4. Springville had just finished their Outlook apartments, and other communities was doing it, and we were trying to be prepared for it. Now we've approved that one out by Lowe's, which will give us really our first project, but it hasn't broke ground yet. Location, I agree, Kevin. I mean, this meets all the qualifications for high density. You know, get the traffic out on the road, don't have it affect your neighborhoods. You got shopping already going on with Walmart. I'm not really a fan of the 4th level, but I do like how the developers worked with the city to put it on that back row and put all the 3 stories, facing the roads. I think that's a good step, and maybe that 4th floor won't even be as negative as we might think, other than John having to go up and see his grandchildren. In looking at the pictures, I would like to see or suggest a little more architectural design. In looking what you provided, I don't even think it's quite as, got so much of them lines as the one in Springville. So I would just suggest maybe dressing that up just a little bit more.
More variation in
More
material.
variation, yeah.
I think so.
Overall, I think I'd be in favor of it. I probably could live with the 4 stories, especially where they've located them on the back like that. You know, with what is east of those 4 stories, it's Walmart, which is already, I don't know how tall a building that is. How would that compare to the 4-story, the Walmart to the 4-story?
So we were talking about that 7 to 9 feet. I talked to Dave, and if the 4-story is a real, feel like it'd be detrimental to the project, we can take those back units down to a 3-story and lose the density if that's ultimately what the city feels is best for the neighborhood. We're flexible in that way.
Yeah.
I think there's demand for it, but ultimately if there's more opposition than there is favor to it, we'd be willing to ask a date to make a motion with a text amendment to the R4 zone. Not what we're doing today, but an R4 zone with a 3-story, 35-foot max height
Yeah.
or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think we're flexible. I just don't
That's
think
good.
there is demand, but if
Well, that's good to know that you're willing to do that too. I think that means a lot.
Still smaller than the bridge.
Well, is there any commissioners that wants to make a motion?
Can I say a point of clarification?
Yeah.
So from your guys' comments, you're comfortable with this being, changing that from a UVC and R3 to R4 and commercial? You're not considering like an R3 and commercial, you're comfortable with the R4?
Yeah.
Which we're not doing the zoning tonight.
No.
Right? This tonight would be just a general plan amendment from UVC, or what? What's the current general plan for this? Commercial? So a general plan amendment from commercial to high density. Is that the general plan? Is it high density? Is that the term for it?
It's that simple when you get right down to the language, yeah. It's that change.
And then later on, it'll come up again, and that's where we'll actually talk about R3, R4, whatever zoning side.
And that would be excluding the 3 acres, Brad?
Yep, 12 acres of high-density residential, 3 acres of commercial.
Right.
Okay. I'm not on the end anymore.
Oh.
That's probably done on purpose.
It was. But I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no more discussion.
Go ahead, John.
I would make the motion that we recommend to the city council that the Vista View general plan amendment request be approved, that the subject, I guess we won't go with the zoning, but that we will go along with the recommendations of the DRC committee to change the general plan amendment to the proposed new zoning. Does that make sense?
Does that work, Dave?
I kind of went the
If you
wrong
just, you
route.
can just read it.
You want me to just read it? Okay, I make the motion that the Vista View general plan amendment be recommended to be approved by the city council, that the existing commercial with high density, the UVC designation and R3 designation be changed to R4 and RO.
Now you're getting into the zoning.
Yeah.
Look at the one on the,
Avoid zoning.
The one on the right.
You want to change
on the
the
right.
general plan designation from commercial to high density. That's all you need to say.
Okay,
key issues underneath the general plan.
I think that's what we heard him say, right?
Yeah, that's what you heard me
Is that what
say.
you got?
That's what I have.
That
What he said.
was what I thought I said.
It's on the, it's the words on the agenda.
Yes.
Agenda
I
word.
second that motion.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. Yes, I'm opposed.
Okay.
I'm an aye for what how that's stated. When
To
we get down
change
to
the general
zoning,
plan.
Okay.
We'll talk.
So we got 4
I've-
in favor
Yes.
and 1 opposed.
Yes.
Okay.
Dave, any idea when the next portion of this will come back to us, the zoning?
It'll be months, yeah, but again, that's provided at the city council.
Yeah.
It's a general plan amendment, but yeah, it would be months. I think Mr. Morgan mentioned October or November. I think that's probably, might even be a little optimistic.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, citizens. That was helpful. It really was.
Once you start getting tongue-tied on those, it's hard to.
Sure it was. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have a recess. 5-minute recess.
Sorry, I know you've been waiting. 5-minute break and then we'll get into it.
this one again?
So in some ways, this is similar to the last request that you heard. It's a proposed general plan amendment. In some ways, it's very different, frankly, as well. Currently, the subject property, which is on the southeast corner of 400 North and Spanish Fork Parkway, it's zoned rural residential. And the applicant, just according to a concept plan that we have, would like to develop the property with three different land uses. Commercial on a portion of the property that's right at the intersection of 400 North and Spanish Fork Parkway, just to the south of that. They would like to construct some townhomes, and then south of that, they would like to have single-family detached homes constructed on lots that meet our requirements in the R112 zone. So in order for that to happen, there are a couple of changes that are needed. Again, like the discussion that you just went through, given that this property is currently general planned, low-density residential. The properties surrounding it, at least on three sides, have that same designation on the general plan. We can see it there with that kind of tan color. That particular designation for us really has just corresponded to one type of development in one zone. That's the R112 zone. Developers have gravitated to that because that's the zone that allows for the most density that is consistent with that low density residential designation. So in order to go from how the property is currently identified on the general plan to being able to potentially develop the property with a non-residential use on the corner and the townhomes, this document would first need to be changed, the general plan. And just like I said with the previous application, this document is advisory, but we do strive to be consistent when zoning gets changed to make sure that it's consistent with the general plan. So ultimately, the goal being for the applicant to have the zoning change to high-density residential for the part that would be the townhomes, kind of the middle part, and the C2 zone on the northern part. First, the general plan would need to be amended to high-density residential for the middle and commercial up above. That's the phraseology we use to describe those two general plan designations. The southern, maybe 2/3 or so, could remain low-density residential as it is now. Maybe just so I can take a quick breath. Do you have any questions about that?
Well, just, it got a little confusing in the last
Yeah.
motion. And as I look at the agenda, and it talks about the key issues, I think what we're looking at is 1A and B there. The second item, zoning, is not done in this meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
if we make a motion, we're talking about items 1A and B.
Yeah, any action that you could take tonight is simply limited to, you really have three options. Either recommending that the proposed general plan amendment be approved, recommending that it be denied, or for some reason you wanted to take additional time to consider it, you could recommend, or sorry, it wouldn't be recommending that it be continued, but you would simply continue it for further study in some future meeting.
Okay.
One of the key issues I think here is a power line that runs through the property. It runs through many of the properties through this part of the community. It's not insignificant. It's a really, really big Rocky Mountain power facility. And it certainly does impact how this property could be developed. We could probably overstate that impact a little bit, but in staff's view, it's real. I'd say as well that in staff's view, that does lend some credence to the idea that considering some other development pattern besides just single-family homes may be warranted. In fact, I would say that that's part of the reason that staff has recommended that the proposed general plan amendment be approved. I really don't think there's much more really to say. From my perspective, it's relatively straightforward. The pattern that we're talking about here has a similarity with what's just on the other side of 400 North, certainly at a very different scale. But I'll leave it at that. Do you have any questions for me? Or?
So they would come before us again to go over zoning change. At that time, they'd have some layouts of what they're actually proposing. Instead of concepts, they'd have some actual layouts of the buildings.
Yes, so...
If it was approved.
Right. Much like we talked about with the other project, with a zone change application, and the zoning, I'll just restate, it's very different than the general plan. With zoning come very explicit rights that property owners have. So before, typically, we recommend that the city grant those rights to a property owner. We want to make sure we understand exactly what's going to happen, which to Commissioner Mitchell's question, then that's why we would basically require full-blown engineering on the entire development, down to the design of the elevation and slope of the curb and gutter in the project, and everything like that. Just as a matter of practicality, I think it's great that before this could happen, there's this step where the general plan amendment is needed. The design work that would be required to potentially have maybe some 20 townhomes and maybe 8 or 9 single-family lots developed on this property. It wouldn't be nearly as expensive as it would be with the last project that we talked about, but still, that's a significant expense. So I asked, like I did before, that if this is a concept that you're not comfortable with, we'd like you to be as explicit as you can be, to save both the applicant the expense and also probably some headache in pursuing the proposed zone change. That's not to say that if the general plan amendment were to get approved that anybody's guaranteed to have the zoning changed. But I think certainly in this case, just as a practical matter, we would think that it would send a pretty strong signal to the property owner and the applicant that it's something that you're comfortable with.
Okay.
So in the agenda, it says that the proposal is to change the general plan from low-density residential to high-density residential. But on the more detailed document, it says that the proposed is to change to commercial, high-density residential and low-density residential. So what's the... So we would change for part of it to commercial and part of it to high density, or?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And maybe to talk about that a little bit more explicitly. What we're seeing right here, so maybe starting from our right, the part that's shown in yellow there, and let me reiterate that this is a concept, right? But it's a 10-acre site. There are only so many ways that you could design something for this property. So I think there's a high likelihood that this wouldn't change a lot if the project were to move forward. So it's single-family homes in the area that I would call it yellow on the right. So for that part, the R112 zoning would accommodate that, and that's consistent with the current general plan designation. So that wouldn't necessarily change. At least the applicants aren't asking that that be changed because that meets what they're hoping for. The part then that is kind of in the middle, that orange, they would like to develop that, at least how they're representing here, with townhomes. And they'd like to develop that with something more than 8 units to the acre. So with that, the required general plan designation is high-density residential. And then the remaining part on the corner, they're suggesting would be developed commercially. Therefore, the change would be from, on the general plan, the low-density residential designation to just commercial.
Okay, so those power lines go through the whole rest of those developments, is that right?
They do, all throughout the whole,
Okay.
East Bench.
Through all that area already?
literally from one end of Spanish Fork, as part of the community, to the other end of Spanish Fork.
They all go all the way through Provo on the west side,
Way up, yep.
where that nice park is on the west side of Provo, under the lines.
Now, to be clear, I would not anticipate staff recommending that along other parts of the corridor, a change like this necessarily be approved. I think the fact that this property is at an intersection like the intersection of Spanish Fork Parkway and 400 North, which is certainly going to be one of the more prominent intersections in the city as the community continues to grow. I think it's hard to fully appreciate what Spanish Fork Parkway is going to become as not only Spanish Fork continues to grow, but also communities to the south, which this road will connect with. So the idea of having a non-residential use on that corner, from my perspective, that makes some sense. Now, that all being said, again, this is a proposed general plan amendment. It's unlike, maybe changing the zoning to have it be consistent with the general plan when I think there is a presumption that if the timing's right, that should happen. In this case, it's really up to what you think is the appropriate vision for the community. And that's fully open, for you to decide with whatever discretion you want to exercise.
Okay. Any
Dave,
questions?
what's the next zone just under R3?
R16. So the difference there would be the R3 zone would allow for up to 12 units to the acre, and the R16 zone would allow for about 5.5.
So looking at this proposal at least, and obviously we're not talking zoning tonight, but we are talking high density. Is R6 considered medium or high?
I think it might be in both. Brandon, can you check me on that?
Just medium.
It is just medium.
High is R3, R4, and R5.
So we're only just over a unit away from being medium density. So right now it looks like they're saying 6.7 units to the acre. You're saying 5.5?
5.37.
5.37. So we're,
And that's kind of a function of how we would calculate the density. I think they're calculating it, counting the land in the power corridors as buildable. It might be a couple of different ways really to look at that, but oftentimes we would not count that in the density calculation.
so you only
So it'd
include
be
buildable
higher
space.
than that, yeah. And honestly, there might be some latitude there, but usually.
That's essentially green space in their development. It wouldn't count in their favor as far as density goes.
Exactly, yeah, and that's with the idea that, let's say somebody, buys a parcel that's 50% wetlands and 50% buildable area. You don't want to necessarily see that density fold over into the buildable part and somebody get full credit for that wetland area. If that's
a little bit different than something that they're going to landscape and have be green
It's true,
space.
absolutely, yep. I think from staff's perspective, we'd probably ask the commission to focus more on the use, and if you're comfortable with this, then we could, maybe talk about, exactly what that ultimate zone would be that would allow for that. Or if you wanted to see changes from this, we could talk about other zoning options than what the applicant's considering now and how that might change the general plan proposal.
But your question, Kevin, is if it was to R16, you get rid of 3 or 4 of these units, and your medium density, it's a little bit more, it's a little bit less there. There's 4 less units or so.
And you're not giving up a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
The acreage that's in orange, what do we have there? I can't quite read that.
It says 3.
Okay.
But I'm sure that's kind of all the orange, right? Or all that orange space.
Yeah, it would be.
I would think so.
And you're saying that this is a unique intersection and corner that seems like it would make more sense for commercial and high density there because of the space and configuration of how the power lines go through that area? I mean, what's the justification for changing that from low density?
The commercial or the orange?
I think both orange and red.
I think that's a great thing for you guys to talk about, but maybe just to try to, I haven't been very clear.
Okay.
At prominent intersections, we do like to try to accommodate non-residential uses wherever the market would support that. So that for me is a starting point. And I kind of wear a couple of hats for the city, right? I mean, planning and economic development, and that certainly influences my perspective on that. Oftentimes as well, when it comes to non-residential uses, we do look at something other than single-family homes as an adjacent land use. And in this case, you have the power lines that do allow for the property to be developed more efficiently with an attached housing type where you don't have rigid lot lines and things like that that influence where homes can be sited and how many homes can be fit on a property and those types of things. And to be clear, when I say more efficiently, I don't necessarily believe that Spanish Fork City right now does have a great need for a lot more townhomes. Right, you've seen what's been approved in recent years. That's a reality, I think, just in terms of what today our housing inventory is doing. But yet, just as a practical matter of using this property for a use that's appropriate for it, in my view, it makes quite a bit of sense. As the Development Review Committee reviewed this proposal, we all seem to be on the same page and feeling like it certainly has some merit. But in as much, again, as the property on the south end, really is identical to every other property, it's not adjacent to a big intersection and things like that. Likewise, there's a demand for lots for people to build single-family homes on. Frankly, I think with this proposal and just the scale of it, it's really about what your preference is. The city's not gonna miss much of a beat if we don't have a commercial use on the corner. In fact, I think if there's demand for a couple acre site or an acre and a half site in this part of the community for a non-residential use, somebody will find a place for that, whether it's here or someplace else. But again, that being said, it's not a bad arrangement in my view. I'd say the same thing about townhomes here. Not a bad arrangement, but if this were developed with, and you'd probably just have 4 or 5 single-family homes where the townhomes are planned. Not the end of the world if the townhomes don't get built here, but yet this is a pretty functional land use pattern to try to create. So I don't like being on the fence at all, staff to you guys with our recommendations. So again, we've recommended that the general plan be amended, but we have probably bigger land use issues as well in the community that we need to wrestle with. And that being said, for this property owner, it probably is a really big deal. So I think that's important to acknowledge as well.
Yeah.
Dave, what's on the other side of the intersection to the north? What is that currently? Commercial.
So there we have, and there we have space for probably a very different kind of commercial development. I think we've required that about 400 feet of depth be set aside. As we've talked with, frankly, some actual grocers themselves and brokers that work with retailers of different sizes and types and things like that. They do feel that both traffic along 400 North and how Mapleton traffic tends to flow through this corridor, and traffic that will find its way north-south through this corridor, particularly when Spanish Fork Parkway connects in with State Road 51 and everything in the Canyon Creek area. They like that corner for some kind of probably pretty sizable commercial development in the future. And at that 400-foot depth, that could be accommodated. So there's that part of it. And then obviously to the north of that, that R3 zone there with the townhomes that are being built. This is a very different scale, you know, what we're talking about on this side of 400 North, but the pattern still's similar.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
But
is the developer here?
Hi, my name's Daniel Schmidt with WPI. We represent the landowner. And I think Dave summarized the unique development issues to this property quite well. You know, for the 10-acre piece right here with the surrounding community, R112, you know, on the surface it's just quite easy to run a road right up the middle, have lots on either side. And until we get to that intersection, the power corridor is 150 feet wide. Many of you are probably familiar with the power lines themselves or the actual poles that actually sit like right on the intersection itself. And as a result, in order to, or having those lots on either side, you kind of effectively orphan what we'll call the east of that red zone. That, Brandon, if you can switch over to the one that I have, just a little bit larger, you could zoom into. Effectively orphan the use of the, what's slightly blue there represents the power corridor or the easement that's required through there with Rocky Mountain Power, 150 feet wide, represents about 2 acres of the 10-acre property. And so orphaning that north side of what we're proposing to be the commercial zone, you know, assuming we're residential, creates kind of a corner that just gets left out altogether. And so then we start to say, well, that doesn't seem to be particularly attractive when you have a collector class corridor that the city's designed or planned to come all the way through down on the west side of the property. Furthermore, then the residential units at the kind of the angle that power easement hits the land, being kind of a narrow piece, makes a couple of the residential units, large blocks get cut out quite early, and from a land use or a development standpoint, we kind of view that as being unattractive. So similarly, the corner gets orphaned, and then further on in becomes somewhat abandoned and orphaned as well, with those large blocks of the sides fencing of the homes. Now the use is fine, the R112 is fine, so we just start to look at that and say, how do we ultimately solve that in a way that works for the community, becomes attractive, is something that has better characteristics, and that's when we start to look at the surrounding community, as was pointed out on the north side with the Salisbury development, the commercial also on the across the street, yeah. We look at that's part of the fabric of the community. Now we recognize that the way that they ended up with those zones was part of the legacy farms, and there's a whole separate thing, and we're not meaning to use the same kind of land use arguments, other than the practical issues of this corner having that power line and the actual poles right on the corner, and how do you make it attractive for the community? And so we say, well, because that's part of the fabric of the community, it wouldn't be hard to mimic that on the south side in small degrees. We develop a lot of commercial as well. Our group is the development group behind the Canyon Creek Commercial Center. We do feel that there is demand for commercial in this area when we're not exactly sure. That corner, even with the power corridor there on a commercial use, there's only going to be a few uses that could ever go there. The maximum we see is about 6,000 square foot multi-tenant building. It would be a car wash, it would be a 7-Eleven, gas station, maybe, but maybe not because of the, we haven't fully investigated the restrictions associated with gas and the power right there. But there's only a limited number of uses that could go there. But should something come along and ultimately express interest, we think that that whole corner could be beautified by commercial use. And similarly with the townhomes, we recognize that there might be an oversupply or not as desirable of a need for townhomes in the larger community. But by it naturally being smaller units, kind of softens the edges of the power corridor, which can't build anything particularly underneath, at least in terms of vertical structures. And most of that can be absorbed with some of the surrounding park. The Spanish Fork Master Trail system is to run through there, and so we're making those kind of connections. Brandon, if you jump over to the third slide. It's not showing up quite as well. I have my laser pointer here that's also not showing up quite as well. But we were asked by the Design Review Committee to look at the adjacent land. Now that adjacent land is owned by Rocky Mountain Power. So not only does the power corridor go through their land, but they own that 10 acres right next door. We approached them originally trying to purchase the property or jointly develop, it doesn't matter to us, and trying to do something at a larger scale because of the awkwardness of this 10 acres. And we were shut down very quickly. They have no interest in trying to develop the property, to sell it, to very limited interest in swapping it or exchanging it to any degree, just can't move forward. And so we don't know how long that property might sit the way it is in that condition. That's the adjacent property. But we were asked by the Design Review Committee to look at what would be the potential or the possibilities and how may this project tie in. And so one of the things that we tried to preserve is with the arrived product on the north is we tried to preserve a potential for connection between the projects in this vicinity right here. One of the things that's unique to the Rocky Mountain Power site, and you can very, very faintly see these lines on a diagonal basis come through the project, is that this allows for kind of a four-way cross intersection there, just at a local residential level, right underneath the power corridor, meaning a lot of it's chewed up by that. Unfortunately, again, and up and down Spanish Fork, a lot of the larger tracts of land have been able to use roadways underneath the power corridor, and it's just, there's a little bit more flexibility with more land. The constraints of this property being that there is, 400 North on the north side, you have the Spanish Fork Collector Class Spanish Fork Parkway there on the west, and we can't get access, or at least today, and who knows how long, we can't jointly develop the property next door. And so we're highly sort of constrained about what to do with the corner and the problems that power corridor creates. So this has been our sort of solution and approach to try and make something that's beneficial for the community. But similarly with the adjacent property, they just run something up and around, and they have lots on either side. It's sort of perfectly sized for that, as is the property that we're engaged in, but for the power corridor. So what's interesting about the adjacent property, at least this particular layout, with the layout that we have, is R112 zone, which is the larger area. Under the code, I think it's 2.69, if I'm remembering correctly, units per acre. And what's interesting about this layout, even with the townhomes, now of course, as was stated earlier, I am using the parts of the power corridor as part of that calculation, but it's even with those townhomes, it's 2.85 or something. Of course, that is with the Rocky Mountain Power land use as laid out right there. And so we feel that, on the whole, it's still sort of meeting the intent and design of the larger community, while creating an opportunity for commercial. Again, it's very limited, but I don't know quite what else we do with that. We do a lot of commercial, and it is a tricky corner. The townhomes, again, allow a lot of green space. What was supposed to show up on this plan was sort of the green space that was created by the sort of the edges of the commercial lot, along with the edges of the townhomes and the trail system going through the system there. And we feel that that creates a more inviting environment, at least from the corner's perspective. There's about the last road count that I can find through the city is about 12,000 cars at that intersection per day currently. We recognize that the Spanish Fork Parkway is going to carry a lot more than that. It's about 3,500, I believe, on the Spanish Fork Parkway currently, and about 8,500 on 400 North is what I could find. And so again, 12,000 cars on a normal commercial development, that's a small community scale development, just like the property to the north, which is already zoned, can support, sort of 12,500 cars and growing. About 20,000 cars is a good little neighborhood commercial center. And so again, we feel that this creates an opportunity for that, but for which we're not sure what else we'd quite do with that corner to improve it. So that's been a proposal, and sort of worked with staff to sort of modify things as to try and put as much R112 in there as possible, while using the restraints of the property to enhance the property and the community at large. So that's how we've arrived at where we are.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks.
Any questions for Daniel from the commissioners? No? Okay.
I think I have one question. There are two triangle-shaped pieces that are on the property, one behind the northernmost high-density housing units. It's on the west side, and then directly east of that is another one. I guess those just aren't accessible, and what's your plan for those?
Commissioner, are you referring to,
yes,
that piece there, that piece there?
Yes.
Yeah, they just become some green space, just some open space that would surround the communities. We had anticipated that if the corner were to go commercial, the outside would be landscaped. The trail system would start right on that corner and then sort of work its way through. But yes, the eastern side of that property would just sort of remain open, as well as anything here would just sort of be accommodated as part of that.
So how many could the orange space be reconfigured to include the lower density housing lots? How many houses could be fit on that if it just extended into that triangle corner? It's awkward, but could it be done?
The R112 product?
R1, yeah.
Yeah, there's approximately six more.
So it could be workable.
Oh, sure. There's no question that you can just put the road up the middle as far as it can go, and put lots up as far as there are building pockets to build. But the balance of the land up to the corner just becomes sort of a very awkward finish at a intersection that the city is obviously planning something larger around, with a commercial on the north side and Spanish Fork Parkway coming through. We just think that was a very desirable sort of finish to the product, so we were trying to find other solutions that helped accommodate the awkwardness of that. But yes, it's doable. It's just very awkward.
The commercial piece that's not the whole commercial section, but the piece that's orphaned to the east of the power line?
Yes.
How big is that?
That whole commercial there, I think, is about 1.2 acres. I don't know exactly how I would tell you that that's roughly That's probably 30,000 square feet, approximately.
And then I can see we have some townhome concepts
Yes.
out in here. What have you laid out here? Like what size? How big are these that you showed the footprint for?
Yes, good question. The layout right there for about 1,800 square feet on average, top and bottom, 2-car garage, accessed, front-loaded. And the concepts along the top there are concepts similar to the ones that the group's considering if things were to move forward. Probably slightly with a different color scheme. It's not one's represented. They're not quite as desirable today. That would complement the residential homes in the R112, which with the concepts on the lower right-hand side will be similar to Arrive. We're currently developing out the River Cove subdivision on the southwest side of town, and that would be similar to some of the product in there today.
And you guys are on the single-family residence, on the R112s, you'll develop the lots and sell the lots off? You're not planning on building out the houses also, are you? Are you going to sell the lots off to other
we are building
contractors?
the homes as well as
You'll build them
the
all.
lots, but yes, people come and purchase them from us, and we build the homes as well.
Same builder as what you're using in River Cove?
Yes. The townhomes are looked at as a for-sale product as well. There's no need for necessarily rentals or anything else like that.
So if this were even just the R112, would this be built concurrent with what you're doing in River Cove right now?
Yes.
Or would you wait for one to get done before you start the other?
No, they could start anytime.
Okay.
Kind of along the lines of Shauna's question about replacing the townhomes with just more single-family homes. Would you prefer to keep the commercial if that was a direction?
We feel that the commercial would lose its value by about 50%. You know, it's hard to say. When I say lose its value, we just think we cut the uses down by, substantially. And as a result, we'd probably, again, not have the corner be commercial. Primarily because there's no buffer. Now, the power corridor creates a natural barrier that you can't develop around, so there's green space that is our buffer, but the orientation of the commercial would have to be west-facing, which means that the homes on the south or the west side of the corridor, would somewhat be looking into, not directly, but sort of adjacent to that potential commercial use. It's just not as a desirable of a connection between residential and commercial. We think that the kind of homes that would have to go in there on the R112 that would sort of degrade the quality of the R112 as well as degrade the quality of the commercial. And so that's why we're kind of like, if you were just to run it up and have as many R112 as you can with the awkward sort of block finishes, we feel that that really does practically orphan and abandon the corner at large. There's a, very, like we mentioned before, there's sort of, we do believe genuinely that there is uses out there for the commercial. They are very limited, and so anything that sort of detracts away from that, and as I just mentioned, we think that equally hampers or degrades the quality of the R112 product and the price of the homes that will ultimately be there.
Is the road that's going in your plan through the townhomes, is that a public road or is?
It is not. It would be a private maintained by the HOA associated with the townhomes.
What's Dave, maybe, or Brandon? What's the width requirement for private roads as compared to cities' public roads? Any idea?
That's a great segue into something that I want to touch on. So now we're getting, we're getting well beyond that broad brush, general plan kind of a discussion here. I think it's really important that we do that, though. And for your benefit, we don't allow private streets. We do have a narrower road cross-section that's designed for projects like this. I think it's right around 50 feet wide, though.
As compared to?
As compared to 60.
60, okay.
So that is one change that would have to be made to the concept plan. We haven't asked them to revise this, again, trying to keep it relatively simple to this point.
So if the road, I don't know how wide you've got for your road, does it meet the 50 feet requirement if that's?
It doesn't. I can see from this that it's probably closer to 30, maybe a little bit over 30, which is pretty common.
You widen that road, how does that affect the density of your homes?
They would lose a couple. Not to speak for you guys, but they would. And that's kind of maybe to finish answering a question that you guys brought up a minute ago. Just how we calculate how many homes a developer is allowed to include in a project. So now I'm jumping ahead to the zoning again. But just went through the language that we have. It's in our master plan development part of the code. And it says expressly there that for purposes of calculating how many homes somebody can have in a development, you can't count sensitive lands in that density calculation. You also can't count things like school sites or church sites or commercial sites. And there's a story behind why each one of those, provisions exists in our ordinance. And honestly, I think the spirit of that suggests that an unbuildable area like the power corridor fits right in with why those other exclusions exist. But the code does not expressly say that. So for example, then, if you wanted to take the position, and I'm certainly comfortable as the city zoning administrator to follow your lead, if you're comfortable counting that area for purposes of determining how many homes they could fit in the project. So we were using a full, I think it was 3.5 units to the acre. Then the R16 zone would yield something like 18 or 19 homes on what they're showing in orange there, or would allow for up to that number. And I think that by the time they design a road through there that meets our requirements, they're probably going to be at about that number, is my guess, just kind of scaling some things off a little bit. I'm not talking about a significant change, really, in terms of the reality of what would get built. I do know sometimes, though, that having, for example, a medium density designation on the general plan instead of a high density, which then is what could be used, and having the R16 zone used instead of the R3 zone, that sometimes does some good in terms of helping people feel comfortable with it. So I just mentioned that as another thing that you might want to consider.
Thanks.
Yeah, good point. Commissioners want to go into public hearing now? Okay. I think we'll go with the same guidelines we did on the previous Vista project. I'm going to ask Ariana to come up and kind of just summarize the topics that we got on the emails, and then we will go into public hearing and ask that we. I think some of the comments, and maybe we can reiterate those. Sean, you had one last time of, I believe it was what kind of things could we put here? Is that you that mentioned that last time?
Yeah, I guess the other thing I'd be interested to hear is if neighbors how neighbors feel about like that having a commercial corner versus having the townhomes there, and if it was how they would feel about how awkward it would be to have it all be the low density residential and then having something on the corner. I mean, yeah, how do they feel about
Get rid of the townhome, have it be R112.
Right, have it all be R112, but then have that corner be commercial. I mean, I understand about what our developer said about it, but I don't know. Be interested to hear what neighbors would think about that too.
Yeah, that's good. Good point. Okay, Mariana?
Okay, so we have a few traffic-related concerns. There are concerns mentioned about increase to traffic and congestion. What is the capacity of the road network and can it handle the proposed changes? School crossing safety, student drivers, on-street parking and availability and whatnot. Moving on to other concerns, we have some concerns about an increase in crime, overcrowding of schools, people like the existing development pattern, the low density, neighbors move to the area expecting it to only be single-family detached homes. The general plan should not change. No need for additional commercial in this area. No need for additional townhomes in this area. Due to the Salisbury building north of 400 North. They believe the project will decrease home values. They're concerned about light pollution from commercial corner, lack of property maintenance in multifamily projects, lack of parking for townhomes, neighborhood stability, and finally, some people believe the project will look ugly.
That's a good.
The delivery of that was
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so we're going to go into public hearing. We'll open up for 30 minutes.
Correct. If there are people that are coming from around, we just need to have them queue and not all coming in. So they'll just need to wait at the door and we'll just have to shuffle.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll ask that you keep it to 3 minutes maximum. And again, if you can kind of try to deviate away from these topics we just heard, that will help to better understand maybe some things that we didn't pick up from some of the email correspondence. So we're in a public hearing. Let's ask you to come up to the mic, introduce yourself, and tell us your concerns or comments.
Paul Snyder developed the property just to the west of this. It is all single-family units in that area. I think there's a natural break in that at 4th North. There's concern about traffic from the high school over and then to the junior high. Concern about bringing commercial into the neighborhoods. Talk about a gas station on that corner. Directly south, less than a mile, there's a gas station. Directly east, less than a mile, there's a gas station. We don't need gas stations in residential communities. I think that is totally against the master plan. If you want to have a commercial on that corner, why not put in a museum? There's talk in our area about, what about a swimming complex? Something of a cultural value to that area. The museum down in downtown Spanish Fork on Main Street is going to be remodeled, and history is a very important part of Spanish Fork. So that's been some comments. We have on that corner and through that area, I think, an excellent entry into the city from the east. I think a beautiful water feature, some nice landscaping right on that, right there would make an excellent entry into the city from the east. I think single-family housing, that's what we have in that area. In the last meeting, the citizens voiced a concern about traffic. You can do all kinds of studies to make anything you want fit what you want or would like to see in that area. To say that multiple housing, high-density housing, doesn't cause more traffic problems, I think is incorrect. And with what the schools, we're going to have increased traffic problems, is my belief. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
My name is Randall Murray, and I just want to say, you guys don't need to feel sorry for the developer or the landowner for having power lines on that lot. They're well compensated from Rocky Mountain Power for having power lines there. Stick with the plan, keep it low density. We've got 50 neighbors over there, half of them left because it's been 4 hours. But we all bought in that Edge, Arrive, Salisbury neighborhoods knowing that it would be low density. And just stick to the plan. They can keep it a cornfield. They have the right to develop it, but develop it according to the plan, like Paul did, like the other homeowner or property owners have. You just can't turn over to the greed, and they can say whatever they want to say about it looking nice or having a good transition from this to that, but it's greed, it's more money. It's not about a transition from low density to high density. It's selling more things and getting more property permits. Okay, so I just know, and you guys probably got the emails, right? From all our, right? Okay, so just know that sure, you guys make up your own mind, but everyone that bought in that area is not in favor of high density or commercial. Thank you.
Thanks, Randall.
Well, I'll tell you how much the city listens to me. When they proposed the Arrive development, I showed up at the meeting and I just had one suggestion, and I said, could you have a height limitation of 6 feet on those homes so it doesn't spoil our view of Maple Mountain? So those of you that live in the Arrive, the fact that your homes are taller than 6 feet, you can thank the city for not listening to me.
Oh yes, state your name.
My name's Ross Batsgard, and the view out our front window would be directly into those townhomes. And we've lived there up on the bench for 30 years, so we've seen this whole development thing from the very beginning come like a tsunami up to us and then surround us. And it's changed our lifestyle significantly from living out in the farm areas in a very quiet rural place to living in the middle of a busy suburb. And we don't fault anybody for that, and we're not resentful about that, because like I stated earlier, landowners have a right to derive the value from their ground and things of that nature. I think what we're seeing tonight is, like Commissioner Warnick suggested in the previous items on the agenda, is just some frustration over feeling blindsided. And Mr. Anderson mentioned that that's a prime corner, that crossing between 4th North and Spanish Fork Parkway for some other economic activities. And there's 2 corners there besides the ones that we're talking about. The one corner's already been addressed in the city plan for a commercial corner and those townhomes that are already being built. There's 2 other corners that have the same problem that the one we're talking about, and that is the master plan doesn't reflect the vision that Dave has for that intersection. And so as that development moves from the west closer to Monty Bingham's corner and closer to the Fuchs corner, and those people become invested in those homes, they're going to be blindsided again if there's a commercial proposal for either of those corners. So I say get ahead of that with the plan before, because those folks that have built and invested tremendous resources to build those nice homes up there, I can understand why they feel blindsided. This is not what we expected, like Randall just said. And to have all of a sudden the rules of the game's changed for that little sliver of property, make an exception in the plan for that, you just kind of feel violated with the expectations you had when you built your home there. The only other thing I'd point out, we don't want to keep dwelling on the same topic over and over and over, but I think the other frustration is since the day they built that high school, there's been a traffic problem up there, and Dave said again tonight, what he's told me personally several times, it's going to get worse before it gets better, the traffic situation. Well, it's been getting worse for 10 years now, and so you're seeing a buildup of frustration over that. And it's externally driven to a large extent. That traffic's coming there is not generated by the developers for the most part that are building homes there. It's coming from Mapleton, it's coming from Legacy Farms, it's coming from the south end of people feeding the high school. And until all of that property, are we just going to wait until every last inch of that road a developer picks it up before we fix the problem? Because that may never happen. Scott Hansen may go away after tonight if he doesn't get what he wants and say, we'll stick it to the city, I'll never develop that land. And so then what do we do with the road? There needs to be a plan to get that resolved. We figured out a plan to widen Center Street at the top of where it meets sideways. The city came up with a tremendous amount of resources to do that. Why are we waiting for 10 years to solve the problem up there with no end in sight to fix the traffic problem? So the rest of my concerns are in the letter that you all have in your possession, and when we get to the question and answer part, if there's things that are not addressed that you have questions about, I'd be happy to respond to those. Thank you. And thank you for your service. I respect you guys for what you're doing. And I know you're sincerely working for the best outcome in this situation and all the other situations, and I respect that, and I'll respect whatever decision you come up with.
Thank you, Ross. That means a lot.
Thanks, Ross.
Jenny Snyder. I want to know what happened to the annexation in 2010, October the 5th, of Legacy Farms. We pulled it out the other day, and I remember that day because my sister died that day. And they called me and said we were annexed. We moved on the bench in 1977. We were in our 20s. We're now in our 70s. So we've been there a long time, and we've watched it all develop, and we've been very happy with the way it's developed. And as we sold our property and we developed respectfully on that. But there's a plan, and Dwayne Hutchings put it together. And it was called the Legacy Farms annexation, and we were annexed on that day. And according to that plan, the road was going to take off right where the high school kitty corners, all this property you're talking about, it was going to surpass those poles and come out on 4th North up here further where it could be widened out. What happened to that plan? And that was to remain green space in front of Badsgart's, and what was Ivy's is now, well, that's Badsgart's.
Go along with that.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is, what happened to that plan? Also, in my email, and it was lengthy, there are 6 railroad crossings in one day, right over there. We've just discussed this whole roundabout thing. They're building a new big gas station right across the railroad tracks, right? I got stuck on Canyon Road all the way back because there was a train, the arms down. And now you're going to bring big diesels in there to turn around and do what on that little scrap of road? And then you're going to come down this way. There's 6 railroad crossings. Somebody just got hit again a week ago. And you've got on 4th North the same day, I got stuck down on 4th North. It was backed up because of the railroad crossing, clear to the roundabout, and I was backed up to the Gray House, clear a mile up the road. And that's with not high traffic. When we get the high school kids back there, we got a surprise at our house. My husband's a mason. We had a high school student plow through our brick mailbox, throw it into our yard. It's a wonder it didn't kill him. Those kids drive crazy. They park on the roads, and now you're going to add high density and commercial, and you're going to try to appease us by letting us put some of these others. Why can't we have some green space? I mean, how many parks do we have up that way? We've got around the high school. I know there's one supposed to be developed in the Arrive, is it? But we don't see it. And why can't we have that green space? Why can't we? With those power poles right on the corner, people have hit those, and we've watched this over all those years. I want you to consider that. And those of you who maybe haven't driven up there lately and got stuck behind those trains, and now you're going to add 500 parking spaces over on Canyon Road. I mean, it is not easy. You drive it, and you run into those trains, and it's only going to get worse. Yeah, but like they said, what happened to the idea of taking that road out and widening it there and bringing it out up here and leaving this alone? What's wrong with that?
Thank you.
My name is Brendan Kornberg, and I live in the Canyon Vista Estates development of Salisbury, and really I just want to say what she said. So, but I just want to add to that if the commission does decide to pass this, I would be okay with it if they change the name of it to Hollow Expectations and Hollow Promises. So that way whenever people go by, they can understand how the citizens feel. We moved from high-density housing areas in Springville to this area specifically because of how it was zoned. We did our research ahead of time, and I know I'm echoing the sentiments of a lot of people in our development that we feel a little betrayed, to be completely honest, in that a sign was posted in the middle of a field in a section where you couldn't even pull a car off the road to see it, to even know that this was taking place. So in general, if we do go forward with this, if you name it Hollow Expectations, Hollow Promises, I can support it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Benjamin Jacobson. This gentleman, I'm sorry, is wrong. His recommendation should not be to change. It should be, as everybody else has stated, stick with the plan. Low density housing, okay? I don't know how to say it any more clear than that. I want low density housing in the rest of my neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm Deanne Brown, and I also live in the Arrive neighborhood. And I feel if this change is made, you basically put us in a neighborhood that are kind of trapped off on 3 sides. And I know I said that in my email, but I know that my neighbors haven't heard that. We have train tracks on one side with no access. We'll have commercial across 4th on the other side, and then we're going to add high density or commercial on the other side. That doesn't happen anywhere on the whole plat map of Spanish Fork City, if you will look, except for a medium density area down by McDonald's. Our low density area shouldn't be the next one to take that hit. Second thing I wanted to say is if the commercial goes on that corner, I travel out of there every morning to go to work during high school travel time. So does my husband. He heads left, I head right. I head toward Mapleton, and that is the longest part of my commute, and I go clear into Provo, getting out of there because of the high school traffic already. His heading down to work down into Spanish Fork and Springville area is even harder. To turn left out of there is almost impossible. And if we add another commercial on that corner, and then you've added the additional traffic of pulling in and out of a commercial zone as well as the corner and high school drivers, you're just asking for accident after accident after accident, because it is so busy right there, and you've just added another turn in, people wanting to turn left into commercial, cross traffic, and people wanting to turn right out of commercial, as well as the neighborhood there in the corner. It's a lot of additional traffic issues. So I hope we can stay low density residential. That's what I moved there for. I also researched it. I've lived in Spanish Fork for 20 years. Well, I just moved across Highway 6 because I love Spanish Fork and it had a good plan. Please keep your plan.
Hi, my name is Bjorn Sundell. I actually live right across the street from the high school, and we literally have people coming in from all directions to go to the high school and to go to the elementary over there, and it gets so busy over there that it makes it really hard to go places without having some sort of traffic. Like Jenny said, she had a high school kids even run through her yard. The traffic gets so bad over there that they ran through the corner of my lot as well. It just gets so bad, and if you add all these high-density homes into that area, and then not only do we have what we already have with all the high school kids coming from all the directions, but we also have all the other people coming from that direction as well coming across here. You're also going to have to put a crosswalk there for the kids to come across the road there so they can go down to the Sierra Bonita Elementary. Yeah. Right, so as is, like everyone else has said, the traffic is a huge issue. The parking is a huge issue. If you've got these townhomes, you've got people are going to buy these townhomes and they're going to rent them out to singles possibly. And they say that, you know, a lot of these developers come in and say, well, we're going to have CC&Rs, we're going to have all these rules, but to actually make that, to be able to control what happens 10 years down the road, I don't think a developer is going to be able to do that. So I'd like to leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Cheryl Gisillo, and I live directly across in the Canyon Vista estate. And I think I have an interesting perspective as a parent, but also as a teacher at Maple Mountain High School. My own children play Crossy Road every single morning to try to get to the high school, and have told us that they fear for their safety because flashing lights were put in. They haven't worked since they were put in. They've sporadically worked. But even when they're flashing, nobody stops. You add more traffic to that, and that's a huge problem and a huge safety concern. In the high school, I'm concerned about our students are constantly getting in accidents. That is a dangerous intersection at 400 and Spanish Fork Parkway, and adding commercial in there is only going to make it worse. As far as some of the builders' points that they made, as far as the high density lines, those are not new. Those were there. Those have been there the whole time. They knew that when they bought it. It was zoned low density residential from the get-go. And like everybody else, we did our research before we moved here. We moved here for that reason, and that's really frustrating, and we feel betrayed because of that. But also, as far as that's going to make it this is going to make it more appealing and more beautiful, not to the residents. We think it's going to make it really ugly and really just a mess, a huge mess. And like they said, green space. There's no reason why we can't use that and do green space. These power lines go through lots of other developments, and there's no problem. They worked around it. Build a park. Our kids need more green space to play in. But as far as the points that were made, I think that we need to go back to the plan and say, what was this zoned for originally? The builder knew that when they bought the property. They knew that. And now they're trying to change the plan, and that's not fair to the residents. So please consider that.
Thank you.
My name is Tyler Knudsen. Just two quick things. One, I feel like the posting of the sign for the notice, this was mentioned a little bit already, but it's right there on Parkway, and there's absolutely no room for anybody. I'm surprised that there's as many people here as there are. You have to play Frogger to get across the street, to take a picture of it, to jump across the other side of the road to actually read it. So just a recommendation for future postings, put them on the corners where there's a shoulder where people can pull over and read it. And then second, there's a ton of people in the overflow. They may not all have something beneficial or new to add, but I feel like they at least need to come to the door and be seen, because there's like as many people over there as there are here.
Thanks, Senator.
My name's Jared Worthington, and my house is on 130 North, and it faces this lot.
I don't need to reiterate everything everybody said and stick to the general plan, but I do want to say, if you do approve this, think of the message you're sending to the rest of Spanish Fork City residents, because we all built there knowing that we were getting away from townhouses, and if you do that, where else can we go that a townhouse won't be snuck in because of a power line? Okay, thank you.
I'm James Anderson. I'm in an Ivory home that's just on 130 North. Don't judge me, all you arriving edge. Or do, like a good judgment. My biggest thing, even seeing the plans today, this was the first time I've seen the actual plans, is if Rocky Mountain Power did sell that other piece that's just east, the high density doesn't go along with it. It doesn't coincide with, because they want to put low density in there. And so it doesn't even like work with the high density. So that doesn't even make sense to me. But I think my biggest thing that I wanted to mention tonight is, as a father, I have kids, have a wife. My goal is to protect them. If you do this, it makes it harder. Traffic will get worse. Kids could get hit. Wrecks could happen. And that is not something that I don't think anyone wants on their shoulders. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Robinson. I live in the Edge development just north of the high school. It's been mentioned that it'll only get worse before it gets better. I think that's our responsibility to not allow it to get worse before it gets better. Referring back to the previous issue, it was mentioned there's plans to get an opening onto Highway 6. But it was also mentioned that the person who owns that land is not willing to sell. I think infrastructure needs to be built before something like this is put into place and accepted, so that it doesn't get worse before it gets better. It's our responsibility, your responsibility, to decide what infrastructure goes into place before you decide to allow more high-density places to go into play. Another point I'd like to make is, recently with the fires in Saratoga Springs, it was mentioned that people were stuck in traffic for a very long period of time just trying to get out of their neighborhoods because infrastructure wasn't built before those neighborhoods were built. People couldn't get out of their areas for a very long period of time because the infrastructure wasn't there. Speaking of infrastructure, 2550 east, with the 25-mile-an-hour zone, which has to be there, I understand, because of the high school. But it's just a congestion zone there. We have only one way to get to the major roads, down 2550 east, or through the neighborhood to the overpass, the bridge over the railroad. That bridge, I think, was not planned well. The lines have been redrawn 6 times since it was widened, and personally, I don't think it was widened enough. Infrastructure has to be in place before, and I don't think putting high-density homes in this area is going to help. We already have high density across 400 on the north side, and that's just going to increase any traffic analysis that's been done to date hasn't included these new high density homes on 400, I would assume. Anyway, please don't allow high density. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got time for one more person.
I know you wanted to go. I'm going to step up here really quick and take issue with the time limit. I know you're in charge of this meeting, but There's a lot of people over there as well, and a lot of the individuals have been here waiting for this meeting for like 5 hours since 6 o'clock. And for you to limit our time to 30 minutes when you've discussed a lot of the other projects as a commission for a much more extended period of time to cut off the public comment, I don't think is very fair to all the residents that have come to share their input and time, opinions. So sorry, I wanted to share that. You could step up here and take the microphone. I actually do have more to share, but.
Can you share your name with us?
I'm Jim Oldham. I live in the Arrive development just east of the high school, and I do have more to say.
Oh, yes, say it.
That's all right, go ahead.
No, because mine, well, mine is not really even on the subject. I just want, whoever put that light in at $425.50, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Except you probably did it a little too soon and you probably put it in the wrong place. But it's okay. I love it. Get there and I can actually turn and get out of there. Hey, I've lived there for 32 years, 33. It was so beautiful.
Stage, what's your name?
Oh,
You're welcome.
Trudy Sumption. Trudy Sumption.
Sister Sumption.
Sister Sumption.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. And now you should say what you were saying.
I'm going to go real quick. My name is David Skinner. I live on 130 North in the Arrive Homes on the east side there. Like many others, we looked at the zoning before we moved to Spanish Fork. One thing that really impressed us and drew us to Spanish Fork was the way that the city had been designed. We have some friends that live here. I have a brother that lives here, and they all praised the city council and what a good job you guys have been doing. And this is the first time after being here for about 2 years. I've been impressed as well until now. And this is very disappointing to me as a citizen. The fact that there are other options available, like doing a park where they want to do the commercial, we could do a park there, we could do a green space, leave it all low density. There are other options, just stick with those. I have a lot of children that need more playing space. We don't have the park that Arrive promised us. Eventually we'll get it, maybe. More green space would be better. The commercial, the high density is not going to look good. It's not going to be attractive. It won't be good for the city. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Okay, we kind of allocated 30 minutes. Appreciate the fact that there's people over there waiting. You know, we've been here as long as you guys have been as well. And we've still got more business to conduct when you guys leave. We went through the topics to begin with, and probably half the time was spent on repeating what the topics were. What we was looking for is some new ideas. So I feel like we give everybody a chance to hear and make their comments.
Can I talk?
Let's talk.
No. No. Public hearing's closed. Appreciate the input. There was a lot of input, and I guess maybe to the last person that spoke, being disappointed about what we've done. We haven't done anything yet. This is a proposal. This is our job to digest it, get public input, and try to make decisions on the best part of the community. We're volunteers here. We're just citizens, just like you guys are. We was asked to participate on this committee. We try to do our best, and we do our best. And it doesn't always mean everybody's going to agree with it. But the city changes and grows, and that's the reason you have these kind of amendments. When a master plan is developed 10 years ago, you can't anticipate what's went up on that east bench. So this is the only tool to change some of that stuff. But it also doesn't mean we're going to cave to the developer or make the wrong decision for the community. We're listening to you guys. We appreciate your time.
That's my argument. You're not listening to us. There's a bunch of people over there that want to tell you something.
Well-
Spent 3 hours reading emails last night.
Yeah,
so I gotta say
we
that
read.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we read and consider for sure.
We study the issues. We study the issues, and there's a stack there, half inch thick. And we read them all. So don't.
And it's not just this development. If you consider all of the meetings that we deal with, that we go through, it's residents that have the same thoughts, the same opinions, the same concerns that you guys do tonight. We've heard them as well. It's not just one meeting. So to say we don't listen to the residents.
Well, like, here's my point, really, to most all of that, not listening to the residents. The proposal just before this one, the commission voted 4-1 to approve it, okay? I was in the room over here, and we took a poll of all 25 that were left after everybody left, of Spanish Fork residents, how they felt about the initial question of whether we prefer commercial or high-density housing in there. You know, every opinion in that room was commercial over high-density, okay?
Which is opposite of what you're saying for this one.
Correct. But my point is, you're not getting the public opinion, you're not listening, because I guarantee you, if you got all of the residential opinion of everybody around there where you just voted, take a poll in this room, I dare you. What is everybody's opinion? It would contrast what you just as a commission voted to propose to the city council. It is the opposite of the public opinion in here. Many terms were thrown out over there about this plan in here is the community. What does the community feel better for that and everything? You've heard the community, but again, over there, you're not listening to a lot of the people's opinions. Anyway, that's the gist is, there were complaints about how the signs were posted. Somebody commented how they were surprised how there were a lot of people here. I went and printed out flyers and went around with my little children, including my 5-year-old, and put flyers on people's doors to notify people. How many people aren't aware of the proposed zone change that you're going to now recommend to the city council for the one behind Walmart, let alone our neighborhood?
Okay, the public hearing's closed.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the developer or Dave or staff? Concerns about what we've heard?
The overall thing, I mean, I really liked Mr. Basgard's email. By the way, that was one of the ones to the point, it expressed, I think, every thought that was brought up that was, through this. So that's one I kind of used as my syllabus going through preparing for this. But there was a transportation. Dave, where the traffic along that road, that is obviously a very big concern. It's by everybody's comments. From my own personal observation, it's the high school driving a lot of that, and it being a collector for other areas that funnel through there. I don't think this project is really a drop in the bucket on that road, but there's a big concern there. And it doesn't sound like it's been addressed for a long time. I know that's driven by development, but what is the city's plans with that?
For some of you guys that have heard this before, and Mr. Basgard has, there's not a good answer. I'll say this as well. I think apparently as a city, we do a poor job of helping our residents understand, what the processes are to get road improvements made, where the funding comes from to make road improvements, the role that development plays in helping to provide solutions for different transportation-related issues and different things like that. And I think I'm going to be talking to the city manager about maybe having some forums where we could have conversations with people about things like 2550 East and why improvements haven't already been made, and yet why some have, like the light, there at 400 North, different things like that, and where the funding comes from and who plays a role in that type of a thing.
Dave,
There's
ask a question right here.
You bet. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. A few years ago, a number of years ago, not too long after the high school was built, we were having discussions about that. And you mentioned that the city had applied for some MAG money to improve that road, and that they were fairly high on the priority list. And did that money get diverted to the Center Creek project, or did it get diverted somewhere else? Well, what happened with that? And you guessed, and I won't hold you to this.
Okay.
But based on the rate they were going down the priority list, you estimated it would be, well, I think at the time 4 or 5 years for that project to get to the top of the list. Well, it's been 10 years now, and I don't hear anything more about it. It's all about the developers.
Got it. This is good to kind of, I think, illustrate what at least part of the process is. We've talked about a few different projects there. Are you talking about just rebuilding the intersection with the light and that type of a thing?
Well, we were
or
talking specifically about that stretch of road between the high school and 4th North.
Okay.
Because there are a number of property owners, myself and Assumptions and the Fuchs included, that don't have any plans to ever develop our property. And so there had to be a mechanism somehow to get that road finished.
Gotcha.
And so that's why you brought up the magma.
Yep. Can you pull up the general plan map of the corner? That you brought up something else earlier that somebody did relative to Legacy Farms that maybe we can talk about. MAG, that's the Mountain Land Association of Governments. They, among some other things, are the regional transportation planning folks for Utah County and Wasatch counties. And every 3 years, we go through a process with all of the other cities in Utah County where some amount of money, this year right now we're going through the process, and it's about a $90 million pot of funding that's available for regionally significant transportation projects throughout the county. And Spanish Fork City has done quite well in recent years to get funding for different projects through this process, maybe I'd say. We've applied for money through that fund, as I recall at least, for intersection improvements here. I can't remember in fact, I don't think though that part of our application involved any improvements to the south along 2550 East. One of the things that we have to do as staff, and we work with the city council on this, is to kind of put that priority list of projects together every cycle, with the understanding that no city typically has more than 3 or 4 projects that get funded. The Center Street project, for example, that's probably, I think in terms of a dollar value, the most significant project that's been funded from MAG. In that case, we got the funding in part because Center Street is a state road, US 6 is a state road, scored well that way. Just different things about it helped us get funding for that. We've received funding for trails, different things of that nature in recent years, but there's 2 things I want to point out with that is that process comes along every 3 years. So we're basically talking about kind of 1 project a year really is maybe how it shakes out that we get. And that's the only source of funding that we have to expand roads, to fix intersection problems, maybe to build a new road.
There's one other mechanism you use.
Well,
that's the transfer of funds from the general fund. And the city recently approved, $9 million for improvements to Spanish Fork Parkway from 4th North down to the hospital, new hospital. Transferring funds from other accounts.
You know,
those are for road improvements. And apparently that's a higher priority to get that section done than it is to take care of something that's existed there for a long time.
Honestly, I'm happy to look into that. I'm not aware of where
Especially something that goes to the high school, where we've got kids coming from Mapleton and from Spanish Fork to that high school.
Okay, so you guys can appreciate, right, that I don't want to argue. We work for you. If you're saying that you feel like...
And I don't either.
Yeah.
I just see these other projects happening that seem to have a more recent urgency than something that's been there for ever since the high school.
So maybe just to summarize, you're saying that improvements along 2550 East should be a higher priority than they have been for the city.
Amen.
And that's in...
I guess we think that because we live there.
Well, and frankly, I don't think that any of us that also travel on that road and, we see traffic counts and things like that, I think we agree. But that's something that I can talk with people about tomorrow. Happy to follow up with you on, other transportation-related money that's been spent.
When the city put out the public notice and followed the procedure that they have to transfer money from one account to another, that there was, I think the figure was $90 million to do additional improvements to help continue Spanish Fork Parkway on down to connect with the part that goes down to the hospital. But I assume it'd be crossing the railroad tracks and going down Highway 51 and finishing that section. And I'm thinking, I wonder if any of that money's going on the other side of Fourth North for that issue, for that improvements that have been needed there for a long time. Because
Was
those are new improvements.
Was that several years ago that you
No,
talked about?
just within the last couple of months.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm embarrassed that I don't know more about what you're talking about.
Why is the priority to go ahead and finish sections that haven't even been built out yet and that are ahead of the development on there? And we're not backfilling for problems that have been existing for a long time.
Okay, I'm starting to get further and further out on a limb here in terms of my particular area of expertise, but I will say that Spanish Fork Parkway is a really big deal for the city. And you guys probably won't entirely appreciate the result of having Spanish Fork Parkway cross the railroad tracks on the north end and tie into State Road 51. That's the old Springville Highway going into Springville and connecting then basically to IHC and that hospital site. That's been a really big priority for the city. It's probably our biggest transportation-related priority right now. We're working with the railroad to get a permit to make that happen. The congestion that we have on 400 North, where the roundabout was built at 4th North and 8th East, another roundabout under construction right now, in front of the Diamond Fork Apartments there, different things like that. Mapleton's going to continue to grow, right? And I completely agree with and appreciate comments that were made about the regional role that traffic plays in impacting area right around Maple Mountain High School and these different corridors that we're talking about. It's not just the local kind of development that we're talking about, but that connection will help alleviate traffic on 400 North and 800 East and other places where there's really not much more that can be done in terms of expanding roads, providing different routes or that type of a thing. So it's a big deal. It probably will result in there being more traffic on Spanish Fork Parkway though. People will be able to get to new destinations via that route that currently they can't get to. And I'm trying to kind of get to one other point. And maybe I'll just say, generally speaking, MAG money pays for road improvements in Spanish Fork, or developers do. And those are the two main ways that things get funded. We can use property tax, and that's general fund revenue that could be used for traffic improvements. We kind of had a conversation about this a couple of months ago, where I think right now Spanish Fork City is collecting about $2.5 million a year through the whole city for property tax. And that pays for a lot of different things. There's really not any funding programmed there for new road construction or maybe expanding a road or different things like that. I'm not going to serve anybody here well, I think, probably by trying to explain things more tonight. But honestly, we'd love to talk more about this. If there are problems in this part of the community that don't have the attention that they deserve now, I know that's something that the city council cares a lot about. I know our city engineer does. The rest of us on staff do. Goes without saying that these folks do. Frankly, those are going to be an issue whether a project like this were to happen or not. And love to have those conversations if you guys want to. It'd be easiest for us to do it, maybe in one forum. Again, probably did everybody a disservice by trying to explain something that's pretty complicated tonight, but.
A question for the developer. Was he planning on fixing that road? Was that part of your plan?
He wants
They have to finish
They
it.
have to.
No, to finish tonight, to the 2550, that one that's real, what, was that part of the plan? Was it to make that road bigger and fix it from what it was?
He has to finish his side of the road. That's part of the,
So yes, the road would be widened if you were to develop.
On his side of the road.
His side of the road, but he wouldn't fix the whole road.
No.
And the whole road, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So, because I don't know this gentleman's name, but he said that the developers are the ones that fix the road. Either the money comes from the city or it comes from the developer. So in this case, he'd only be fixing his half of the road. The other half of the road would still be neglected.
right, but it would solve half the problem.
That's what Mr. Bazar is getting at, is
Right.
they don't have any, some of the landowners don't have any intention of ever selling. So what's going to be done there? There needs to be some other source to fund that.
Right. And the thing is that Spanish Fork City has the lowest property taxes in the county or the state. We have some of the lowest property tax rates in the state, and we could raise our property taxes to do more of these improvements, but they're using the mechanisms of having developers finish the roads as well. But I'm not commenting whether I agree with that or not, but that's a big part of it.
That's usually-
Am I saying that wrong or right?
That's usually why the term, it's going to get worse before it gets better, is because development is what pays for these improvements. And until the development happens, there's no money to pay for it. That's why all the way along that road you guys are talking about, there's little pockets of not finished roads, and it's just because the money is not there for the city to just go in and randomly fix that stuff. It would be nice. There's hundreds of places around the city that have this same problem, but they just don't have the budget for it. No city does. And so it's the development that goes in, and now it has to be done. And it doesn't have to be a development, it's just an improvement to the property. And they have to fix the road. So it's no different in Spanish Fork than it is in anywhere else in the state. That's the way they get roads finished. But I think what Dave was trying to say, and I appreciate, is he's listening that Mr. Basgard has said, hey, it's not been 2 years, it's been 10 years, and we still got a problem here, and maybe there's a solution, and maybe there's not. But, let's talk through it and see if there's some extra funding. The city's growing at an amazing rate, and there's just so much money to go around. This particular project we're talking about here really is just a drop in the bucket.
What's done is it's Lance boiled.
Yeah.
If you put that high density housing where you put the townhomes, he's saying the difference of, okay, is it 50 feet or 60 feet? You're talking oil. And in that private, around those townhomes, they don't make them put the mow strip. And there's no sidewalk. Those ones at Salisbury's, there's not a sidewalk. There's curb, and then there's oil. And there's no place for those kids to walk. And the driveways, the setbacks aren't even enough where you can park a car in a driveway. And then they're constantly booting the people that can't. There's no place to park in there. I've had a son that lived in there for 4 years. Every member of my family got booted because we couldn't even go over to his house for cake and ice cream. I mean, it's ridiculous. And so then you park all out on the street, and those kids come out there trying to go to that elementary school. You can't see to get to your mailbox. People pull out there, and there's been accidents there. Talk to Steve Adams and see his opinion of how they do the townhomes. There needs to be a wider road if you are going to do that high density. Make it be a street. Don't make it be, that's why I told him, I just paid $250,000 for a road that one person will use.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, I had one question that came up out of the discussion was that road did get shifted. There was some talk about by the Basgards there. I think it's shifting to the east.
Well, there was a...
That's the annexation in 2010. If I can find my plat, we'll
But
have it.
I remember seeing that, Dave.
Even on there, it shows that
This shows,
the
yeah, that's
intersection
why
would have originally gone
I asked
like
Brandon to
that.
pull that up.
Is there What was the reason that got straightened?
I think I know the answer. I don't want to mention. I'm afraid of
I'll tell you what the answer is, because you told me.
Okay, thanks. I think honestly, okay, so I'll say it now. The plan was, there's a big power pole, right? You guys all know, well, right at the corner, right at the corner. So as we worked with UDOT on a design for the intersection, and there's a chance that I'm wrong about what I'm saying. I haven't thought about this for 6 or 7 years now. This is as best as I can remember. As we approached UDOT.
So sorry to interrupt. So we are broadcasting this live. We are broadcasting this to everyone over in the Ponderosa. Please, if you have to say anything, we need you to use the mic. So, because I'm getting a lot of feedback of what are they saying, and this is really important, I can tell. So, thank you.
This is germane maybe because this is the property that would have been impacted. And I can't remember all of the reasons, but the original plan was to miss the power pole by swinging Spanish Fork Parkway to the east, as opposed to having it follow the alignment that it's gotten built at, which is due north and south. I don't know what all went into the decision making for that, but I think frankly there was an effort to acquire some right of way from the property owner there, and that didn't work out, and somehow in the interim we were able to work things out with UDOT to where they would allow for the road to go straight north and south. Maybe things are coming back to me now, but originally Spanish Fork Parkway actually was planned to be wider than it is now. Our current plan for it is that it's a 3-lane facility at build-out. Originally, we were talking about a 5-lane facility from US Highway 6 all the way over to State Road 51. So I think that made it possible to fit it kind of along the old county highway or county right-of-way alignment between the Basgard's home, for example, that side of it, and where the power pole is on the east, versus needing to swing it out as a wider road east of the power pole. But yeah, absolutely, it changed. It did change.
Dwayne Hutchings did that annexation with all of us.
Yeah. So the original Legacy Farms development follows that. We can pull out the original approval that was made with the annexation, and the alignment was different then. It was changed. It went through an amendment process to be changed. Honestly, I don't think any of us knew that that was a concern for people. But that's what I know about the history, what I remember at least. Does that sound?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay.
And I don't know that it delayed anything as far as
Yeah.
But I just found it interesting that, and I'm not questioning Mr. Hanson's reasons.
You need to come up to the mic.
Mr. Basgard, can you come speak up there? So we all want to hear it. They want to hear it over there too.
We were just told at the time that the city came to us and they showed us the modification in the street alignment and to see if we had any concerns, and we didn't. And because we knew it was originally proposed as a 5-lane road, and really that's really what it ought to be. But we'll regret someday that it's just a 3-lane one.
Yeah.
But then we were told that the landowner wouldn't consent to an easement, and the city wasn't interested in a prolonged condemnation proceeding, and so they pursued this other option with UDOT. And I'm not questioning the landowner's motives for. He probably had good reasons for not wanting to do it, and I just hope he understands we have good reasons tonight too.
Thank you.
Commissioners have any additional comments about our public hearing portion that brought new questions or thoughts?
Thoughts in general? I think we should stick with the general plan.
Okay.
I didn't.
Anyway.
Not a motion.
That's what I'm
No, that's
looking
just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
at. And that's just based on tonight's proceedings?
No, I mean, when I've been studying it the whole time, I just
Yeah.
thought, going back to my comment before, I think it's worth it to relook at the general plan and look at some of these areas that people have had issues with and relook. It's been 11 years since it's been very, I think it's time to look at it. But I like the general plan in this area, and I just think it's fine to keep it there. And I agree with, I wrote all your names down, but the person who said that the owner knew that that's what was there when they bought it. So that's just my opinion.
You want to chime in as we go down here?
Sure.
Okay.
Work our way down the road?
Yep.
So I've made with last month's issue, I made my feelings clear on townhomes. I don't have a problem per se with townhomes. I think this is a very small development of it. So I'm not so much against that. I can see the community's concern with it. I respect the community's concern with it. I also see that it has been laid out as that for quite a while. I don't think the commercial really, I have a concern with it. I actually probably have a bigger concern with it than I do with the townhomes. So, looking at overall, I'm probably more along the line of not changing the master plan.
Okay. No comment?
You want my long version or the Reader's Digest version?
I want your 11:45 at night version.
11:39.
My 11:45.
I want to hear it all.
Well, I'm going to make a couple of comments first, and the first one is that the best planning and zoning that you can ever imagine will change. There's just no doubt about it. We can't foresee every problem that will ever come before the city. You just can't do it. I grew up on Powerhouse Road, and it's one of the little pretty roads in this valley. When I was a kid, I could ride my bike all day there and maybe have half a dozen cars come by that I'd have to move for. I lived there, my parents lived there when my dad retired. I was able to raise my kids there 30 years after I lived there. When we moved up there with my kids, things had changed. Salem had 3 major gravel pits, and they were delivering gravel all over this county, and they delivered through Powerhouse Road. It's one of the most dangerous roads that we have now. You take your life into your own hands. For those that bike or jog along there, you can't do it anymore without taking your own life into your own hands. Whose fault is that? I don't know. But I can tell you that when I moved up there were things that changed. Spanish Fork City built a park, they built a golf course, they built a gun club, they built, there were condos that were developed along the golf course, and now there's a secondary irrigation system up there. There's an entire camping area up there, and now I live above all of that. And I've looked down on this entire valley my entire life, and I love this valley. And when I moved up there 30 years ago, there weren't a one of you that had a home built there. Not one of you. There were about 10 homes on Canyon Road. My mom picked up all the kids going to Mutual on Tuesday nights in a station wagon to get downtown to church. Whose fault is it? I don't know. I have 4 kids. 3 of them live in Spanish Fork. 2 of them live where you guys live. I've created part of this problem, haven't I? Because things change, it doesn't mean that they become worse. They become different. And you can't just like you can't envision everything that's going to change, you can't fix everything overnight. There's not the time or the money to do that. There just isn't. And so what we try to do on this committee and on others is to solve issues, not to create them, not to make people mad. And to tell you the truth, I strongly object to some of the insinuations that have been said in different places here tonight, that somehow this committee and city officials have some kind of a hidden agenda to hurt people. It's not at all what we do. We have people that come and ask for zone changes. The city doesn't go around and say, can we change your zone? We'd like to have another big gold development. That is not what the city does. What the city does is take people's ideas and their requests and they weigh them against every bit of information that we can get, and we make the best decision we can. Sometimes it's a good decision, other times maybe not so good. We're not perfect up here. Dave's not perfect, the city council's not perfect, but damn it, we try. We try. And that's about all that we can do, is to try. One of the things that has disappointed me over the last 2.5 years that I've been on this commission is the unwillingness of some people to compromise. I have never seen a really good decision that was made completely on one side. It became an issue of compromise. This is an issue. I think all of your concerns are well voiced. They were my concerns when condos were built and a swimming pool was put in, and when there was a pond put in up there. This isn't the first time that these things have been addressed in other parts of the city. We have a unique piece of ground here, and it is unique. And if you can't see that, you're not looking close enough. This is a unique piece of ground that has special conditions here. It has two major roads that border it, and a large section that we can't do anything with. Just can't do it with. So now the question is, you know, it's always a good idea to say, well, let's leave it in green space. Let's not touch it. Well, green spaces become brown spaces about this time of year, and fireworks start fires. There's issues with leaving things like this because it's not going to be irrigated anymore. If you put it into single-family homes, that corridor still exists. And what do you do with two triangle pieces?
Make a park.
Well, you know what? It's for sale. Buy it. Then you can do whatever you want with it. I'm not saying that it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. Personally, I am in favor of leaving the zoning and the general plan as it is, because that's what it is. But to turn your back on the entire thing and to say, to heck with it, that's all been done in the past. Come up with me and sit on Powerhouse Road and count the cars. I've got 50 homes that are being built behind me where I live now. Come up and eat the dust that the canyon wind's going to blow on top of me. People, private landowners have rights too. And all I'm saying is that you have to take the good, the bad, you have to compromise somewhere and come up with the best solution. I don't know that we've heard the best solution tonight. But I've heard precious little. We had a commissioner who said, would you please tell us what you'd rather have here? What do you want? I like parks. I'd love to have a park there. But it doesn't appear magically out of the sky and drop in there. Somebody's going to have to develop it and pay for it. I'm somewhat discouraged tonight by the attitude of the people who have made the comments, to tell you the truth. You know, I've got a house being built right below mine that may affect my view of this valley. What do I do? You know, this new 50-home subdivision is going to increase my traffic and the speed of that traffic. What do I do? The good part of it is it'll stop some of the drug deals that are being done at the end of my street now. So there's some good about it. And so as we go ahead and look through these things, I'd like to see a little less coming with pitchforks and torches and thinking that the city is your enemy. And I'd like to hear some more ideas on how are you going to take care of this? What is it that you can put here? You know, personally, I like the idea of the single-family homes. But that's me, and I've looked at all sides. If this were my piece of property, what would I want to do with it? I don't know. I just sold some property in Palmyra and took a lot less than people on the East Bench. I'll never see that kind of money out of property in Palmyra, ever. Not in my lifetime. But I sold a piece of it because it helped me pay for the house that I've got, and I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it. So, having said all of that, and I apologize that it isn't the short version. However, at the same time, I want everybody in this room to understand that you have to be careful of what you wish for, because damn it, you're going to get it. And when you do, you'll have to live with those things. You moved up into an area because your developer said, we have a high school right by you. And there's an elementary school down the road. And you've got great access on 4th North. And don't tell me different, because I know the developers and I know what they tell you. They tell you why this property is great. And now, the same things that make it great are the things that I've heard complaints about. Nothing's good, nothing's right. Why do you live there? You know? And so what I'd like to see is I would like to see more compromise, more discussion, more empathy for the people who are living around you. I have a cabin in the mountains, and I was told by a guy that the definition of a developer is somebody that wants to build a cabin up in the mountains. And the definition of an environmentalist is the guy that already has his cabin. You guys have got your cabins. And you have a right to have a bit of a say in what's built around you. But you build on somebody's farm. You know, before you guys built, it was farmland. And we sacrificed a lifestyle on the East Bench for, I don't know how many steeples there are on the East Bench now, where there wasn't one 30 years ago when I moved up to the Powerhouse Road. So anyway, I guess I got on a soapbox, and I apologize for that. But the thing that I really want to tell you guys is, whether I liked what you said or not, or the tone that it was said in, I appreciate that you guys are here. Because if you're not here, you never get your voice heard. So at least you're here, and you gave us your opinions, and I appreciate that. I really and truly do. Because Spanish Fork is a unique place that gets a ton of volunteerism, and I've always felt like the spirit that's in Spanish Fork is special. That this is a place that I wanted to live, and I want my kids to live here. And 3 of the 4 do. And I'm grateful for that. And so when you guys think about all the hardships you have and the hard ways that we've talked and everything else, you know, think about your neighbors. Think about the guy that's going to build across the street. And think about, just because someone has a smaller home than yours, are they any worse than you? Are they a second-class citizen because they live in a smaller home on a smaller lot? I don't think so. I lived in a crappy place when I first got married, and it didn't make me a bad person, but it took me 20 or 15 years to build a home. So, anyway, that's my say, and I apologize for going on.
Oh, that was good stuff.
You're okay, John.
We love you.
So that was John's 11:45 version.
Just
You guys
wait till
wanna
you
hear
hear
mine?
6:30.
You're lucky it wasn't my 1 o'clock version. I really do love you guys.
I normally like a lot of diversity, to be honest with you. That's what I've learned over the last 6 years on the Planning Commission is I like the idea of different things, not just having a solid cookie cutter complex. I think that's what is healthy for a community, to have some mixture. Although I don't think this is a good application for it. I don't. I think this is a tiny need that doesn't fit the neighborhood. It just doesn't, and I wouldn't feel good supporting it. Maybe there is some green space that you can talk to the Parks and Rec and see if they can budget some money to buy it and put a park in. I don't know, but the city likes to have commercial wherever they can. It helps with tax base and tax revenue. So I think that corner and 4th North and the Main Parkway does make sense for a business and some tax base, but there's a lot of traffic issues there, a lot of safety issues there. So, you know, the fact that we do have that big chunk of commercial across the street to the north is, you know, you guys are going to see a nice grocery store in there someday, and you're gonna love it. So I don't know that this little teeny piece of commercial is going to make that big a difference, really. Townhomes, I like townhomes. I like mixture. I live in the old part of town. I've lived there for 30 years, and I mentioned this last meeting, but man, I'll tell you what, that Reese School apartment was such a nice asset to that community. And who would have thought, you know, the old neighborhood, you drive in that old part of town off of Main Street and 1st East and 4th North, who would have thought that that thing would have been zoned, R4, R5? There is 36 apartments in that 2 acres of ground. And there was no public problem with that. And you think about that, really, it's all single family homes. And what that turned out to be was a very nice asset. So I like diversity. I'm not against diversity and having some pockets and mix up and make our community good. But I don't think this is a good application just for various reasons. So, you know, the most of the topics that come to the Planning Commission are only come to us because a developer has this ground, property owner, it could be any one of you, and say, I want to do this, right? And it might not fit the general plan, it might not fit what everybody thought was going to happen, but that property owner has a right. And the process is to come through the city and work through these channels. And that's what this is right now. It's an adjustment because somebody had a wish for this piece of property, and wouldn't it be nice if I could do it? Well, he has to go through the process. And so that's why things get changed, Sean. I'm not against going and visiting the general plan. I think 10 years it is due. But I can tell you, you can do it next year, and you're going to have these general amendments the next year. Because all of a sudden, a developer is going to say, I'd like to do this. And you go, well, it don't fit, but, you know, let's see if we can make it work. So I think you got a good idea. I think we ought to put that on the agenda to work on our master plan. But these are the mechanisms and tools to deviate. The Reese School apartments was a perfect example. That could have never been done the way that was zoned. But, so anyway, Kevin.
So I had about 20 minutes worth of comments, but John said everything I wanted to say.
Come on.
But he said it a whole lot better than I ever could.
Oh, jeez.
I just want to emphasize a couple of things. First of all, there's a reason why processes go through the DRC, the Planning Commission, and then the City Council. Just want to make sure everybody understands there's not one person that sits behind a curtain and pulls the strings. Okay? things that happen in the city aren't decided by a single individual. There are processes for a reason. So just got a little bug similar to John with some of the things that were said tonight. If you're a property owner, you have a piece of land that has power lines running through it, you have every single right to come up with a proposal that you think makes sense, present it to the city, and go through the proper channels to try and get it approved. You can't look at me and say that you wouldn't try and do the same thing that the property owner is trying to do with their piece of property. You would, if it were your property, it'd be great if you were to say, okay, I'm just going to make it a park. I'm going to spend my own money, turn it into a park. Honestly, I wouldn't do that. If it were my land, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to try and make money. That's what developers do, like it or not. When this proposal was first brought up and talked about months ago, I looked at it, and looking at it on paper, I'm like, this makes sense. This looks good. I think it's a great idea. The property owner's trying to do whatever he can to make the best use of this piece of land. I thought it looked good. Still think it looks good. The only issue I have with it, which is what others have brought up, is we have a general plan for a reason. If I were to vote to approve this tonight, I'd be a bit of a hypocrite based on how I voted last month. I don't think it's a good idea to take something that surrounds a similar look and feel and change it. Put things that are different than, especially when it's already been general planned for that initial thing. So I struggle with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any more to say than what's already been said. I love the idea. Just not here, same as last month. I thought the idea that arrived presented last month was awesome, but not for that location. So same concept tonight for me.
Okay, well, we've all had a chance to elaborate a bit. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Kevin.
If I can find it. Make a motion that the Hollow Acres General Plan Amendment be denied.
Second that.
Do you second that? Okay. Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor of the denial?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Now, just a clarification, Dave. When it's denied on our part, it still goes to the city council. Is that correct?
We'll know probably by Monday. That's what I wanted to say. If it's going to be on the agenda for the council's meeting on the 7th, that's next Tuesday.
But just because we voted unanimously to deny it doesn't stop it from going to the council. Is that correct?
It's a recommendation, whether you recommended approval or denial.
But similar to last month, the developer could pull it.
Right, so that's the only reason that I'd say, kind of want to talk to the applicant and just see exactly what their thoughts are about moving forward. And if somebody wanted, if the council agendas are posted online, you can check that or call our office and find out if it's going to be on the agenda or not. And, but again, it might be next Tuesday, the 7th.
Okay. Yes.
I know we're late, so maybe I'll come to the next planning meeting. I was curious, in this process, for my benefit, I've learned a lot tonight through all this, and you've educated us, but in your decision making, how much does public opinion matter or weigh in? Because we've talked about, a lot of the pros and the cons and all the variables you're weighing, but in your guys' eventual deliberations on why your opinions were, I didn't hear a lot, and maybe that's because it doesn't matter. I'm just curious, in the overall decisions of what you, on amendments and proposals, how much does public opinion matter, or is it taken into account, or can it? I'm curious.
I'll give my opinion, my answer to that. Yeah, it's taken into account, but you still have to look at the whole picture. So for example, the proposal before this one, like you say, public opinion, they wouldn't have liked it, and there were residents here that didn't like it. In my opinion, having been on the Planning Commission for a few years and seeing different things and different proposals that have come up, it made sense. And so I would say I used my experience on the Planning Commission to make a decision that was different than public opinion. This one, same thing. Public opinion just happened to be in the same ideal as to what I believed. And so I voted the same way the public did. Not to say it's a bad proposal, bad idea, it's not. It's just, I have a hard time going against what is in the general plan. And so if it makes sense that we adjust the general plan to put something there, then that's fine. But we're residents just like you guys. And so I feel the same way that it's hard to take a piece of land that was set a certain way and people had a vision for, and then all of a sudden change it after people have already moved there.
I think another thing that has to be said is that it's the nature of the beast that the people who don't want it show up in force. Those that want it stay home. And so you can't let, one group of people, take over the entire issue, because there are others that feel a different way. But that's why the meetings are held, is to get the public's opinion. But I can guarantee you that this isn't the majority of the people in your neighborhood. It's not. But I don't know whether they would be in favor of your position or in favor of the developer's position. I kind of think I know, but you can't let the vocal people that come dominate the entire thing.
I like to get public opinion because it helps me think around an issue of items that I hadn't thought before. So it matters to me, but I'm not voting the way I vote because I want people to like me. I'm voting because I'm trying to think all the way through an issue. And one thing that Dave pointed out when I was first appointed 3 months ago was that we're appointed and not elected because we're supposed to be somewhat impartial, like really try to educate ourselves for good city planning practices. So to me it really matters though, because
it matters.
It matters.
What's your point in asking that? I'm curious.
Well, I think it was talked to a little bit by Kevin that I think it's understood or perceived, even though John mentions that it's a logistical issue to get 100% of public opinion on an issue, but this meeting is held so that you could gather some public opinion. There was a public hearing, and I took issue with the fact that even though John mentioned that's why we showed up to let our voices be heard, there's a large portion of people that didn't get to get their voices be heard, right? But ultimately, the point is that there's public opinion. How much? I was very interested and curious as how much does that weigh into the decision making, right? In the ultimate overall decision, because I think everybody would say the overall public opinion against the previous amendment that you voted yes on would have been no. I don't know.
In my personal opinion on that is what I feel and think and can see looking at both sides is going to be the majority of my decision. But then I like to hear, just like Shauna said, there's other thoughts and concerns that are going to be brought up that we'll shift that back and forth a bit. One thing I think is very, and this is just me speaking, is how people bring that information out. If I mentioned Mr. Basgard's email, it was very concise.
Extremely
it was valid points. It wasn't emotion. When people come in and are just like, do this because I want this, that opinion doesn't do anything to sway me. In fact, it probably takes me the other way. But if somebody has facts, this is my feelings, this is our concerns, and basically thank you very much. that helps. That's valuable to me. It helps, you know, it helps. It's not going to sway me one way or another, but it will move the needle a bit.
Gotcha.
I would have loved to have had those people in the room, and in normal circumstances we would. It's not our call as to how many people can be in this room tonight.
Yeah.
You know, so
And-
normally we would have everyone at least in the proximity of the meeting, but we can't control the
Right.
issues
How
that
many
are
new
going on
topics
right
do you
now.
hear?
Well, that kind of gets to the root of the other part of my question, why it's helpful for me to understand how much the public's opinion, not on your popularity, but on the issues at hand, how they feel about those issues. It helps me understand, because one of my big problems at the very beginning was with the format. It was, we've gotten emails and we're going to hash out relevant issues, right, with the change. And you're really only invited to come up and share comments if they're new or different issues. And that's helpful for me to understand that's really what you're weighing or taking into consideration when your decision, not the public opinion, which is different than what I thought it would be or what I thought it should be.
Well,
because I thought it would be valuable to have everybody get up and say if they were for it or not, because their opinion mattered, and saying if your opinion or your arguments have already been heard, then just keep it. And so it's helpful for me to understand or learn that really that's what's important at hand, are the facts of logistical issues and stuff, rather than public sentiment.
Well, my feeling on that also is I assume that the other 30 people that are over there are going to express the same topics that were brought up 5, 6, 10 times here.
There weren't.
We're not, if somebody had a unique issue they're going to bring up, they probably would have been over here to speak it. They probably felt like.
Well, some of us were.
But I think there's some issues, like the first issue tonight, that I really did care about what the public thought about it. They're the neighbors, and to me, I personally felt like those two issues were pretty even to me. I personally thought the commercial development was a better thing, and so I was trying really hard to figure out.
And we all had opinion on that too. We're trying to find where we can come and share it.
Right,
Yeah.
and so that's one thing that I felt like if there were some choices and the neighbors really felt strongly one way or another.
Gotcha. All right, well, thank you. I know we're super late. That's helpful for me to understand kind of where and how that's weighed into your decisions. Just so you know, there were more people that had opinions. There are people that had some different comments. I had some that weren't considered, even though you can assume all of them were the same, because several were rehashed. There were some other points that I felt weren't addressed. And I guess maybe we just have to figure out better forums to get to
we do
those.
operate with time constraints.
I know,
too.
exactly, yeah. We don't all have unlimited
I don't know
time.
about you, but I'm beat.
No, I'm with you. We don't all have unlimited time, so I get
My bedtime was 4 hours ago.
All right, well, thank you.
Thanks.
We're on the same clock.
Very close.
Time for me to go to the bathroom. Thank you.
Thanks you guys for all coming. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I can tell that. I can tell it by the way you presented everything. I appreciate it.